think we are on. Hello, hello, hello. Welcome, welcome, welcome. Is that crazy loud? Man, I need a computer. Man, dude. This is so frustrating. So unbelievably slow. Nothing works. But we're here. And we're doing it. We're making it work. We're here. It's working now. I think so. I think we're working. Let me know if it's not working. We're going to get back to it. We're going to play another 4 hours of this game. Only 6 more total days of hours left. Only 144 more hours to go. We're going to keep playing. We're going to keep conquering the heathens. We are going to keep conquering the heathens. And my buddy did say that he likes, how do you phrase it? He said he likes the podcasts that I don't like. He says, I like when you play the podcasts that you don't like because you have to debate them. So until I hear otherwise, we're going to keep listening to the podcasts where I have to correct and debate them, because apparently at least someone out there watching these streams, one of the 10 of you out there watching these streams, likes when I debate myself and argue with the podcast we're listening to. So we're going to do that. So until further notice, we are going to do that. We are going to do that. Speaking of heathens, Juden Tubin didn't really notify me of the stream. Of course, yeah. Because I'm not really sure even what happened, but I got I've had 4 or 5 videos taken down off YouTube. I have multiple community strikes and warnings. I have 2 serious strikes, and they basically were the next time you get a strike, your channel's deleted. And then it just went away. So I don't know if I'm not even gonna try to re-upload the episodes that got taken down, because I think that might just re-trigger it or something. But I was inches away from being. I was multiple warnings, multiple serious strikes. They literally took down 4 of my streams total. I'm sure if you dig through the numbers, because it should just be 1 through wherever I'm at, 125 or something right now. They all should just be on there. But if you dig through, you'll see the ones that got taken out. And you can go to Rumble or you can go to BitChute to see those ones. But it's funny because, I guess not funny, but it's interesting that I was so close to being banned and deleted. So I had to calm down. I learned to just chill with the rhetoric and okay, let's just not talk about the Shotty McShot that everyone was taking and the coverings that people were putting on their things. Let's just not really blatantly say the words or blatantly talk about it or make my entire stream topics about that, So I learned to kind of I wouldn't say censor myself, but, just selectively talk about topics. Use, funny words, bagel boys or, Zog or something. Use the little keywords that aren't going to get you flagged and banned. And then it just went away. I didn't undo it. I didn't really even petition. So I don't know what happened, but YouTube let me back on. And nothing else has let me back on. Still banned on Twitter. Still banned on, what was it called? Patreon. Patreon banned me. I think either Subscribestar banned me or they just kicked me off because no one subscribed to me. I just gave up on that. And Linktree banned me for hate speech. Linktree banned me because it was I forget how they phrased it. It wasn't even hate speech. It was violent rhetoric and harmful information or something like that. And point to Yeah, the men who stare at shekels. Yeah, the men who rub their hands. Those who the folks who rub their hands, shall we say? Um, what was I saying? Oh, Linktree is hilarious because like I got banned for being like quote unquote. I forget how they phrase it exactly, so don't quote me on this. But they was like, basically like the reason why I got banned on Linktree was because I was like dangerous or harmful or violent. You know, that was like the phrasing they used. And can you point one, even out of context, even like a joke, like one time I've ever promoted like violence or been mean or angry, you know, called for violence, promoted violence, did anything seemingly violent. And yet all these people on Linktree are like comedians who make jokes about violence, who make jokes about R, hard R's, and, you know, hard K's, hard M's, hard everything. You know, people who make jokes about it still aren't banned. I've never even said anything at all. It's just funny. And then it's just, you know, literal porn stars, like literal degenerate porn stars that are actually harming people, that are actually like plaguing people's brains and destroying society's fabric, the fabric of our moral society. Those people just linktr.ee/watch my pornos. Just up there. Anyone and everyone's got a Linktree. But I can't have one because I'm dangerous. I'm violent, you know. But if you noticed, I don't care. If you notice, I'll just keep streaming and I'll selectively edit what I talk about, I guess, a little bit and not be so blatant, you know. Men who rub their hands instead of saying the actual word, instead of saying the J word. Men who stare at bikes instead of saying, you know, instead of saying, you know. So we're back at it with all that. With all that out of the way. Yeah, I mean, whatever. Just keep going keep taking the ground they're going to give you, right? These are like satanic platforms. These are like instruments of Satan, and it's just a blessing to be able to use them. So like I'll stream to every place I possibly can. Like right now we're on Facebook, YouTube, Kick.com, my Twitter account that is like, I mean, it's not my Twitter account. It's a fan's account for me on X, DLive, Twitch. And I don't really repost these live gaming streams, but my main regular live streams are reposted and replayed on Rumble and BitChute, even though BitChute's been weird about letting me upload lately, and Odyssey, and I'm forgetting somewhere. Podcasts, you can just listen to the podcast pretty much anywhere there are podcasts. So I just send it out, you know, and if YouTube's going to ban me, then like, okay, YouTube banned me. I'll just keep uploading anywhere that'll like have me. You know, like Twitter's going to delete me. Okay, like I'll keep trying to make fake Twitter accounts. They keep deleting that. Okay, whatever. Like I'll keep trying until it works. And if not, like, okay. Okay, you win. It's your platform. It's your thing. You know, you want to call me hateful and violent and not let me on because I'm preaching the gospel and giving people advice and telling my life story and making jokes and being funny and talking to my friends. Okay, that's fine. Like we'll do it. We'll all move over to another platform. Discord was the other one that banned me. I had a really awesome Discord channel with like hundreds of people, and we're all like sharing memes and having like actual like heartfelt conversations in there, and you know, like friends that are like I made from Twitter, and they deleted my Twitter. I lost all those friends, you know, because I mean they were friends, quote unquote. They're you know at blah 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 blah. But once you're gone, like I don't know how to contact them. That's how we communicated. That's how I knew them, was like a Twitter account, you know. So when I'm not on Twitter anymore, it's like, well, those friends are just gone, you know. Same with Discord. I had a big Discord channel, and a bunch of them were just people like I don't even know who they are. They just joined my Discord channel. They just nuked that, deleted that, and then it's just like, man, I had some friends there, you know. I had some friends on that I will no longer ever be able to see again, you know. So that's a little rough, but whatever. You just make a new channel. You just keep going. You make a new channel, they delete you. You make a new channel, they delete you. Finally, you're just like, all right, I'll save my energy. You don't want me here. And I'll just move on. I will just move on. Daily Ignoramus, Stephen Ignoramus says, bro, stop ganking my viewer. Isn't there another live chat that you belong to? Demon Hunter. Ooh, called out. Ooh. This is one of those TikTok videos where the guy catches his wife cheating, you know? Ah, how could you? How could you, Demon Hunter? Caught red-handed. Caught in 4K. Caught in 4K cheating. Man. I'm just going to see myself out. Hey, Steven. Hey, Steven. I'm sorry. I'll just see myself out. This is between you and your girl. This is between you and her. I didn't know she had a girlfriend. Sorry. I'll gather my belongings. I'll put my shirt back on. I'll gather my belongings and just exit the premises. I thought it was her house. I'm sorry. I thought it was her house. She told me she didn't have a boyfriend. I caught him cheating, and then this happened. Yeah. Yeah. I will. Ooh, awkward. Yikes, awkward. It's not like I made him a mod or anything, Steven. It's not like Demon Hunter's a mod in my chat or anything, you know. But right on, what's going on? Ignoramus in the chat, the legend, the man, the myth, the legend, the greatest live streamer on this side of heaven, Steven Ignoramus, is in my chat for once. He's in my chat. I know Steven likes being elitist, but man, the roles have changed. The king is now merely a peasant in my chat room. You are typing keys into my chat as you listen to me talk. Man, how the roles have changed. The tables have flipped, you know? Man. Steven came crawling in. He came crawling in on his hands and knees to my chat room, begging to listen to what I have to say. Please, sir, I would like to watch you conquer a fictional planet on Civilization 5, sir. I would like to see you annihilate the Indonesians and conquer all of Spain, sir. Please, sir. Yeah. Hi, Steven, I can explain. Yeah, you got a lot of explaining to do, Demon Hunter. The streamer that became a little lower than the angels. Yeah. Oh, how the mighty have fallen. Oh, how the mighty have fallen. Steven Ignoramus came hat in hand. Please, sir. Please, sir, let me hear what you have to say today. Please, sir, let me watch you either conquer the heathens by sword or by spirit. Yeah. Well, welcome in. Nothing but love. My homies are in the chat. The boys are here. The boys are back in chat. The boys are back in chat. Let's go. All right, I think we left off. We did just successfully conquer all of Spain. Big, beautiful Spain is now mine. Indonesia, I'm just going to leave these two alone. They can just have these. I don't want to, cross this yet. They're so weak. They literally just have, one. I think they only have one military unit. We made peace with them right before we signed off. They can just sit there. They can just sit here waiting to get conquered by the Mongols at some point, for sure. The Mongols will come for them. And then at some point I'll have to deal with the Mongols. But for now, I'm pretty sure what I need to do is, what I need to do is conquer Arabia here in northern Italy. So I think I'm going to set my sights on conquering these 4 cities right here and bringing that into my empire. And then I'm going to just send a massive navy and army to Tyre right here, which is actually Sicily. If you see on the map, this is southern Italy. This is the heel of Italy. This is Sicily. I'm going to just literally make an enormous military and navy here and just wait for someone to come talking smack. Right when someone comes at me, either declares war or threatens war or talks some smack, then I'm just going to unleash the gates of heaven on them with whatever I have here. So we got some building to do. This is going to be like a building stream. You're going to be watching me building and moving armies around. The war is over. War number 1, dust is settled. It's over. We might start setting up and getting ready to invade them. We might get to it. We'll see. We might get to actually invading them. I got a World's Fair going on, so I stalled my production in my cities right now. We are currently contributing to the World's Fair. And so if you contribute enough production, if you stop your production of like units and buildings and contribute to the World's Fair, contribute to the Communist World's Fair, play your part. You get, if you see there, if you're reading there, you get like different like rewards and policies and stuff. So I'm going to try to do that. I'm going to try to make that happen. Let's get these little rewards, and then we'll basically just go right back to building military units and getting ready for the wars to come. I wish you good fortune in the wars to come. The prince who disguised himself as a pauper. Yeah. All right, time to end my stream. That was hilarious. Yeah, I never get to catch Stephen Ignoramus' streams live. Sometimes I do if I'm like work is slow enough and I can like just have it running in my pocket. But I'm almost always scrambling to catch up on the hilarity. I'm usually like a week or two behind. So I'm usually listening to like what he talked about 2 weeks ago or a week ago. Just cracking up. Seriously, one of the best streamers. The 4 podcasts I listen to. If you want a sneak peek into my brain, the 4 podcasts I listen to pretty regularly are Stephen Ignoramus, Jesse Lee Peterson, Owen Benjamin, and Nick Fuentes. And all 4 are just in their own way like the funniest. They're just like the funniest dudes out there that actually in their own way also provide like insight and education and hilarity and gravity and clarity, you know? Like actually are pretty like in general like optimistic and hopeful, trying to help other people become better people, you know, in some way, and just genuinely hilarious. But I that's not the only. I mean, I listen to those 4 podcasts. I listen to a lot of like audiobooks and music as well. That's mostly what I actually listen to. It's more like audiobooks about history. The one I was just listening to was Bismarck, dude. You guys got me hooked on Bismarck. That's what I was listening to yesterday. Remember the Bismarck. Listening to how unbelievably epic Bismarck was with pretty much just conquering Europe. Pretty much just taking like 100 tiny nations and making them one nation with just straight up diplomacy. Like either just straight up like being nice and being chill, like, hey man, come on, let's be reasonable, let's do this, let's get this thing going. Or just being like, my cannons are pointed at you, your call. He's like such a G. He's like such like a cool dude and moral, and he was all about like, dude, let's be friends, you know, let's we're in this together, like we're all, you know, we're brethren, we're cousins. Or he'd be like, my cannons are pointed at you. Are you gonna say no? You really gonna say no right now? So that was pretty awesome. And then yeah, just listening to that whole thing about the whole war in 1870 was pretty sick. Look up Bismarck, dude. Look up the Bismarck and the Franco-Prussian War of 1870 and what led up to it and all that stuff. It's pretty nuts. Because at some point he was so successful that France was like, I mean, we got to do something about him. Like, we can't just sit here. He is just conquering Europe. And at some point he's going to get so powerful that he's going to point those cannons at us. You know, and France was like, at the time, top dog. And it was like Napoleon's great-grandson or Napoleon's grandson or something. Someone who was related to Napoleon called himself Napoleon III and was basically like looking for an excuse to start a war. And Bismarck was like, all right. The whole time, like the France guy kind of thought like, I have the upper hand. I'll knock this guy down before he gets too big. You know, this guy's getting a little big and is big for his britches. You know, we'll knock him down a peg or two. We'll send a message to him and the rest of Europe. You know, we're still in charge here, right? We're still in charge. So they kind of like made up like a fake insult, started a war, and Bismarck just gave them the business, dude. Bismarck the whole time like knew it was coming and was strategizing about it and for it. Pretty nuts though. Might be wrong. What's going on? My arch nemesis is in the chat. Might be wrong. What's going on, brother? Hope all is well. Can't go wrong with a lineup like that. Yeah, I feel like that's a solid. I feel like that is a solid lineup of podcasts. You know, and I listen to like interesting there's a couple channels there I was listening to about like businesses and how companies started and stuff. Magnates Media has some really interesting stuff. Like listening to like the whole in-depth story on like how Domino's started. Or how the Coca-Cola company is like the craziest company on planet Earth, you know? Like the most insanely, diabolically smart company ever is Coca-Cola. So crazy. So there's like interesting things like that. But then, you know, when I'm like, all right, it's podcast day. I got to catch up on my boys. I'll just slam like four episodes of Stephen Ignoramus like back to back for 2 straight days and catch up. Catch up on everything. Catch up on all the lore. Catch up on what all you degenerates in his chat are like talking about as well. Might be wrong. All is well. What's going on, brother? All right. So yeah, we're gonna build up this army. We're gonna pick up where we left off with the documentary series about Prohibition. When that's over, I think we are gonna get into the Depression. And like I was saying, my buddy was like, I like hearing you argue and debate with a podcast that can't defend itself. So we're going to do that. And we're just going to keep, you know, using some discernment, using some critical thinking, you know, using actual like alternative facts, alternative insights to this very biased documentary. But like I've said before, I think multiple times now on these streams is I really like this documentary series, like a podcast series, because it is like interesting. He does a very good job of putting you in the history, you in the story, which I wish like right wingers would do more of. Like right wing people, conservative people, like what we lack is in general that more like artistic creativity. You know, we're much more logical and factual. Like we are correct. I am correct, and yes, fact, you are correct. But like what the people who are incorrect do well, which is why they're so effective, is they use rhetoric, they use storytelling, they manipulate your emotions, you know, they use the right music and the right stories and the right vibe, you know, they're really good at like the right words, and you know, they'll bury the uncomfortable facts, and then they'll really play up and hype the one fact that proves their point, you know. And I wish we need to do a better job of that in general. Just Christians and conservatives in general need to do a better job of that. That's where like guys like me and Stephen Ignoramus and Might Be Wrong and all those guys, we got to do better, my guys. We got to do better. My problem was I was a degenerate drug addict for like 10 years. And my brain is fried. I have no memory. My brain is fried, you know. But we're getting it back. We're reclaiming it. It's been 5 years. I don't know if you guys know. It's been 5 years totally sober after being basically a degenerate heathen for 10 straight years. A belligerent drunk, almost, I don't know what the right way to phrase it is, but a insane pothead. I mean, I was high 24/7 for about 9 straight years. And I think I think there are some consequences, guys. I don't think weed is as harmless as I thought it was, you know. My memory sucks. My speaking sucks. I'll listen back to what I said on podcasts. I'm like, man, I made a really good point. And then I'll listen back and be like, you just kept saying the wrong thing, or you kept like, you talked too fast, or you mixed up that phrase or something, or, you know, you said this word when you meant this word and you didn't realize it or correct yourself. And now people are just left confused. That could just be because I'm stupid, or that could be because was high like 24/7 for 10 straight years. And drunk a lot of that as well. But we're getting it back, guys. We're getting it back, my guys. But with all that, no excuses. It happened. Now we got to get on with reclaiming what was lost, rebuilding what has been broken. We need to get on with like advancing our agenda effectively, because our enemy is doing that, and we're sitting around complaining about it. We're sitting around talking about it. We're sitting around going, I wish, you know. What we need to do is put out podcasts like this. Yeah, maybe I should. Maybe we should. Maybe I should. Just light bulb moment right before your eyes. Maybe we should. But side rant aside, I just think this guy does a really good job at like telling the story of American history, even though it's biased, even though it's like very selective, even though it may kind of be borderline evil at times, some of the agendas he's pushing and stuff. I just do enjoy it. I do find it factual. I rarely, when I listen to this series, like these episodes and series, go like, that's wrong. Like that is a lie. But what it is like he's leaving out important information at times. Or he's really, really playing up like this one inconvenient truth, even though there's like an alternative truth that kind of shows, like the whole Andrew Jackson series is like that. And everyone does this with Andrew Jackson. And we talked about this on Gaming Stream number 1 and 2 and 3, I think. Which is like everyone really likes to talk about how bad Andrew Jackson was. They don't talk about how bad everyone else was also at the time. They don't like to talk about how bloodthirsty and ruthless like the Indians were that Andrew Jackson was dealing with. You know, he doesn't like, it's like uncomfortable. It's like, yeah, Andrew Jackson, fact, did some bad things. He also did a lot of great things. And everyone else around him was like worse. Like all the other politicians, like if Andrew Jackson wasn't president, the guy that would have been president probably would have been way worse than he was, you know? So there's a lot of that where it's like, yeah, you can sit here and like fact, Andrew Jackson did something bad. But also fact, he did a lot of things that were good. And also fact, if it wasn't him, it would have been way worse. Also fact, it's like that. It's like they kind of leave out that also facts, that also like that situational context of things. And they just like to go like, look, he's bad, 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 bad. Let's really remember how bad he was. And it's like, all right, well, I mean, yeah, you're focusing your attention on that. You're taking one thing and blowing it up out of proportion. What about everything else? What about the whole rest of the story that you're not telling, you know? So that's just, when we listen to this, when we listen to him talk about prohibition, and he starts talking about racism and sexism and, you know, this, and what was that story he was telling about some girl who's like, yeah, her big, mean, evil dad, last episode. Her big, mean dad was just evil and mean and kicked her out of the family, and she just wanted to love. She just wanted to be free, and she just wanted to love. And it's like, well, I'm sure the reality of the situation was like this guy loved his daughter, and she was like out getting drunk and partying and probably having sex out of wedlock. And her dad was like, I love you, I care about you, I want you to be happy and healthy, and I want to see you in eternity with me. So, like, can you not be a disgusting, degenerate whore? And they frame it as, like, he's mean and controlling, and he didn't want her to just be free. And it's like, yeah, free to do what? Free to be disgusting, free to be degenerate, free to sin, free to become a degenerate, disgusting person. So it's like, fact, he was controlling, but was it for the right reason? Probably. Fact, he was restricting her freedom, and it's like, it's because he loved her. Because he was trying to protect her from the consequences of her own actions, you know? So they like to frame that, you know, like take that and be like, oh, look at this mean, sexist, controlling guy. And it's like, or was he a good guy that loved his daughter, you know? So we'll keep listening to that. I'll keep arguing with this podcast and debating this podcast, and we'll get on with conquering the world. We'll get on with conquering the fictional world. Rant over. I'm done. I'm tired of ranting, guys.
The more technical name for wood alcohol is methyl alcohol, or methanol.
Yeah, they were talking about poisoning the alcohol.
Is a feature foam of illegal alcohol. They drank even less reliable. It wasn't as if you could read up about it either, because even books about how to make alcohol were illusion the government syntax. Much of the moon, everything.
Rewinding here. I'm gonna find
out.
We'll restart it from like the beginning of this little section, just so we're not confused.
Shine would make a difference. Pick it up. You call them thinking. They're on. At fee 100% money back guarantee, so it's a no means stock working for a crime syndicate supplying illegal alcohol.
Just so we're not
getting
confused.
The good stuff from Rum Row, but your boss has asked
you. Let me know if that's too loud or not loud enough.
Yes, sir. What do you have in mind? From now on,
too loud, right?
Liquor from Canada is for sample purposes only.
Too loud, not loud enough. Let me know.
We can't deliver genuine Scotch liquor or genuine anything else. We can't get enough of that stuff any longer. So what are we going to sell? We have 15 or 20 big plants now. They're converting alcohol into whiskey and wine and cordials. You've already been selling some. People can't tell the difference. But it's not poison hooch or anything. I guarantee it wouldn't harm a child. But we can't tell anyone. The customer likes to think he's getting the real good, so let him keep thinking that. It's good for business. You're quiet. You know that the quality of goods has been going down. It just makes sense. There are too many speakeasies and not enough good alcohol to go around. And we have a new system for ordering and pickup. From now on, you call the warehouse and order cases of soap. Soap? He hands you a list with brands of soap on it. Each one, a code for a type of liquor.
Sick. Thank you.
When you want whiskey, you ask for Ivory.
Thank you, my bro.
When you ask for pears, you get gin. When you order, they'll tell you where to pick it up. We're not going to keep things at the same warehouse anymore. This scene is based on one described by a bootlegger, writing anonymously in the New Yorker in 1926. He wrote that selling fake alcohol was as much about perception as anything else. By the mid-20s, he wrote, everyone knew that it was almost impossible to find real Gordon's gin from England, so trying to sell anything called Gordon's gin raised a lot of suspicion. But the anonymous bootlegger wondered if changing the label on the bottle would make a difference. To test this, he sent a bottle of moonshine labeled Gordon's Gin to a man he calls the president of a leading New York bank. But the banker wasn't convinced and sent it back. When the anonymous bootlegger sent the same moonshine, but this time labeled South American Gin, the banker loved it and ordered more. Of course, it was exactly the same gin I had sent him in the London bottles, wrote the bootlegger, but he was having a great time fooling himself. Liquor would not hurt him, and he could afford to pay for it. But the quality of bootleg alcohol had always been an issue. Even just a few years into Prohibition, it's estimated that about 2/3 of the alcohol that people thought was imported from Canada or Europe was actually fake. As the number of speakeasies rose, the demand for imported alcohol only grew higher, and the amount of counterfeit alcohol being sold only increased. The anonymous bootlegger writing for the New Yorker said that by 1926, everything, even the expensive stuff, was being made in factories in Brooklyn or New Jersey. The average age of a bottle-marked 12-year-old scotch was about 30 days. But the age of the alcohol wasn't the only thing that was fake about the booze being sold. Much of the moonshine on the market was made from something called industrial alcohol. Industrial alcohol had been around long before Prohibition. It's alcohol distilled specifically for use in factories and power plants. Unlike consumer alcohol, which was subject to a sin tax, industrial alcohol was often exempt from tariffs. Right from the start, this industrial alcohol posed a problem for the government. How to make sure that consumers didn't just buy the tax-free industrial alcohol and drink that instead? The solution the government came up with was to require that companies denature the alcohol. Denaturing meant adding noxious chemicals to discourage people from drinking it. Some of the additives were worse than others. Some just made drinkers nauseous. Others induced vomiting. The very worst could make you go blind, even kill you. Bootleggers, though, decided that if alcohol could be denatured, it could be renatured too. It was a lot easier than making alcohol from scratch, the old-fashioned way, in a pot still. Some redistilled the alcohol to try to get the impurities out. Redistilling was complicated, though, since most people didn't know how to use a still properly. And there was also a whole range of methods that was even less reliable. It wasn't as if you could read up about it either, because even books about how to make alcohol were illegal. In newspaper articles, poems, and songs from the time, it's clear that many people knew the dangers that came with this alcohol, but they drank it anyway. In one song from the 20s, the hero meets a bootlegger's daughter at a dance. He sings, "The way she drinks gin is a terrible sin, but girls will be girls, as you know." Despite that, they get together.
So I married the bootlegger's daughter, and really it isn't so bad.
No, it is really bad. It's actually really bad. It's actually disgusting and gross and harmful to everyone in society.
But me and my sweetie won't die. When we want a drink, we go out to the sink, the bootlegger's daughter and I.
Imagine it's 1926. You live in Boston, and you're a science writer. You know there's a lot of illegal alcohol out there. Worse, you think the public is misinformed about how much of it is lethal. You decide to do a little research. You start by visiting an acquaintance you heard was into bootleg alcohol. You visit him in his office at the electric company he works for. He offers you a drink. "Can I get you something for your thirst?" "Maybe. Depends on what you got." "Gin. Perfectly good gin, I assure you." "How can I be sure? Our bootlegger gets his alcohol from us here at the plant. We sell it to him, he renatures it, and my cut is to get a little back for personal use." "What kind of alcohol are you using here at the plant?" "It's perfectly good. It's just denatured with a little menthol." That doesn't sound too dangerous, but it doesn't sound quite right either. Menthol? You sure? To see the raw alcohol and take down the formula. Later, you look up the government guidelines for denaturing alcohol in electric plants like the one you just visited. According to the guidelines, for every 20 gallons, you have to add a gallon of wood alcohol. The more technical name for wood alcohol is methyl alcohol, or methanol. And you know that methanol is a far cry from menthol. As little as half an ounce of methanol could permanently damage the optic nerve. meaning that every 20-ounce bottle made this way would likely contain enough to harm a person's vision. Blindness
Nuts.
even. 40 ounces could be
Nuts,
fatal.
bro.
This story is based on a Boston science writer at the time, Donald Wilhelm. He really did go out and research moonshine, and what he found was shocking. Lab results show that 92% of the bootleg alcohol tested had some trace elements of deadly compounds like cadmium iodide, chloroform, acetone, benzene, or shellac. He published his story in Popular Science magazine in July 1926. It was called Millions of Americans Are Committing Slow Suicide. But 6 months later, things would suddenly get a lot worse. Instead of slow suicide, hospitals were faced with a crisis of epidemic poisonings. Imagine it's Christmas Eve. You're a nurse at Bellevue Hospital in New York. You're already expecting the worst of this shift. Ever since Prohibition, the holidays have been a horror show. For the years, a few have gone blind. You're filling out your paperwork when a man burst in through the emergency room door. He looks terrified. Are you all right, sir? Is he still behind me? Who? Santa! He's chasing me! There's no one behind you, sir. You're safe here. He chased me all the way here. He was swinging at me when he got close. You don't immediately think about alcohol in connection with this guy's hallucination until he gets closer. And you can see he's flushed and gasping for air. You can also smell some kind of toxic fumes. You see utter terror in his eyes. Try to calm down and have a seat while I get a doctor. There is no Santa following you. He had a bat, a baseball bat. He's coming after me. The doctor comes and gets him onto a gurney so he can be sedated. But it is too late. Before the doctor has time to assess him properly, the man dies. And he's just the first of many more to come. By New Year's, 29 more people will die of alcohol poisoning at the Bellevue. And it wasn't just in New York. All across the country, alcohol poisoning was increasing. By the end of Prohibition, at least 10,000 people died. It turned out that those who died hadn't just been drinking badly made moonshine. They were being poisoned by kerosene, mercury, formaldehyde, and other poisons, as well as the methyl alcohol to boot. Where was all this poison alcohol coming from, and why now? The same guidelines for industrial alcohol had existed long before Prohibition, but it turned out that they'd been changed shortly before the 1926 Christmas poisonings. President Calvin Coolidge had been so frustrated by the presence of bootleg booze that he ordered the amount of poison required to denature industrial alcohol be doubled. Under the new guidelines, a 20-ounce bottle of industrial alcohol probably contained enough methanol to kill a person. The federal government also upped the amount of some of the other deadly poisons added to the formula: acetone, benzene, and cyanide. New York's chief medical examiner, Charles Norris, knew who to blame. Just 4 days into the Christmas epidemic at the Bellevue, he held a press conference in which he pointed the finger at the federal government. Government knows it is not stopping drinking by putting poison in alcohol. It knows what the bootleggers are doing with it, and yet it continues its poisoning process, heedless of the fact that people determined to drink are daily absorbing that poison. Knowing this to be true, the United States government must be charged with the moral responsibility for the deaths that poison liquor causes. It wasn't just industrial alcohol that was making people sick. Jamaican ginger, or Jake as it was called, was a popular stomach medicine at the time. It was sold as a cure for nausea, cramps caused by flatulence, and summer complaint, otherwise known as diarrhea. But it was also an easy way to get drunk, and the manufacturers knew it. To try and stop people drinking Jamaican ginger, the Treasury Department issued new rules requiring the manufacturer to increase the amount of ginger in the medicine. The idea was to make it so bitter nobody could possibly enjoy it. The company was not happy at all. If they made it undrinkable, they would lose the bulk of their sales. So instead of increasing the amount of ginger in the medicine, they added a chemical that successfully fooled the government tests, but didn't change the taste. Unfortunately, the chemical they use, tricresyl phosphate, is a neurotoxin. Even in small quantities, it caused numbness of the hands and feet, which often leads to permanent paralysis. Tens of thousands of people who drank Jamaican ginger were affected. They were easy to spot because the medicine left them unable to use their foot muscles. It became known as Jake Walk or Jake Foot once everyone realized that Jamaican ginger was to blame. The phenomenon was so common, people even wrote songs about it, like Jake Liquor Blues, Jake Jigga Juke, and Jake Walk Papa.
Jake Jigga Juke. That's gotta be racist, right? That's gotta be racist, right? Jake Jigga Juke. My jiggas. Where's my jiggas at? Where my jiggas at? Where my jiggas at? Got a couple in the chat. Demon Hunter said. Got a couple jiggas in the chat. Demon Hunter says, speakeasy implies the existence of speak difficults. It's funny. It's funny. You're a funny man. You're a funny man, Demon Hunter. Must send that song to Steven, yeah. Steven, can you on your next album, can you cover, on your next album, can you cover the song Jake Jigga Juke? My jiggas. Old cars, Demon Hunter says, old cars used to run on hard liquor. Allegedly, that's why they made homemade alcohol illegal, to make people dependent on gasoline instead. Yeah, I've heard that. Because if anyone can make, like, energy in their house to power their cars, then they're not dependent on fossil fuels, right? Quote unquote fossil fuels. Yeah, energy's the biggest business in the world. The energy cartels run the world. It's the biggest cartel, they are in charge of the world, you know? And it's the money printers and the energy suppliers. And if you noticed, when you cross those two, when you cross one of those two, when you get in the way of those two cartels, those two industries, bad things happen. Countries get toppled, you know. Wars get started. Plagues break out. You know, the worst things happen when the money printers and the energy suppliers are challenged and threatened. Presidents get assassinated, wars get started, you know. And yeah, you can't have just anyone and everyone just making their own energy. Can't have that. No, the suppliers of the energy need to be in control of that. So yeah, I mean, we have water-powered cars. You can power water and ships on cars, or you can power cars and ships on water. But do we? No, we don't, because then it wouldn't. You wouldn't be able to profit on that, right? So yeah, of course, it's like if cars were being able to run on just like alcohol that was made in stills in people's houses, we got to find a way to get the stills out of people's houses, right? We got to come up with an excuse. We got to manipulate people's emotions to make sure that we can get rid of the energy being supplied in the stills in people's houses, right? Jigga Jake in the chat. Jigga Jake in the chat. What's going on? What's going on? Welcome in. I don't know who you are. Hopefully you're cool. Just be cool. Just be cool, and you can be one of the jiggas in the chat. But let's get back to it.
Walk, or Jake Foot, once everyone realized that Jamaican Ginger was to blame. The phenomenon was so common, people even wrote songs about it, like Jake Liquor Blues, Jake Jigga Juke, and Jake Walk Papa.
Jake Jigga Juke.
I can't talk, I've been drinking this jig until now I can't walk. Come here, mama, hold me by the hand. I'm a Jake Walk Papa from a Jake Walk clan. Listen to your daddy, I've told you before. You keep a drinking that jig, don't you knock at my door. I love you, daddy, but don't you see? You can't drink jig and get along with me.
In the wake of the mass poisonings, the federal government faced
Dude,
public
this
criticism.
slaps, dude.
Prohibition
What are we
stepped down.
dude, Steven.
When Time magazine
Steven.
asked for a comment from the
Get Steven Ingravis on the phone. We gotta remix this. We gotta do this.
Saloon League,
You gotta
he
cover
responded, the government is under no obligation to furnish the people with alcohol that is drinkable when the Constitution prohibits it. To root out a bad habit costs many lives and long years of effort. To Prohibition's opponents, this was the height of hypocrisy. After all, one of the main arguments for outlawing alcohol in the first place had been that drinking was dangerous and destroyed lives. But for the League, any price was worth paying in the quest to rid the country of alcohol, even war. Imagine you're a member of the Anti-Saloon League, attending the organization's annual national convention. This year, it's in Chicago. You really believe in the League's good work. The old saloon was pure evil. But Prohibition-era America hasn't been the utopia you expected. Instead, there's been violence everywhere, and lots of it. Sometimes things seem to be breaking down, not getting better. You've just come from a talk by Ernest Charrington, one of the most famous League leaders. He's even published a book called America and the World Liquor Problem. He argues that until the whole world has eradicated alcohol, America can never be safe.
Oh, bro,
After his speech,
no,
your fellow member
dude.
go for dinner.
My dude, my homie, dude. You've been my OG homie in this game. What are you doing? What tomfoolery is this? My homie, dude. Ah, my desert Bedouin homie. My sand jigger. My sand jigger. You've been my homie since the start. What are you doing? What are you doing? Oh, because you're friends with Polynesia, and Polynesia is, for some reason, my gym bro and my homie, my two OG besties in this game, are teaming up to hate me. And Persia. We got an axis of evil on our hands being formed against me right now. And it's Persia, Morocco, and Polynesia. And they were my homies, dude. What did I do? What did I do? I didn't do anything to you but be the homie. But be the bro, dude. We were bros, dude. Dude, we were bros, dude. What are you doing? What are you doing? We were bros. We went to the gym together and did leg day, Polynesia. We had such good economic trade. I went to war with you, Morocco. I went to war against those dirty Japs for you. With you and for you. We went and conquered the dirty Japs together. And you're going to choose this form of treachery? Yeah. And then these people who I want to invade are just still chill. Like, they're still just over here being friends, giving me good trade deals, being cool. So I'm going to have to probably just, like I keep saying, like, oh, I guess I have to invade them. I think I'm just going to let them be. They don't have a big army. They're not a threat to me, and they've been just cool with me. So I think what I am going to do is put a huge army here. Put an enormous army and navy here in Tyre. And then for real, probably just start focusing my sights on Persia, Polynesia. Polynesia is probably my number one just because they're the closest to me physically. And they're controlling this, what would it be? The strait into the Baltic where I actually have a city. So I would like to have access to my city from the sea, and the fact that he's here and getting a little spicy with me. Not great. Not great. I might have to actually just refocus and probably just come here and conquer this little area, which I didn't want to do. I thought me and my gym bro were going to chill for a while. We're just going to be chill and be cool for a while. And you want to come at me? You want to start rallying my friends to turn on me? And you don't expect consequences for your actions? And you don't expect consequences for your actions? We went to war together. I can't believe you. I can't believe you. And it's because he's a Jew now. Makes sense. They're all becoming Jews now. Polynesia's not. But my... And see, he's Christian too. He's Christian with me. He's a follower of the way. I think I think we're done. I think that just decided it. I think we're going to chill and not invade Arabia and let these dirty little Christian Arabs be. Let these disgusting, filthy northern Italy Arabs over here chill. I might even protect them a little bit. I might even do a little bit of protecting them. And we're probably just going to start building up an army here. I might start sending troops to Milan, and I might start building up and moving troops to Nara. And just set my sights on Polynesia and Persia. They seem to be the two people that hate me the most. They only really have this. This city is not even on the coast. So that's going to be annoying to conquer. It's actually like just annoying enough to... It's very strategic on his part. But it's very annoying because it's not going to be super easy to conquer that. But what I can do is come take this city. If and when war breaks out with me in Persia. Come take this city, Mangareva. And conquer them, and then just start sending troops here and, go for his capital here. And honestly, that's probably all I would need to do is maybe conquer this city, take his capital, maybe just burn some of the rest of his cities to the ground, and then just chill. And just let the rest of his empire just sit out here in the desert not doing anything. But man, I can't believe you guys returned. I didn't do anything, man. I mean, I guess I did conquer an entire country. I guess I did conquer Indonesia very thoroughly, capture their capital. Technically, I'm in first place or tied for first place. And technically, I'm in first place, even though I'm not the strongest and most powerful country, which again is the Ottomans over here. But as soon as they capture this capital, which it looks like they're about to, as soon as the Ottomans come and capture the Jewish capital, the Jewish capital of Onondaga was the Iroquois. The Iroquois Jews, when the when the Ottoman Jews come and conquer the Iroquois Jews and they capture this capital, he will officially be back in first place. But as of right now, I guess I'm in first place. And when you're in first place, the target's on your back, But I just didn't, man. We were best friends the whole game. Dude. Why would you choose them over me? I went to war with you, bro. We conquered foes together. We've been nothing but besties this whole game. I get it because my gym bro over here, Polynesia, he's obviously trying to advance and creep up on Italy and the Baltic states and stuff. And I have Sicily. So I kind of get it. He's probably going to, he's thinking, you know what? If this wasn't defended enough, I could just maybe start some beef, bing, bang, boom, maybe go to war, start a little war, maybe add this little territory to my empire. I get it. That's strategic. That makes sense. But you're all the way over here. You're not even close to me at all. And we've been nothing but best friends the whole game. Treacherous, man. Treacherous. And Demon Hunter says, the treachery of the hat knows no bounds. They must be shown the way. They must encounter the way, the truth, and the life.
Your friend starts up a conversation about Charrington. He was right about the problems coming from other countries. We need tougher borders. I don't know. I've heard most of the illegal booze is actually being made right here in the States. I think Charrington knows what he's talking about. Can you imagine? Every day, another 1,000 cases come through Detroit alone. Those Jewish whiskey makers in Montreal are making a mint. Yeah, but that stuff he was talking about with Cuba, that's crazy. It's one thing to talk about trying to establish chapters in Canada. Totally another thing to start talking about starting wars over alcohol. You expect your friend to agree here, but to your surprise, he seems to have bought Charrington's argument. Why? Don't they threaten our lives, our health, the very fabric of our society when they make alcohol and sell it to us? You can't force other countries to adopt our laws. That's just not right. I think you can. It's the same as any foreign threat. As long as alcohol is out there, America will never be safe. You decide you don't want to get into this any further, so you change the topic. But you're also starting to wonder if you want to remain part of the League. You're already on the fence, and this year's meeting seemed a little more extreme. Prohibition was dividing the country into two opposite camps. The American novelist Sinclair Lewis published a new novel lampooning supporters of Prohibition. It was called Elmer Gantry, and it featured a womanizing, drunken, greedy, and ambitious preacher. When it came out in March 1927, it sparked off a firestorm of controversy and was banned in at least 3 cities. The criticism only served to drive up sales, which of course thrilled the book's publisher. But supporters of Prohibition were outraged. There were calls for Lewis to be imprisoned or sent to the electric chair. A group in Virginia even invited Lewis to come down to attend a lynching, his own. The rhetoric and violence was getting worse. Opponents of Prohibition had had enough, and they were about to get a chance to change it at the ballot box.
This podcast is supported by FedEx, where your pack can do for SPF to buy.
On August August 2nd, 1927, President Calvin Coolidge, a Republican, is at the Summer White House, a game lodge in Custer State Park in the Black Hills of South Dakota. Coolidge said he felt more comfortable there. The journalist H.L. Mencken famously said that Coolidge's chief accomplishment was to have slept more than any other president in history. But on this day, in 1927, Coolidge would distinguish himself in another way, namely by becoming the fourth president in the history of the Republic to not seek re-election. The president's reasons for retiring were never made clear, but it might have been that he didn't like the look of where the economy was going. His wife, Grace Coolidge, supposedly told one reporter, "Papa says there's going to be a depression." Whatever his reasons, Coolidge's decision came as a massive shock to the country, and it left the race to succeed him wide open. For the Republicans, Secretary of Commerce Herbert Hoover won the nomination to be the party candidate, and former New York Governor Alfred E. Smith became the Democratic nominee. Smith had been born and raised in Manhattan to an Irish and Italian immigrant family. He worked his way up from a job at the Fulton Fish Market, campaigning on his image as a down-to-earth politician who would stand up for immigrants. Although Smith had got the nod at the 1928 Democratic National Convention, he faced opposition even from his own party for two main reasons. Firstly, he was a wet who opposed prohibition. And secondly, he was Catholic. During the election campaign, Al Smith's religion, his support for immigrants, and his opposition to prohibition would become conflated by his opponents. As the prominent Baptist preacher John Roach Stratton said at the time, Smith came to represent all the things that the conservative heartland of America.
What up, Jake? Welcome to the chat, Jake. I don't know if you're a friend or a foe yet, but he said he tweeted out the stream. Appreciate it, brother. Appreciate it, brother. My jigga Jake in the chat.
Novels, stuffy rooms, dancing, evolution, Clarence Darrow, nude art, prize fighting, actors, greyhound racing, and modernism. Shortly after he won the Democratic nomination, the Ku Klux Klan sent out a mailer that read, "We now face the darkest hour in American history. In a convention ruled by political Romanism, the Antichrist has won." And it wasn't just the Klan attacking Smith. Bishop James Cannon, head of the Methodist Church, asked, "Shall dry America elect a cocktail president?" Invoking both anti-immigrant and anti-Catholic prejudices at the same time, Cannon implied that as a Catholic, Smith had evil intentions for the country. The Italians, the Sicilians, the Poles, and the Russian Jews, that kind has given us stomachache. We've been unable to assimilate such people into our national life, so we shut the door on them. But Smith says, "Give me that kind of people." He wants the kind of dirty people you find today on the sidewalks of New York. Imagine it's September 1928. You and a friend are part of a crowd of people leaving a town hall meeting organized by the League of Women Voters. You've just finished listening to the Democratic candidate, Alfred E. Smith. There's a certain glamour to Smith. He's a worldly New Yorker. It's exciting that he came to Oklahoma City to speak. Your friend is excited about Smith's chances in the election, and the two of you are laughing at some of the things his opponents are saying about him. They call him Alcoholic Smith and say he wants to bring back the saloon. But the two of you are more worried about some of the other rumors that are being spread about him. You heard one person say that if Smith was elected, he would take his orders from the Pope. That is un-American. I can't believe people are playing such dirty tricks with our election. I don't think people will fall for it. Americans are smarter than that. If anything, it would probably backfire and help Smith. I hope so, but I'm not sure. A lot of people in my office just seem to hate him so much. It's like they're prepared to believe the very worst about him. Alfred Smith lost the 1928 presidential election. Badly. Out of the 48 states that were part of the Union, he carried just 8. He even lost his own state of New York. Reporter Frederick William Weil said Smith was defeated by the 3 Ps: prohibition, prejudice, and prosperity. America had picked Hoover over cocktails, evolution, and modernism. Maybe people couldn't get their preacher's warnings out of their heads. A vote for Smith is a vote for the devil. Maybe America wasn't ready for a Catholic president. Maybe it wasn't ready to give up on prohibition just yet. Under Hoover, prohibition would continue. The new president called it an experiment noble in purpose. But if it was noble in purpose, in practice, the underground alcohol business was getting increasingly out of hand. By the late 1920s, new organizations had sprung up to control the manufacture and supply of liquor to America's cities. These new groups were as sophisticated as they were violent. The government stepped up its enforcement, even as public opinion swung against the noble experiment of prohibition. The illicit booze business was changing. consolidating under savvy criminal overlords. The Mafia. For Wondery, this is episode 5 of Prohibition from American History Tellers. On the next episode, we've like comes that make us will take a
Dirty papists, yeah. I love my Catholic brothers and sisters. For real, I love y'all. I respect y'all. I think a lot of y'all are saved. I have to defend you guys from my Protestant brothers and sisters often in my circles. But this country is not a Catholic country. This is a Protestant country. This country was founded and fought for by Protestants for Protestants. And we don't want your dirty Pope. We don't want your Argentinian brown Pope in charge of our country, all right? I love you guys. You guys are so based on so many things. I will fight shoulder to shoulder with you against Satanists. I will. I will bleed alongside you for the cause. And I will help you build the church in any and every way. But I do not want you in charge of my government.
It's November 6th, 19...
We've seen the consequences, all right? History has shown the consequences of when the Pope is in charge of the king, you know?
28. And in a hospital bed in...
Doesn't mean there shouldn't be a Pope. Doesn't mean there shouldn't be Catholics. Doesn't mean I don't like Catholics. Doesn't mean I don't want there to be Catholic churches. Some of those beautiful churches and cathedrals in the whole world. Love y'all. Love the architecture you put out. Love a lot of the good... You love a lot of you. And I'm not just saying that. I'm not just saying that to save face or to like play both sides of the fence. I authentically love you guys. I'll fight alongside of you in the wars to come against Satan and his minions. But I do not want you to just be in charge of our government. I think bad things happen. We've had 2 Catholic presidents and both have been embarrassingly horrible. Like degenerate, pedophilic, degenerate drunks. Incapable of leading, like really bad on issues that matter, you know? 0 for 2. Catholics are 0 for 2 as our president, you know? And this guy might have been 0 for 3, whoever this guy was.
Man is
they're
fighting
talking about.
for his life. He's been shot in the stomach. And despite the best efforts of surgeons at the hospital, his condition is clearly getting worse. His lawyers have gathered at his bedside. You understand this is your last will and testament, Arnold? Yes, yeah. I want to make sure Inez is looked after. Carolyn can take care of herself. Okay, it's done. Inez will get 1/6 of the estate for a decade. After that, it reverts to the firm. Yeah, Inez, the firm. Hey, we'll need some witnesses here, impartial ones. Nurse, can you get one of the others to come over here quick? The dying man is Arnold Rothstein. He's 46 years old and one of the richest men in the
Early
city.
life check?
2 days earlier, New York City police...
Can we hit an early life check on that?
Outside the Park Central Hotel. We need you to ask Mr. Rothstein if he understands what he's doing and is of sound and competent
Can we hit
mind.
an early life
So
check on
ask
that?
him if he understands it's his will, his final will. Okay? Mr. Rothstein, do you understand this is your will? Huh? Whose will is this, Mr. Rothstein? Oh, my will. My will. He's barely able to hold a pen, but he signs the papers. There. It's done. 2 police detectives step forward. Mr. Rothstein, we understand you're very sick, but we need to know who did this to you. Rothstein says nothing. Was it Dutch Schultz? Was it Titanic Thompson? Tell us and we'll make sure he serves a hard
Those
time
sick
for what
names.
he's done to you. Rothstein looks at the detective. You stick to your trade, and I'll stick to mine. Who did it, Mr. Rothstein? Me mother did it. And that was all the cops could get out of him. Rothstein died later that day, taking the name of his killer to the grave. Still, there was no shortage of possible suspects who might have wanted him dead. See, Rothstein wasn't just any old rich guy. He was one of the most famous bootleggers of the 1920s, and one of the most powerful mob leaders in American history. Throughout his career, he was known by several different names. Mr. Big, the man uptown, the big bankroll.
Demon Hunter in the chat. I never thought I'd die fighting side by side with a Catholic. What about side by side with a friend? I can do that. Yes. Perfect. Perfect. Dude, I just fully decimated and conquered this dude. I took his capital and I drove him out of Spain entirely. He had all of Spain, and I just conquered him thoroughly. Burned his cities to the ground. I am now rebuilding his cities that I decimated. And this fat dude, this fat power lifter, this fat power lifter over here is going to come into my face and say, and throw some smack around. The dirty vermin. You calling me and my people vermin? Yeah, you will pay for this in time is my response. And I have to deal with both you and Mongolia? Yeah, you have to deal with both me and Mongolia. You're not even on your home continent anymore. This vermin over here just thoroughly drove you out. I just St. Patricked you. I just St. Patrick the snake out of Spain this time, not Ireland. I just drove the dirty snakes out of Spain and into Africa. And you're going to come at me throwing insults? So yeah, Indonesia, Persia down here, Polynesia. His capital is really right here, Honolulu. He's really a North African. He's just made he's been colonizing. He's just been colonizing in the Baltic Sea. And sorry, let me make these trade deals real quick. He's been colonizing and creeping up on me. I might need to go to war with him and probably, honestly, Persia and Indonesia again. If they're talking smack, send them a little bit of a message. And see what you do is, so this is actually what I might do. This is probably my strategy right now, is this new Navy I'm building up here. My two cities right here are going to start pumping out a bunch of Navy units. Got a bunch of frigates and privateers coming. I'm probably going to build a new Navy. And what you really want to do is you get upgrades and bonus perks for the more battles you fight, right? So I'm actually probably going to just send my Navy almost just to practice, almost just to get their skills up. I might come and just bomb the crap out of these two cities. Just keep doing it just to get my guys battle tested and battle ready and get some perks and some upgrades and just leave them. I'm not even going to invade them. But if you leave them so bad, in such a bad state where they're easily conquerable, what that'll probably do is make Mongolia actually come invade them for me. So I might just send my Navy down here and just start bombing the crap out of these two cities, just to get me some experience, my Navy some fighting experience, and then also just to almost lure other countries in to come invade them and conquer them for me. Because I think I did kind of make people mad and jumpy by conquering all of Spain. And so I don't want to conquer these two. And I don't want to be in Africa. I think also, too, if I invade into Africa, that is also really going to make Siam scared of me. That's going to make Persia hate me more. That's going to make Mongolia scared of me. But if I just stay right here for now, if I just stay on this side of the ocean, I think they're kind of chill. I think they're kind of okay, you do you over there. You're fighting your neighbors up there in your land. Okay, you go fight your wars in your lands. But the second I start invading and conquering or raising these cities, that's, I think, when the red flags get raised. But I think if I just bomb the crap out of them and let someone else, like Mongolia, come up and conquer them, I'm pretty sure I don't acquire the same amount of fear and anger from these other African countries, which is what I want to limit. I don't want them mad at me. I want them mad at each other and fighting each other. I don't want them mad at me and teaming up against me,
Before Prohibition, he'd been into gambling, a casino owner, a bookmaker, and a racetrack investor. He had a reputation for fixing sports events and making a lot of money on the outcome. When their Chicago White Sox, the team with the best record in baseball at the time, lost the 1919 World Series to the Cincinnati Reds, it raised suspicions that Rothstein had bribed them to throw the games. 8 White Sox players were eventually banned for life for taking part in the conspiracy which became known as the Black Sox Scandal, but it could never be proven that Rothstein was involved. Still, if gambling made his name, it was Prohibition that made Rothstein's fortune. By the time he died, he was worth more than $10 million, $140 million at today's value. As Prohibition failed to stop people from drinking, bootlegging had become big business. And like Rothstein, many of the most successful businessmen were gangsters. American History Tellers is sponsored by Audible. Listen to a new bold take on George Orwell's classic 1984 on Audible, starring an epic cast with Andrew Garfield, Cynthia Erivo, Andrew Scott, and featuring Tom Hardy as Big Brother. Plus, a haunting original score by Matthew Bellamy and Ilan Ishkari that takes this thrilling production to the next level. Experience an immersive listening experience like nothing you've heard before. A chilling tale of constant surveillance, thought police, and rebellion, now more relevant than ever. Big Brother is watching and listening. Hear why those who control the past control the future. Listen to George Orwell's 1984 on Audible now. Go to audible.com/Big Brother. American History Tellers is sponsored by Dell Technologies. Now your ideas don't have to wait. Now they have everything they need to come to life. Dell Technologies and into now. We're continuing. We're continuing American History Tellers with our 6-episode series about Prohibition. This is part 5, Down and Out. In this episode, we'll look at the rise of organized crime in response to the massive demand for alcohol and how the tide started to turn against the national experiment to go dry. By the late 1920s, it was becoming clear to almost everyone that Prohibition as it stood wasn't working. Americans were still drinking. In fact, now they were drinking as much as before the 18th Amendment was passed. More than any other actor that had come along before, bootlegging, under Prohibition, allowed American street gangs to transform into massive, lucrative, organized crime enterprises. To some people, the mob bosses who ran them were heroes, breaking an unjust law to give the people what they wanted. But it came at a cost: extortion, kidnapping, and murder. What was the fuel that drove it all? Liquor from Canada, which the gangs imported in large quantities. The stream of smuggled whiskey from Canada increased steadily throughout the late 1920s. The province of Ontario had long been a big whiskey producer, until passing its own prohibition in 1916. But after its repeal in 1927, Ontario was back in the liquor business. Canadian distillers were eager to get back to work and start supplying their supposedly dry neighbor to the south. And the fact that it was illegal in the U.S. didn't stop them. As Harry C. Hatch, a Canadian spirits tycoon, famously said, "The Volstead Act does not prevent us from exporting at all. It prevents someone from over there from importing. There's a difference." At the outset of Prohibition, most bootleggers had brought alcohol from Canada by water, carried by small boats. If they were stopped, the smugglers would claim that they were headed for Cuba. These supposedly Cuba-bound boats, though, often made several trips per day across the Detroit, Niagara, or St. Lawrence rivers. And then they docked in border towns
get our
like
production
Buffalo
up a little
and
bit.
Ogdensburg, New York.
Just get my production up a little bit. A little boost of the economy, a little boost of my science and technology. Yeah, these offenses alone are worth invading Canada. Yeah. Canada just needs to get conquered already. We need to just go ahead and annex Canada. Yeah, we're going to boost a little bit of our economy here. We're going to keep building our Navy up. And then after we boost our industrial capacity a little bit, get a little bit of our sciences and our technology up a little bit, make sure our economy stays really stable. Once this golden age ends up here, this is going to drop a little bit, my money. So I'm trying to hoard money right now. I'm trying to build up and save a little bit of money and just make sure my economy stays good. Got to keep my happiness good. We're good right now. We were struggling early on with our happiness and our money, and therefore that kind of affects your science and your R&R, your research department, your development of technology. So we're slacking. So we got to catch up on that. We've got to pause right now. No one's an immediate threat to our empire. So we've got some time to kind of chill, regroup, get our industry up, our production up, get our economy up, our sciences up. And basically I'm preparing for maybe in 20 turns, we'll probably start going after it. You're going to see me just start pumping out military units, pumping out ships, pumping out like riflemen and cannons and stuff. But as of right now, my cities, I'm trying to win this World's Fair, which is going to help a lot with that. It's going to give me a enormous boost to culture. It's going to give me, an enormous boost of, it's going to give me a free social policy, which will be sick. And then it'll help me get my next golden age, which will help with my economy, So I'm really trying to make sure I get that for sure. I'm pretty sure I already won it. I just got to make sure I don't lose it here. This World's Fair thing. It's kind of hard to explain. But the more production, like see how my city is not doing anything but producing the World's Fair. So the more like I sacrifice my city's production and contribute to the World's Fair, you get, when I move, it's not going to say, but like that number that says 1448 in green, that's like my total amount of production that I've contributed to the World's Fair. So usually I think when you're about at like 1,500, that pretty much guarantees that you won it. But I usually like to get up to like 16, 18, maybe 2,000 just to be sure. But I know we're going to get it. We're going to make it say like 1,800. And I think number 2 is going to be like 800. It's going to make me mad that I wasted it. But I just really want to make sure and guarantee that I get first place. Not take the risk of getting second place.
These towns became important crossings with
So
sophisticated
yeah, this is a little boring,
organized crime networks
but this is
set
like
up
the
to
setup to
distribute
me
the
building
booze
my
to the
next
rest of the
wave
states.
of an army,
Eventually, cars replaced boats as the main way to smuggle
getting the
booze
health of my
across the border.
empire up.
Bootleggers used the newly completed Ambassador Bridge and tunnel that connected Windsor, Ontario with Detroit. Michigan outlawed alcohol a few years before national prohibition went into effect. As a result, the smuggling and bootlegging operations there were already established by 1920, particularly in Detroit, where criminal organizations flourished. The most famous of these organizations was led by 4 brothers, Abe, Joe, Raymond, and Izzy Bernstein. The brothers had grown up in extreme poverty and had started stealing as a way to survive. But over the years, their crimes had gotten bigger, and they gained a reputation for being both fearless and ruthless. Even as youngsters, the brothers were more daring, more outrageous, and more violent than others. They're tainted, bemoaned a shopkeeper recently victimized by the crew. They're not like other kids their age. They's rotten, purple like the color of bad meat. And that's how the Purple Gang got their name. The gang smuggled much of their alcohol from Canada. They would hijack other gangs' trucks and drive them over the frozen ice of the Detroit River to pick up shipments. That earned them another nickname, the Jewish Navy. And the Purples weren't just involved in illegal alcohol. Back in 1924, the gang had also run an extortion ring that targeted the city's dry cleaners and laundry workers. In what became known as the Cleaners and Dryers War, they enforced their shakedown with theft, vandalism, and even stink bombs. In 1925, when the owners of Novelty Cleaners and Empire Cleaners refused to pay up, the Purples dynamited both businesses and murdered their owners.
The hand rubbers are at it again. Hand rubbers are at it again, boys. Yeah, just a quick note. I don't know if you saw that, but I just made a peace deal. Happened real quick, but these guys, the big bad number 1, the Ottomans, dude, they're a threat, dude. They're by far the biggest, baddest, strongest in the game right now. No one's doing anything about it. And at some point, I'm going to have to do something about it. The end game war is going to really turn into me versus the Ottomans, for sure, to like win this game. The one thing I have going for me is that his economy sucks right now. And I think it's because he has an enormous military and he's conquering. And so it's making his empire like a little more like unstable and unhappy. But once he's going to capture this capital right here, that's going to solidify him as being number 1. And I'll be number 2. And he's just got such a capacity for like science, technology, and pumping out military and stuff. And these Ottoman Jews over here are crushing. But what I just did is I just made peace with him, solidified our friendship, and I made a defensive pact. So if anyone attacks him, I go to war instantly with them. No one's going to attack him, so that's not really a thing. But if anyone attacks me, so that's really what I wanted to do. That if anyone comes here and attacks me, tries to cheap shot me, or start some stuff with me, they instantly have to go to war with Ottomans. which will, I mean, that just would be dumb for them to do that. But that's also going to prevent anyone from doing that. Like, nobody's going to go to war now at all with me or the Ottomans, because you're going to have the two biggest armies teaming up against you, you know. So me and the Ottomans basically just with that agreement solidified that, like, nobody's going to be attacking us at all for a while. So, yeah. So I can kind of just chill for a second, regroup, move some military units around, rebuild my military, get my economy up, my science up, and, you know, don't really have to worry about, like, anyone attacking me or cheap shotting me right now. So we're in a good place. We just really do have to... what I really do need to do is, at some point, really build up and get the biggest, baddest military and start making some power moves. The more I think about it, the more I am probably going to come get these 6 cities right here and just drive Polynesia out of Italy, out of Europe entirely. And he can just come back over here in the south. If they really, really want to start some crap, like if Persia really wants to keep talking some crap, I'll probably come conquer Mangareva and then come over and conquer Persepolis when I get like a big enough military to do that. But that's like my long term. I'm not really like eager to do that. But at some point I'll probably have to come down, conquer this city, and then come conquer their capital and just shut them up. Raise the cities around and just kind of send a message that, you know, you come with the king, you best not miss, you know. But yeah, the more I think about it, the more I probably do want to come here and just get these guys out of here. Not only add these cities to my empire, make like more of a buffer, and really just lock down this whole, not only access to this sea, in and out of this sea, drive him out of Europe entirely. There's like two things that would help. But then if you just look at the map down here, like look at this map, I'm going to point here. Basically, I'd make a line here, right? Like starting here, like I'd basically like my front, my defensive area. Right now, currently, it's like this, pretty much. It's all the Spanish coast and the French coast, and then I have this, which is why I'm moving right now a bunch of my navy and military to Tyre and to Patmos. Because right now, really, my sphere of influence, my sphere of defense is kind of like this. Right here. But if I could really thoroughly destroy and eliminate Polynesia, my sphere of influence would go all the way like here, basically. And I wouldn't even need to touch Arabia. They would just be inside of my sphere of influence, not a threat to me. But if I could conquer all of Arabia at some point, all of these cities right here, I would have, I mean, all of Spain, all of France, all of Switzerland and Germany over here, pretty much all the Baltics, all of Italy. And at that point, I could really just sit back and play defense and just only go on the offensive and be in a really strong position getting ready for the endgame war, which is going to eventually turn into me versus the Ottomans. For sure.
Detroit might not have been called Murder City back then, but with this violence, it was beginning to get a reputation. As big as Detroit was, the real capital of crime was its bigger, wealthier neighbor, Chicago. 1920s Chicago was a huge, rapidly growing metropolis. At its center, poorer European immigrants lived packed together, far from the suburbs and the homes of the city's wealthier residents. After Prohibition went into effect, many of the city's bars had simply taken down their signs, but carried on serving alcohol. But keeping these speakeasies going required a steady supply of booze from Detroit. Most of that contraband was being delivered to one customer, Al Capone. Alphonse Gabriel Capone grew up in Brooklyn, where he ran with several gangs, including the Junior 40 Thieves.
I don't know why I forgot. I totally forgot that I could build pagodas.
He was known as Scarface, a nickname he got because of a bar fight he got into as a teenager.
That was dumb.
And the story says a lot about how Capone operated for the rest of his life. When Capone was 18, he had gotten a job as a waiter about a block away from the Coney Island Boardwalk at a dive bar dance hall called the Harvard Inn, owned by a local gangster named Frankie Yale. One hot August night in 1917, a young woman named Lena Gallicino was at the bar with her brother Frank. She noticed a man staring at her. Frank, that waiter is staring at me. Can you ask him to stop? She's talking about Capone. Frank motions for him to come over, which he does. But before Frank can say anything, Capone is coming on to Lena, loud enough for people at other tables to hear. You got a nice ass, honey, and I mean that as a compliment, believe me. Frank is incensed. I won't take that from nobody. Apologize to my sister now, you hear? Come on, buddy, I'm only joking. This is no joke, mister. Capone suddenly turns, his face white with anger. Capone starts moving towards Galluccio. He's bigger, and if there's a fist fight, then Capone wins. But there wasn't going to be a fist fight. In an instant, Galluccio lunges at Capone, slashing at his neck and face with a pocket knife. Capone falls to the floor, blood gushing from 3 deep cuts. He was lucky to live. The injury was serious, as were the scars. Al Capone hated those scars that gave him the nickname. He usually told people he got them in France during the war, not from a bar fight. As for Frank Galluccio, he was lucky. Others who later tangled with Capone didn't live to tell the tale. In 1919, Capone got into an argument with a member of a rival gang. Unsurprisingly, things got heated, and quickly. Capone beat the man, savagely, leaving just a heap of bleeding flesh behind. When word of the beating got around, the excess of violence brought too much heat for his bosses. For his own protection, and that of his new wife, Capone's superiors sent him to Chicago to work for a gangster named Papa Johnny Torrio.
Oh, Sevens from Might Be Wrong in the chat.
At the time,
How's it going,
there were
brother?
at least a dozen gangs competing for the alcohol business in Chicago. Torrio's organization was one of the largest. They operated out of Chicago's South Side and a suburb called Cicero. Torrio's biggest rival was the Irish-run North Side gang, run by Dean O'Banion. Torrio attempted to avoid all-out turf wars with O'Banion by making concessions on the South Side, sharing profits in some of the outfit's activities, including some of its revenues from beer and from its lakefront casino, The Ship. But instead of repaying the favor, O'Banion sold him a brewery that was about to get raided by the cops. Torrio was promptly arrested. To the members of his gang, it looked like a setup. Torrio's arrest sparked a bloody gang war that became known as the Chicago Beer Wars. By the time the dust settled, O'Banion was dead, and Torrio, after narrowly surviving an assassination attempt, decided it was time to get out and retire to Italy. Torrio handed the business over to Capone in 1926. By 1928, with Capone at the head, the Chicago outfit was raking in $1 million a year. He was only 29 years old. Al Capone stands out because he was more colorful than almost any mob boss in history. He relished the limelight. He spoke with reporters. He was known for wearing custom suits and flashy jewelry. And he conducted his public affairs with a certain flair. He was also popular because he cultivated an image of himself as a man of the people, a Robin Hood of sorts. He created school milk programs for poor kids and gave generously to charities. Capone didn't deny he was making his money by breaking the law. In fact, he seemed to relish telling people what he was doing. He once said, "Nobody wanted prohibition. This town voted 6-1 against it. Somebody had to throw liquor on that thirst. Why not me?" It's 1928, and you're a reporter for the Chicago Herald-Examiner. Personally, you like a drink or two after work, but your newspaper is still in favor of prohibition. You're waiting outside the Lexington Hotel on Chicago's South Loop, where Al Capone is staying. Your editor knows that the paper sells when Capone's on the cover, so it's your job to get a quote from him. After waiting around for a while, a car pulls up outside and Capone gets out. He's hard to miss, a big man in a flashy suit with a couple of bodyguards on each side. "Mr. Capone, some say you're breaking the highest law of the land, the Constitution. What do you say to that?" "Who doesn't? The only difference between me and everyone else is that I take more chances than the average man who has a cocktail before dinner and a flock of highballs after him." "You're saying everyone breaks the law?" "Sure they do. But there's a difference between rich and poor people breaking the law. When I sell liquor, they call it bootlegging. When they serve it on silver trays on Lakeshore Drive, they call it hospitality." Capone winks at you and saunters into the hotel lobby, his entourage in tow. Despite his criminality, despite his reputation for violence, you find yourself admitting he's got a point. Capone had a real knack for PR. A brawling gangster in his youth, he had reinvented himself as a charming, roguish, modern anti-hero. To a lot of people in Chicago, he was just a guy making money off an unfair law that nobody wanted in the first place. Plus, he was supplying the liquor that kept the city wet and the speakeasies running, which to a lot of people was a good thing. In 1928, Capone was a millionaire many times over, and one of the most powerful and famous men in America. He had been flouting the law for years, not just making a mockery of prohibition, but making a killing off of it. But that fame and power meant nothing when the real force of the law came down on him. It wasn't the Chicago Crime Commission. It wasn't the FBI or the Department of Justice. Al Capone was finally stopped by the IRS. American History Tellers is sponsored by the podcast Expedition
Taxman will
Unknown.
get you, bro.
Did you know that there's proof that Robin Hood might have used
Taxman will
that
always
phrase,
get you.
"The year I get healthy," you might say, or "the year of my health," that are actually things I can accomplish at 100%.com. On that day, Chicago police made a... The events of February 14, 1929 would come to be known as the St. Valentine's Day Massacre. On that day, Chicago police made a gruesome discovery. 7 men had been gunned down in a warehouse in the Lincoln Park district.
There it goes.
6 of them were dead, but 1 was still alive. His name was Frank Gusenberg. He was an enforcer for the North Side Gang. His brother Peter was also...
So there it goes. So the Iroquois Jews just lost their capital, Onondaga. And that means that for sure... So we now are both tied with 2 capitals. We have our own. He now has the Ethiopia, or the Ethiopian. He now has the Iroquois Jews capital. I have my capital. And I have Indonesia's capital. So those are like 2 victory points. So whoever gets all the capitals wins. Or if you can get enough votes in like the World Congress, you win. That's how I have this game set up. So he's got 2 victory points. I have 2 victory points. So technically we're tied right now for first. But again, he has like by far the biggest, strongest empire with the biggest, strongest military. His economy kind of sucks, but he's way ahead of me in like military technology and just overall technology. And he's got a bigger empire. See what I tell you. So stupid. So yeah, see, I spent way too much time ensuring that I got first place. Second place was not even at 700. I more than doubled the second place. So that was just, I mean, that's not the end of the world. I just lost some production. I could have been building other buildings or other units. But whatever. I guaranteed that I got a huge boost now to my culture for the next 20 turns, which is big. I got a free social policy, and I got 500 points towards my golden age. So the free social policy is awesome. And the boost to my culture is going to give me future social policies. So it's not horrible. It's not the end of the world, but it wasn't the greatest spending that much of my time and energy building the World Congress, the World's Fair. Yeah, we'll get back to it. In
the warehouse that night, but Peter was dead by the time the police arrived. Frank was shot 14 times, but was somehow still breathing. He was taken to the hospital, and doctors managed to get him stabilized long enough for police to ask him who had shot him. His response? "No one shot me." And 3 hours later, he was dead. Al Capone himself was far away in Florida that night, but that didn't stop the city's newspapers from linking him to the killings. And there were plenty of reasons to suspect Capone and his gang were behind the murders. There was a lot of bad blood between them and the Northside Gang, dating back to the Chicago Beer War days. But the police found nothing, and no one, not Capone or any other mobster, was ever tried for the St. Valentine's Day Massacre. For many Chicagoans, the gruesome killings were the final straw. A few months later, a delegation of city bigwigs went to Washington, D.C. to meet with President Hoover to ask him for his help in bringing down Capone. Hoover had come to office as a supporter of Prohibition. He seemed to know that making it work was more complicated than just clamping down on a few bootleggers and gangsters. In his inaugural address in 1929, he said there would be little traffic in illegal liquor if only criminals patronized it. He'd set up an 11-person panel of judges, law enforcement officials, and academics. The Wickersham Committee, as it became known, was tasked with studying prohibition and non-compliance and making recommendations on how to improve it. But what he heard from the Chicago group stirred Hoover to action. He would later write about the visit in his memoirs. He said the group told him that, quote, Chicago was in the hands of the gangsters, that the police and magistrates were completely under their control, that the governor of the state was futile, and the federal government was the only force by which the city's ability to govern itself could be restored. The president was outraged that a major city was being run by the mob. He agreed to help and asked the attorney general to put together a task force to catch Capone. After that, Hoover met every day with his top advisors, including Andrew Mellon, secretary of the Treasury Department, which had oversight of the Bureau of Prohibition. Each meeting began with Hoover asking the same question: have you got that fellow Al Capone yet? One man trying hard to answer that for Hoover was Chicago's crime commissioner, Frank Lash. At this point, Lash was nearly 80 years old, with a long career in Chicago, and had built a reputation as a straight-talking lawman. He believed that to bring down Al Capone the man, he would first have to bring down Al Capone the myth. To do that, he went after the mobster in the court of public opinion, taking every chance he got to publicly criticize him as a dangerous criminal. Lash's own views on crime were muddled by a strong anti-immigrant prejudice. He once claimed that real Americans weren't gangsters. Crime waves stem from immigrants, with, in his words, the Jews furnishing the brains, and the Italians supplying the brawn. In 1930, Lash began publishing a list of hunted criminals.
This guy gets
and
it.
Capone was at the top.
He's just like me.
Public enemy number 1.
He's just like me.
One of the reasons the Bureau of Prohibition was having such little success in clamping down on the liquor trade was rampant corruption in law enforcement. To deal with this, the Bureau decided it needed to bring in the cleanest cops they could find, and among this new wave was Elliot Ness, a young Bureau agent from Chicago. Ness personally selected a team of 9 men that he thought were above reproach and immune to the temptations of bribery or blackmail. When Al Capone unsuccessfully attempted to bribe members of his team with a sum close to the agent's annual salary, Ness held a press conference to share the news of the incident. The Chicago press gave them their new name, the Untouchables. But while Ness and his colleagues gained a lot of press and acclaim for pursuing the mob kingpin through raids on stills and small charges like contempt of court, the lesser-known law enforcement professionals who actually led to Capone's demise were Assistant U.S. Attorney Mabel Willebrandt and Chicago U.S. Attorney George Johnson. It was Willebrandt.
So, the Jews in Turkey that were fighting made peace. Hiawatha is basically non-existent at this point. He just conquered so much of his land. He's got this little island. Where is it? Crete? He's got this little island. He lost his holy city and his capital. That's the holy city for Judaism. This is a strategically good city. You know, Constantinople, you know, it's like the strategically useful, good city. But my guess is Morocco at any minute is going to probably attack because it's now his capital. His defunct capital, his operating capital, not his real capital. But they're probably going to come take. That's a very important piece on the map to control, is that Constantinople pass. And yeah, he's pretty much out. So Indonesia and Iroquois have now lost their capitals, and they've pretty much been reduced to nothing. I mean, Indonesia is just, they're probably less than a city-state at this point. They have no army. They're just 2 cities right here waiting to be conquered at some point by Mongolia. He's got at least a little bit more. He's got an island over here. He's got some big cities that actually have some value to them, some resources and some strategic value to them. But he's also just kind of at a point where he's now kind of just waiting to be conquered by the Ottomans at some point in the future. The Mayans over here could get a little feisty, get a little spicy with them and come invade these cities or come invade these cities. And then Morocco is probably going to come get this city at some point. So, yeah. The Iroquois Jews are pretty much done. They're pretty much eliminated from the game. It's just a matter of time before any of the other main players in the game come start carving up his lands. And honestly, the Mayans should be the ones doing it, because if they don't, they are also screwed. They're also kind of trapped themselves into this very not resource-rich area. And they're kind of sitting ducks. Like, they're kind of able to be attacked from all sides. And they also hold a little bit of strategic importance just having this control over this, over these Greek islands, over the Adriatic Sea. I think it's called the Adriatic Sea, right? Yeah, rip in peace. R.I.P. in peace, the Jeriquois, the Jeriquois, the Jeriquois, the Jeriquois, the Israeli Quai, the Zioquai, the Iroquois Jews. So the Mayans, like if I was the Mayans right now, I would almost like suicidally try to come conquer these two cities right here, these island cities. And then I would try to probably take one or two or both of these. And if they keep sitting here doing nothing, it's literally just a matter of time. Like the Ottomans are coming for you, bro. So you need to build up either like a really strong defensive front so that it's just stupid and or dangerous for someone to attack you, or you need to go on the offensive right now and try to start really expanding. Otherwise, he's going to really start turning into a sitting duck, basically just waiting for the biding his time before the Ottomans come and invade him. And then the Iroquois too, the Jeriquois, the Jewish Iroquois, the Juriquois. They are kind of, again, at this point, just kind of sitting ducks, waiting to be conquered by either the Moroccans, the Ottomans, the Mayans, or all of the above. So they're pretty much out of the game. Also, Japan. Japan started so hot and strong, man. So hot, so strong. And I don't know what worker I just sent. I just accidentally sent a worker, like, to the middle of nowhere. I forgot which one it was. What was I saying? Yeah. So yeah, really at this point, again, it's going to really come down to me versus the Ottomans. But the main players now lying between us, are these three African countries, Siam, Persia, and Polynesia. The Mongols, they really were like the worst starting out. It's kind of crazy because the Mongols were like in last place really early on. And Japan was like in first place really early on. And now Japan is one of the weakest. I mean, they're not super weak. They have some pretty good, strong cities up here. But they really definitely lost. Even though they didn't lose any territory, they definitely lost the war because they didn't win anything when they fought the Moroccans. And they're just being encroached on over here from their east. So they have, these guys are definitely coming for them at some point. The Ottomans are definitely going to come conquer them at some point. So they're kind of just sandwiched between the biggest, baddest, strongest empire and probably the second or third place empire. And they have a history of fighting and being hostile against this empire. So the Japanese are literally just a time bomb. That's just a ticking time bomb of like who's going to pull the trigger first and, be willing to sacrifice a good portion of their military to come conquer these three cities. But at some point, someone's going to do it. Japan is not going to win this game. They're literally just kind of waiting at this point to be conquered. And it's just a matter of who's going to do it. Is it going to be the Ottomans or is it going to be the Moroccans over here? Polynesia, if they keep expanding and like I don't put them in check anytime soon, and they just kind of keep slowly, they could keep creeping up here. They could potentially go to war and take these Mayan country lands. They could come over here. It looks like they're kind of creeping over here on Korea. They could come take these Korean cities. They could even go against their buddies and, you know, backstab their buddies, which they've shown to be willing to do, and come conquer some of these. But the Polynesians, if they start getting feisty and they start getting strategic about like conquering and continuing to expand their empire, they could be a pretty big player, you know, as the game goes on. The Persians are probably, so it's definitely the Ottomans are number one right now. And then there's me, who's probably number two. And then the fight for third place right now is between these four civilizations. It's Morocco, it's Polynesia, and it's these two, the red and the yellow. It's Persia and Siam. So these four, so this red up here, this orange right here, and up here, this red and this yellow, these four countries in the middle of the map are kind of like all four. They could either be in third place or they could be in sixth place, right? Or seventh place, right? They're kind of all about even. So there's the Ottomans, definitely number one. I think I'm definitely number two right now. And then you have four empires that are kind of in the mix for like 3, 4, 5, 6. After that, the Mongols have really done a big comeback. And at this point, they're not really a major threat, just because they don't have a lot of resources and they're in the corner of the map. They don't have a single Navy port, or I guess they have one Navy port. But if they could really start getting aggressive and smart and come take these two cities, that would add a lot to their value, their strategic value, because they would have ports. They'd have access to the Mediterranean, which they're going to need at some point. But also, if they just really started going to war and winning against Siam and against Persia, they could, I mean, if they really start conquering and doing well in war, which they haven't really so far, they've done a decent job. But usually Mongolia is really good at war. And if they can turn on the jets and really go into overdrive and start really going to war and being successful in the wars against Siam and Persia, the Mongols could end up being a pretty formidable opponent that I'd probably have to deal with at some point. But as of right now, they're probably in seventh place. And then you have the Mayans down here, not really doing much. You have the Iroquois, who got off to a hot start, but just got totally destroyed in this latest war against the Ottomans. And then you have Arabia over here. Korea's down here, not doing anything. They're basically just waiting to be invaded. Arabia's up here, not doing anything, kind of just waiting to be invaded. And yeah, Japan too is just kind of over here waiting to be invaded. So, yeah, that's kind of the breakdown of the game as of right now. So yeah, again, it's really going to come down to me versus the Ottomans. It's just like how we're going to get there and what it's going to look like along the way. Honestly, before that war happens, I'm going to want to take out Arabia and make them part of my empire. I'm probably going to want to take out those Polynesian countries that are in Europe and make them part of my empire, just so I can start having more like territory I don't have to worry about being threatening to my borders, and then I just add extra, value, extra resources and extra industrial capacity to my empire, so that when I go to war, I don't have to worry about threats. I can focus all my energy on the Ottomans, and then I can also just continue to, as the war is going on and we're, harming each other and killing each other and destroying each other's military units, I would have enough major cities, valuable cities, that could be replacing all the military units I'm losing. So that's why I'm probably going to have to focus on getting Polynesia. That's probably going to be my next war, is going to war and conquering all of these cities. And then at some point I am going to have to come up here and take these 4 cities, these Arabian cities. And then at that point, after that, I might be able to go after the Ottomans a little bit. I'd at least be able to potentially beat the Ottomans. If I had all 4 of these and I had all of these as well in my empire, I could, at that point, potentially beat the Ottomans. But it just depends. The Ottomans could keep, as I'm doing that, they could come take more. They could come take Japan and Korea, and then yeah. There's a lot that could still happen along the way.
It became known
But
as
we're
the
kind of racing towards an end game here that's going to end up being me versus the Jewish Ottomans. The Christian Ethiopians versus the Jewish Ottomans for the victory. And it's just a matter of like how we're going to get there and what's going to happen along the
First
way.
Lady of Law, who came up with the idea to go after Capone not for bootlegging, but for tax evasion. Because in 1927, the Supreme Court had ruled that the Treasury Department could demand income tax from bootleggers, even though the income was earned through illegal activities. That was no reason the government couldn't still tax it. With patient and diligent legal work, the government began building a solid tax evasion case against Capone. One of the biggest pieces of evidence came from his own lawyers. His defense team had been trying to negotiate with the Internal Revenue Service. Crucially, the lawyers admitted that Capone had not declared at least $100,000 per year in income. It amounted to a confession of guilt. They had it on paper that he'd failed to pay tax on the money he'd made. In October 1931, Capone was sentenced to 11 years in prison for tax evasion. He was furious. He raged that he'd never heard of anyone getting more than 5 years for tax evasion, and that he was being punished for something else entirely. He wasn't wrong about that. American History Tellers is sponsored by NetSuite. Quick math. The less your business spends on operations, on multiple systems, on delivering your product or service, the more margin you have in HR efficiency, being a one-of-a-kind.
Save over 16 ethically sorted.
By 1929, alcohol consumption in the United States had almost rebounded to pre-prohibition levels. And even those who had access to safe alcohol were developing unsafe drinking habits, like drinking in unregulated establishments and binge drinking. Unsure of when they might next have a chance to drink alcohol, people were drinking a lot, all at once, and it was a public health nightmare. And with crime on the rise too, public opinion was turning against prohibition. But Congress was still all in. In May 1929, the Republican-controlled Congress was still committed to shoring up prohibition. It passed the Jones-Stocker Bill, which turned violations of the Volstead Act into felonies, punishable by up to 5 years in prison and $10,000 penalties, almost $150,000 in today's money. Prohibition's critics pointed out that this would disproportionately affect poor people who'd be hauled in and charged with low-level alcohol sales. One U.S. attorney objected that the criminal justice system was already full of a seething mass of bartenders, peddlers, and waiters. And even some moderate Republicans thought this tough-on-crime approach went too far. Republican National Committee woman Pauline Sabin had been a supporter of prohibition when it first came into effect. She once said that she believed a world without liquor would be a beautiful world. Now, though, she was concerned that the next generation was growing up with a total lack of respect for the law. The young see the law broken at home and upon the street. Can we expect them to be lawful? Sabin had come to the conclusion that prohibition was unenforceable. She founded the Women's Organization for National Prohibition Reform in Chicago, rallying the support of society ladies and moderate Republicans. Her campaign was featured in The New Yorker, Vogue, and on the cover of Time magazine. After 10 years of poisoning deaths, vigilante raiders, street violence, and an increasing disrespect for the law, people were ready for change. Even those who originally supported prohibition were coming out in favor of reform, even full repeal. The influential Hearst newspaper chain offered a cash prize for the essay presenting the best solution to the problems posed by prohibition. Out of 70,000 submissions, the paper's editors chose an essay written by Judge Franklin Chase Hoyt of New York, entitled The Effect of Prohibition in Juvenile Court Work, in which he argued for the legalization of beer and wine. The essay competition signaled a massive change in editorial policy for the paper. Up until then, all William Hearst newspapers had supported prohibition. But a decade in, Hearst suddenly decided it had been a failure that created, in his words, criminal conditions. Hearst's pivot and how it affected the view of prohibition in the pages of his newspapers was a turning point in public opinion. And it wasn't just the newspapers changing their tune. There were plays depicting drinking and gambling in a more positive light, not to mention the booze-soaked novels of F. Scott Fitzgerald and Ernest Hemingway. Even the motion picture industry, which has started out with temperance dramas and reenactments of anti-alcohol plays, were now crossing over to the wet side. A couple of telling examples were Our Dancing Daughters and Our Modern Maidens, two silent films from the late 1920s that feature young women enjoying a night out. Unlike the films that Hollywood had been churning out before, these didn't end with a commentary on the evils of alcohol. Tinseltown had turned against temperance. Even legendary Georgia fiddler Lo Stokes knew the score. He put it bluntly,
Prohibition is a failure, most anyone can see. For whiskey sold in every town in the good old USA. Oh, the policeman will arrest you, he'll lock you up in jail. He'll drink up all your liquor and turn you out on bail.
but supporters of Prohibition didn't take this renewed campaign for reform lying down. Audiences in 1929 might have seen newsreels of evangelical preacher Billy Sunday speaking in Boston titled, "Billy Sunday Burns Up the Backsliding World."
Civilization and society rests on morals. Morals rest on religion.
Billy
Religion
Sunday was
rests
awesome,
on the
bro.
Bible and faith in God and in Jesus Christ. America needs a tidal wave of the old-time religion. America needs to be taken down to God's bathhouse and the hose turned on her. And I want to take a pledge in this audience to join me in a pledge that you will never rest until this old God-hating, Christ-hating, whiskey-soaked, Sabbath-breaking, blaspheming, infidel, bootlegging old world is bound to the cross of Jesus Christ by the golden chains of love.
The temperance groups which had put such effort into passing the 18th Amendment found themselves now campaigning just as hard against repeal. Ella Boole, the president of the Women's Christian Temperance Unit, started directly lobbying politicians and endorsing dry candidates. She made regular appearances on the radio, and she accused politicians of hypocrisy and double dealing. But then, in late 1929, America went over a cliff.
The Wall Street panic, in my opinion, it had to come. Stock speculation had become crazy.
On Monday, October 29th, 1929, the Dow Jones Industrial Average lost 13% of its value. The following day, it did not recover. Instead, it lost an additional 12%, earning it the name Black Tuesday. The incredible gains in the stock market of the previous decade had fooled many into a false sense of security. Average middle-class investors who hadn't been able to resist the lure of fast money had poured their savings into stocks and shares. They were encouraged by economists who predicted that the stock market's high value was the new normal. The foundations of that prosperity, however, weren't as solid as they looked. Middle-class Americans had borrowed heavily to pay things for like new homes and cars. While the economy was growing, that debt wasn't very important. But when the economy started to slow down, more and more Americans found themselves unable to pay back the money they owed. The stock market crash brought the
Sounds
whole house of cards
weirdly
tumbling down. About
familiar.
$25 billion was lost in the crash, translating into about $350
sounds
billion in today's dollars.
kind of like
Wealthy investors
what's
suddenly
going
found
on
themselves
right now.
penniless.
No, that
Bankrupt
couldn't be it.
stockbrokers threw themselves off buildings on Wall Street.
That couldn't
But
be
it was
it.
the middle and working classes who suffered the most.
Ooh. Ooh.
Imagine it's 19.
All right. We got some wars taking. This is the turn of war, man. So Polynesia declared war on the Iroquois. That makes sense. They're weak. That makes sense. They're weak. Let me rattle this down. Polynesia declares war on the Iroquois Jews. Arabia's all right. You want to talk some smack, bro? I was chilling on you for a second. I was chilling on you, bro. I was gonna leave you alone, and now because you were friendly and nice to me and give me favorable trade deals. But you want to sit there, you dirty little Arabs, want to sit there in your little fancy thrones and your little gardens and talk some smack. You want to talk some smack? We're coming for you, bro. As he and Siam, so Arabia, the Arabs, Arabia and Siam declare war on Indonesia. So he's going to go to war with Indonesia, and then he's going to also simultaneously talk some smack against me. So that kind of settles that. I was, you guys saw me. I changed my mind. I was going to be a nice guy. I was like, you know what? You're being friendly with me. You're being cool and chill. I'll leave you alone. I'll focus my sights. I'll move my army over here and kind of focus my sights on Polynesia. But if you're going to be next to me, if you're going to be this close, I mean, our borders don't quite touch yet, but we're basically touching right here. I mean, there's only a little bit of a mountain range separating us right now. You're going to talk some smack and you're going to put your empire that close to my borders. You're going to put your empire that close to my borders. And then you're going to talk some smack at me after I've been nothing but nice to you. I've been nothing but a friend to you. That kind of settles that, man. I'm really going to have to start building up an army here in Ephesus, an army and a navy, and come conquer you. I'm going to have to come neutralize you as a potential threat to me going forward. And so whenever these cities are kind of done rebuilding, I'm going to have to, for sure, build up a little bit of an army and come for your throat. Come for your lands and reclaim them as part. I think some democracy needs to be spread to Arabia. I think these dirty little Arabs in Arabia don't know what's good for them. They might need a little democracy. You know what I mean? Sounds like someone needs a little bit of democracy. These dirty little Arabs. Yeah, it's interesting. Everyone's going to war all at once. Yeah. Interesting turn of events here, folks.
30. It's summertime, more than 6 months after the crash.
And that makes sense. I was actually kind of wondering why no one was declaring war on Indonesia, because it's like there's blood in the water here. They're sitting here with two pretty decently valuable cities. I mean, if you conquered them, you'll get gold, you'll get you'll get iron, you'll get coal. Like, he's got resources, and this is a strategic, good place on the map to control. I'm actually really surprised the Mongols haven't just built up an army and come conquer these guys yet, or why Siam hasn't come conquer these yet. So it makes sense that Siam is declaring war now, because the blood's in the water. They smell the blood. They're coming for it. Why would you not? Why would you not come and try to conquer them real quick? And then what this means is Siam is probably better friends with Arabia than they are with me. And what they did is they probably made a trade deal that said, hey, I'm going to go to war with Indonesia. Come join me. And so the fact that they both did this in the exact same turn just means that both of them probably agreed to go to war simultaneously, and really it was Siam who's kind of dictating that, because they're going to want to be the ones that add these two cities to their empire. It's just stranger than the same turn Polynesia declared war on the Jews of the Hiawatha's Jews, which means he's probably going for, again, this is now probably target number one. So out here in the West, this is target number one, is getting these two cities and adding them to your empire. If I'm really, really smart, I probably should have just done that. I probably should have never made peace and just gone and conquered this and added them anyways. But again, as I keep saying, I don't really want my fingers in Africa yet. I want to just chill, be outside of Africa, and have them all fight with each other. So what I really want is for all these African countries to start infighting with each other. I don't want to get involved in it. So I kind of strategically pulled back on conquering these two countries, and hopefully by doing so, that's going to just cause some chaos and destruction between these other countries that are already in Africa. The second best thing on the map is this island, is getting these two countries and adding them. It's just strategically central. It's centrally located, and it would be really smart to just add these two, which are probably very undefended right now. And all the Iroquois would have left are these 4 cities And up here they had a city, right? They have one city up here. I think that's it. But I'm going to guess this is pretty undefended territory right now, and it would be very smart. So it makes sense why Polynesia's doing that, is they're probably going to come conquer these two cities and get control of this island. But with doing that, you're going to set your sights. You're going to set Ottomans are going to be setting their eyes on you. If you come capture this, like Polynesia, like if you're looking at the small map, look at the small map here, where I'm going to point to with my little clicker here. Polynesia's setting up this big empire, like big coastal empire right here in the center of the map. But what you're going to do, Polynesia, is you're now getting the focus of me. You're not getting my attention over here in the west. You're also getting the Ottomans' attention over here in the east, because they're going to want to come this direction. And if you're the only country standing in their way, and they're going to want to spread their influence this way into the Mediterranean, that island is very central to that. So as the Ottomans are coming west, spreading their influence, you're going to be right there. It'd almost be kind of smart to not take them, because you don't really want the Ottomans to focus on you and come after you when you take control of these islands. But they're gonna do it. It's smart and stupid. Depends how they play it, how much damage it inflicts upon them by taking it. But yeah, if they can capture these pretty quick and painlessly, it might not be too bad. If it takes them a long time and costs them a bunch of military units to take it, and then they have to kind of leave it pretty undefended, that'd be pretty dumb, because the Ottomans will be coming any day now. So yeah, just interesting. Bunch of war going on, and I'm over here kicking it. Me and the Ottomans are just kicking it. We both have that defensive pack, remember, where no one's going to attack us, and we're both just like kicking it, chilling. But yeah, with Arabia talking smack like that, I'm going to, for sure, when these cities are kind of done catching up on building some like important buildings, some important institutions that need to be built, when I get a chance, I'm definitely going to start building a navy and an army that's going to come conquer these cities for sure. Come conquer Baghdad, all four, honestly. I just need to take all four of these cities and add them to my empire, so that's going to be happening. That's going to be the next war of mine for sure. Now, they solidified it. If they would have just said nothing, if they would have just chilled and been cool, I would have totally left them alone. I for real would have just like not even considered them a threat and just been focusing my attention more on like the Polynesians over here. Maybe the Siamese, maybe the Persians, if these two countries kept talking smack. But the fact that you want to come at me unprovoked and just like talk some smack, bro, you want to make threats, you're now the focus of my attention. Sir, you have my attention, and that isn't good for you.
On the other side of the country, but the effects of the crash are plain to see all around
Sir,
San Francisco.
you now have my
The
attention.
company you were working for went bust earlier in the year, and you've been out of work ever since. Now, you're behind on your rent, getting desperate. You spent the day walking around the city asking if anyone is hiring, and no one is. To clear your head, you decide to take a walk along the bay. You're not the only one out for a walk, even though it's the middle of a weekday. You see people feeding the seagulls or just staring out at the ships. Unemployment in San Francisco is not as high as the 9% national figure you read in the Chronicle, but it's getting pretty bad here. You stop to admire the line of luxury yachts tied up along the waterfront. Big, sleek, modern boats. Must be nice, you think. You notice a glamorous young woman sitting on a bench watching you. She looks like she could have been in the movies. Want to buy one? She's grinning. You play along. Which one? Are you kidding? They're all for sale. All of them? That's right. Owners paid $500,000 for them years back. Don't have much use for them now that everything went to hell. Now you take a closer look at the boats. There are barnacles on the sides, and the decks are going green for lack of cleaning. Matter of fact, I just sold 2 of them. I think it was a rum runner. Guess how much he paid? How much? $10,000. And you just know he's going to rip out all that nice stuff from inside so he can fill her up with drink. I got my commission, though. That woman standing on the docks is Sally Rand, the famous burlesque dancer. In a few years, she'll make a huge name for herself performing at the Chicago World Fair. Her provocative dances, in which she hides her naked body using only ostrich feathers or balloons, will also see her fall foul of
Yuck.
laws against indecent exposure more than once.
Yeah, good.
But on this day,
Good.
she's earning a 10% commission selling the boats of bankrupt tycoons to bootleggers. Rightly or wrongly, President Hoover was the man everyone blamed for the Great Depression. Hoover's name became synonymous with economic hardship, and the country's many shanty towns, ramshackle huts, and tents for the homeless were all renamed Hooverville. Hoover's response to the economic crisis was further protectionism. He deported unemployed Mexican workers with the Repatriation Act and tried to close all borders to trade. With his backing, Congress passed the Smoot-Hawley Tariff Act in 1930, raising or placing tariffs on some 20,000 imports. But it wasn't enough to save the economy or the politicians. For dozens of Republican congressmen, that was the last legislation of their careers. In the 1930 midterm elections, the Republicans were hammered, losing 52 seats to the Democrats. The number one issue was the economy, of course, but Republicans were also badly hurt by a 5-part tell-all story about the secret drinking habits of the nation's congressmen. Splashed across the front page of the Washington Post right before voters went to the polls, George Cassidy, a D.C. area bootlegger, decided to blow the lid off of Capitol Hill hypocrisy on his way out. For nearly 10 years, I have been supplying liquor at the order of the United States senators and representatives at their offices. Cassidy's piece began, on Capitol Hill, I am known as the man in the green hat. The expose was payback for arrests and raids he had endured over the previous 12 months. His story outlined how he had dealt in large quantities of alcohol, selling to prominent, supposedly dry politicians who bought directly from him, sometimes as early as 9 in the morning. To many, the hypocrisy was astounding. With a little help from the man in the green hat, the Democrats did well in a number of races, winning 8 Senate seats and a sweep of the New York state elections. The mood in the country was turning, and quickly, but the federal government wasn't about to change direction just yet. January 1931 saw the publication of the Wickersham Committee's report, the committee set up by Hoover to look into prohibition. The committee conceded that the so-called Noble Experiment was a disaster, but their solution was just to enforce the law more rigorously. Columnists from the New York World summed up the Wickersham report. Prohibition is an awful flop. We like it. It can't stop what it's meant to stop. We like it. It's left a trail of graft and slime. It don't prohibit worth a dime. It's filled our land with vice and crime. Nevertheless, we're for it. On August 11th, 1932, President Hoover accepted his party's nomination to run for a second term. His speech to the Republican National Convention reaffirmed his commitment to prohibition. The repeal of prohibition would mean the return of the saloon, and with it, what Hoover said was its corruption, its moral and social abuse which debauched the home. The choice was clear. 4 more years of Hoover meant 4 more years of prohibition, but the president was swimming against the tide. What Hoover had called the Noble Experiment was looking more and more like a not-so-noble disaster. From Wondery, this is episode 6 of Prohibition from American History Tellers. On the next episode, the voices of those calling for an end to prohibition become impossible to ignore. But to bring back beer, you're going to have to do something that's never been done before. Repeal a constitutional amendment. American History Tellers is hosted, sound designed, and edited by me, Lindsey Graham, for Airship, with additional production assistance from Derek Behrens. This episode is written by Christine Sismondo, PhD. Executive producers are Hernan Lopez, Marsha Louie, and Ben Adair for Wondery.
Find your American Express card and start earning rewards with cashback and First at American.
We want beer.
Imagine it's 1932. It's the end of your shift working on a huge new construction project in downtown Manhattan, the Rockefeller Center. It's still a year away from being finished, but you can already see what a massive change it's going to have in the area. As you leave the site, you pass the next shift as they come in. You don't recognize many of the faces, but that's not surprising, really, as there are tens of thousands of people working on the project. The pay isn't bad. With so many people out of work, there's no shortage of hands willing to work for almost nothing. But Old Man Rockefeller has promised to pay a decent salary, and you're glad for the job, clearing some of the 200 properties that used to be on the site. You meet up with a friend and head up the street, passing the empty lots. One in particular makes you nostalgic. Man, the nights I had in that place. Sad to see the speakeasies go. You can't find a drink for a mile around. Yeah. Did you know Rockefeller got one of the leases from that mobster who was shot over a card game? What was his name? Al Arnold something. Arnold Rothstein. Guy who fixed the World Series? That's the one. They never did catch the killer, did they? Hey, let's take a detour. I heard about something on the radio. You turn the corner and run straight into a big crowd. What's all this about? Beer. Demonstration to bring back beer. But I had no idea it was going to be this big. It's not just a demonstration. It's a parade. You hurry to the end of the block and push through a crowd of people to the front. There are marching bands, private cars, and even clowns on bicycles. People march down the street, signs above their heads. Beer for prosperity. Repeal the 18th. Beer means work. You can even see a group of Navy sailors carrying a banner that reads, "Keep our ships sailing with a beer tax." Right at the front, leading the whole procession, is the mayor. Now everyone knows New York's mayor, Jimmy Walker, likes a drink or two. He's known as the nightclub mayor. But to see him taking part in such a public campaign against prohibition is still surprising. You and your friend turn to each other and grin. Then you join the chanting. We want beer, beer, beer. We want beer, beer, beer. We want beer. About 150,000 people took part in this Beer for Prosperity parade. The New York March wasn't the only one either.
See, his economy is... So as much as he's like so far ahead, he's like one of the biggest, baddest. We're tied for first technically, but he's like definitely ahead of me in like military and industrial capacity and science and technology. His economy is insane. I mean, he's at negative 223 gold per turn. That's horrible. And what happens is the more you're like negative, the more you're at zero with your reserves like that, and the more negative you are, after X amount of turns, the game will just start destroying units of yours. It'll just start literally like disbanding your military units. And if it's really, really bad, I think they just start selling off your cities. So he might literally just start losing cities and losing his military here if he can't get this under control. But, yeah, it's kind of nuts. See if I can get some aluminum from him, though. Sick. He doesn't have any money to trade for me. That's crazy. Everyone that's friendly with me has a horrible economy. And everyone that's, like, angry at me for some reason... And see, he surprisingly, even though he just got destroyed in that war, he's got a really good economy. His economy for this state of the game is like good. I'm at like where we should be at. I'm about like normal. You should be at about like plus 20, plus 100 in that range. Ish. You need to definitely not be at zero right now. But if you can be, my happiness also is like significantly higher. And that's going to start to drop. So I need to kind of enjoy this while this lasts. But the same thing with my economy is really good right now. After being so bad early on, I've kind of done the right things in the last 100 turns to really turn things around and got my economy in order and got my science. I'm really playing catch up fast on my science and my culture, which is why I really wanted to win that World Congress, because I really wanted to get my culture up. So I'm actually doing really, like, for as good as the Ottomans are, I am doing a very good job of catching up to them. So, other than everyone making me mad and coming after me for some reason, like my boy here, let's go back to being boys, dude. What was your deal? What was your deal, dude?
All over the country in 1932. Before this,
Yeah, we're going to try to make some trade deals. We're probably going to go to war with Indonesia just so I can get some experience for these boats. I want these boats to attack Indonesian units. Maybe I can steal some of the money from these cargo ships and just literally get some practice bombing these cities or their military units and just make them like total sitting ducks and let someone else conquer them, whether it be Siam or whether it be the Mongols, which I kind of realized after I clicked the button that the Mongols came to me and were like, hey, do you want to go to war with these guys? And I said no. What I should have said is yes in 10 turns, because I actually do really want to go to war in 10 turns. And I'd rather like go to war with someone, not just on my own.
Like the nightclub mayor of New York, Jimmy Walker,
whatever.
had sometimes been dismissed as
We'll deal with it.
partiers, just out for a good time. But
We'll
now,
deal with it.
brewing and
We'll make it
selling
work.
beer was promoted as a way to put people back to work. Despite a few big development projects like the Rockefeller Center, there was a desperate need for jobs. And organizers of these parades also argued that bringing back legal alcohol would give the government a huge new source of tax income. To a strapped country, that sounded like a pretty good deal. But the message was one thing. Getting Congress to act would be another. By 1932, signs of opposition to prohibition were everywhere, from big public parades to small individual acts of protest. A small restaurant chain in New York, for instance, started giving customers cardboard beer mugs to hang off the rear view mirrors of their cars. They read, "Beer for Taxation." Anti-prohibition organizations were springing up all over the country.
Who cares,
There was
bro?
the
You're on the other
National
side of the
Order
map and
Camels,
you're weak.
the Personal Liberty
I don't
League,
care what
and
you
the
have to say
Light
about
Wine
it.
and Beer League. These groups took a leaf out of the playbooks of the campaigns that had pushed for prohibition more than a decade earlier. They organized demonstrations, lobbied politicians, and gave media interviews. The Crusaders, a Cleveland-based group, even published its own magazine. They called it the Hot Potato because they said politicians didn't want to touch the controversial issue of prohibition. The two largest groups were the Association Against the Prohibition Amendment and the Women's Organization for...
See, that's... Ooh, here comes Polynesia. Here comes Polynesia. So yeah, they just really... That was, like I said, if they can take these cities as fast as possible, which they did, like it literally in like 2 or 3 turns, they took these 2 cities. So, and they have a pretty formidable navy over here. Polynesia's not... They're going to be annoying for me, for sure. They're going to be annoying for me. But honestly, again, they can't attack me unless they want to start some beef with the Ottomans because of that defensive pact I have. So they're going to want to not touch me or the Ottomans because if they get both of us, they're kind of sandwiched between us. So Polynesia's always going to be a disadvantage because they're like sandwiched between the 2 biggest, most powerful militaries and empires right now. So they can't, and then especially because both those empires have a defensive pact with each other. If they swing one way or the other, if they go to attack the Ottomans or get in war with the Ottomans, or if they swing and try to attack me or get in war with me, they kind of are like in a situation where they're going to be sandwiched between the 2 biggest, baddest empires in town. So it's really smart for them to start going after like the weaker. So if they got these 2 cities pretty quickly and then honestly didn't even worry about these cities, but came and actually kind of got these Mayan 4 cities right here, which they'd be able to. They have a big enough military right now, big enough navy and military to come take these 4 cities. That would be really smart and strategic of them. And or if they came up and got Arabia, or if they came over and started fighting and taking Persia or Siam. But they need to not attack me or not attack the Ottomans or convince us to attack them. So if they can keep kind of poaching and destroying the smaller, weaker people right now and building themselves up, they could end up being a pretty formidable opponent. But if they overreach right now and try to go to war with the Ottomans or they try to go to war with me, that'll be a really big mistake. That would be a big mistake.
National prohibition reform started by Pauline Sabin. Sabin was counting on mobilizing women to repeal the very amendment they'd been so essential in passing. 2 years earlier, she had told Congress, "I am here to refute the contention by dry organizations that all the women of America favor prohibition." And by 1932, her group had grown to more than 1 million members. She went one step further than hanging signs in car windows. She would organize entire motorcades of chauffeur-driven cars to drive around New York State. With repeal flags fluttering, these lines of cars rolled into towns and cities like Rochester, Elmira, and Watkins Glen. In each town, they handed out branded repeal matchbooks and even makeup compacts. Sabin had been a leader in the Republican Party and was no stranger to political campaign work. She put that experience to use, working hard to elect Republican candidates who were in favor of doing away with prohibition. By the time the 1932 election came around, anti-prohibition groups had built enormous political power. Getting the mayor of New York to lead a parade was nice, but they were aiming much, much higher. They wanted to pick the next president. American History Tellers is sponsored by Audible. Listen to a new bold take on George Orwell's level. The support for every. I'm Lindsey Graham.
Such a sick intro.
We're concluding our 6-episode series on prohibition.
Such
With
a
this
sick
episode,
intro.
We want beer. After 12 years of prohibition, all of the alcohol poisoning, rum running, and violence had taken a toll. The majority of the American people wanted to do away with the 18th Amendment. But it would not be easy. After prohibition passed, one of its supporters, Senator Morris Shepherd, had boasted, "There's as much chance of repealing the 18th Amendment as there is for a hummingbird to fly to Mars with a Washington Monument tied to its tail." In fact, no other amendment had ever been repealed in American history.
Man, he's just
But
destroying
with a
that.
wildly unpopular incumbent president, reform groups saw an opportunity.
Ooh, and Africa's at war now. Man, all of Africa's at war. That's crazy. That's pretty crazy. Got a bunch of wars going on. So we have the Persians and the Siamese going after the Mongols. So Siam is at war with the Mongols and the Indonesians. That's pretty crazy. And everyone is picking the autocracy ideology, even though me and the Ottomans picked. And the Ottomans are at war with Japan. Did I miss that somewhere? Did I miss that somewhere? No, they declared war a while back. They've been at war for like 100 turns. Or 50 turns. 60 turns. Yeah, see, Siam is at war with two countries. Yeah, Japan is at war with the Ottomans. They're not going to win that. If Ottomans really wanted to, they would go conquer Japan, which would be really smart. Polynesia, yeah. Yeah. Mongolians are at war with Siam and Persia. Indonesia is just waiting to be conquered by someone, by all of the above, or someone. Yeah, that's pretty. It's pretty nuts. Pretty nuts, though. Polynesia is, I'm not going to lie, I'm not going to use the word scared, but they're making me nervous. They've got a pretty big military, and they came and conquered these two islands really quickly. And so I am glad that I did what I did. I'm going to basically use this boat as a spy now and just follow this navy wherever it goes. I'm actually really glad I reinforced this. I do need a bigger navy, though, to help protect this. But if they wanted to turn their wrath on me, I have two islands that are potentially their next targets, you know. I also have this that's not very defended up here. That could be a next target of theirs. I've been kind of, if you notice, I've been kind of slowly sending military units to Milan so that if Polynesia does ever declare war, they would have to deal with these city-state units kind of not being as super effective, but at least being kind of annoying for them to deal with. The Milan over here, Milan's units, and then my units. They would probably take Nara pretty quickly, but it wouldn't be super easy for them to do. They'd inflict a little bit of damage doing so. And I don't really care. Nara, to me, is just literally, this is just a colony. I'm using this kind of as, like, just acquiring these resources and just kind of having this dot on the map. That's obviously, that's why I'm not really sending units over to really reinforce it, really. When I add these 4 to my empire, I will start focusing on this and kind of attach this all with roads and really consider this then like the very eastern flank of my empire. But as of right now, it's just a dot over here on the map that I happen to control, and I happen to be like allied with the city-state next to it. So I'm not too like attached to this. If they came up and attacked this, I wouldn't be like the end of the world for me. But this, owning Tyre right here, owning Sicily, and owning Patmos, which I think is actually Sardinia, these are way more important to me. I want to keep and protect these two islands for sure. So, yeah, there's all that. Polynesia's interesting, man. They're making a run and they're talking some smack. My gym bro is like talking some smack and making some moves.
1932.
They're making me a little nervous.
Accepted the Republican Party's nomination to run for office for a second
Making me a little nervous.
I have but one desire.
He will not attack me, though. Attacking me would be suicide. Because attacking me right now would just be dumb to do in general. But you'd also, again, have that defensive thing. That defensive pact I have with the Ottomans would kick in. And you would really... The stupid thing would be drawing the attention of the Ottomans, who would come for you. They got planes, bro. They have fighter planes, bro. Chilling. So yeah, they would move their planes to this island probably and just start unleashing. So he's not going to attack me unless he literally is just stupid, which it doesn't seem like that is the case. So making me a little nervous, but at the end of the day, I'm not like super. Oh, and he's maybe he's denouncing them. He's talking some smack to them. That's not smart. Talking some smack against the Ottomans. That's not smart, buddy. And see, if anything, I could start, as I start building up a new, like a second military. Once these buildings are done, I'm going to really start building up a military, a strong land unit military. And then I'm going to continue down here just building more ships. When I kind of, 20 turns, I'll have like a big enough army where I can start like throwing my weight around. I don't have that quite yet right now. I have enough of a military to play defense. In the bigger scheme of things right now, I have a big enough military. I mean, I probably have the second or third biggest military. But I don't have like a big enough military that I'm comfortable with just like talking smack or starting wars. But if you give me like another 30 turns, I will get to the point where I'll have a big enough military where I'll feel comfortable kind of throwing around some threats and or maybe going to war with someone like Polynesia. And so when that happens, not if, but when that happens, when my military, when I feel like I have about a comfortable amount of strength overall, I could potentially see about convincing the Ottomans to join me with attacking the Polynesians. And if they have to fight a two-front war against the two biggest militaries, the two biggest empires, it's not going to go well for them, So I could kind of sit around and almost wait for them to attack me, which seems inevitable at some point. Or I could kind of go on the offensive and me and the Ottomans could team up and take the war to them. So there's some possibilities. There's some possibilities, you know. Some possible strategies we could employ going forward here. Gotta come deal with these stupid barbarians, bro. My Rigas. Come on, Rigas. What are you doing? Being lazy Rigas up here, not taking care of your barbarian threat? Get your barbarians under control, my Rigas. Riga. So yeah, these ships, these little caravels, I'm at this point in the game, I'm only using them as like spies, basically, just to kind of keep tabs on where the biggest threats are.
Prosperity,
Kind of just keep track of like opposition movements.
which shall be more sane and lasting. Through the
So if you see me
lessons of
moving
physics,
them around, that's kind of what I'm doing with
see
them.
the principles and ideals of the American people perpetually.
But Hoover's reputation was in tatters. Rightly or wrongly, Hoover was blamed for the catastrophe of the Great Depression. And by this point, nearly 1 in 4 Americans were out of work. Homelessness had reached epidemic levels. Businesses were going bankrupt and farms were getting foreclosed on. The Democrats had the White House for the taking, but the question remained, who would be their candidate? At the party's national convention in, where else, Chicago, the fight for the nomination boiled down to a 3-way race between New York State Governor Franklin Delano Roosevelt, Speaker of the House John Nance Garner, and Al Smith, former governor of New York. In back rooms and hotel suites, delegates argued back and forth. Fueling these debates was a steady supply of liquor, generously provided by mobsters Lucky Luciano and Meyer Lansky. After 6 days of horse trading, infighting, and last-minute negotiations, they reached a decision.
My friends of the Democratic National Convention of 1932, you have nominated me, and I am here to thank you for the honor.
It was Roosevelt who would be the Democratic candidate. He wasted no time in clarifying his platform, a New Deal and a repeal.
Let it be from now on the task of our party to break foolish tradition and leave it to the Republican leadership, far more skilled in that art, to break promises. Convention wants repeal. Your candidate wants repeal. And I am confident that the United States of America wants repeal. I say to you now that from this date on, the 18th Amendment is doomed. I pledge myself to a new deal for the American people.
The number one topic in the election campaign was the economy, but prohibition was still a hot-button issue. The Anti-Saloon League was still around, and so were many of the temperance groups that had successfully pushed for prohibition in the first place. In fact, one of the most powerful organizations, the Women's Christian Temperance Union, actually reached its peak membership in 1931, boasting 370,000 members. To beat the Dries, the Wets needed to mobilize the silent majority of Americans who were in favor of reform. While the Dries were powerful, the Wets weren't underdogs. They had a few strong things going for them. By early 1932, many prominent supporters of Prohibition had switched sides. John D. Rockefeller Jr., the man behind the huge construction project in Manhattan, was one of them. He had been an anti-saloonist, and his family had
Oh, you mean
contributed
the energy
more than
baron?
$15 million
Energy cartel
to
baron?
temperance causes over the years.
as soon as he got all the stills out of the houses, like we were talking about earlier, as soon as he got all the stills out of the houses, he conveniently flipped his opinion on prohibition. As soon as he solidified his monopoly in the energy production and distribution, he decided to flip his support. Convenient, huh? It's convenient. It's almost like they don't have morals. It's almost like they just do whatever suits their business interests, you know? Could it be? Could it be?
But his views had changed. Like many former supporters of the 18th Amendment, his biggest concern was crime. Over the past decade, ordinary citizens had grown accustomed to breaking the law. Some bought alcohol from bootleggers for home use. Others went to speakeasies. Desperate people went into small-time bootlegging and moonshining for lack of any other work. And respect for the police, who were in some cases blatantly corrupt, was at an all-time low. Now that people had lost respect for the law and law enforcement, Rockefeller worried it was a slippery slope to more serious law-breaking. He wrote in the New York Times, "A vast array of lawbreakers has been recruited and financed on a colossal scale. That many of our best citizens, piqued at what they regarded as an infringement of private rights, have openly and unabashedly disregarded the 18th Amendment, and as an inevitable result, respect for all law has been greatly lessened." It's not hard to see what Rockefeller was scared of. America was close to a breaking point. With the country in economic ruins, it was suddenly all too easy to imagine that resentment and lawlessness might boil over into outright revolt. Rockefeller had already seen an increase in political demonstrations. Early 1932 had witnessed the Cox Army protest when Father James
Morocco
Renshaw
denounced
Cox, a
the Ottomans.
popular radio preacher, led 25,000 unemployed Pennsylvanians to march on Washington. In March that same year, the Ford Hunger March near Detroit turned into the Ford Massacre as private security and police tried to break up the protests with tear gas, cold water, and clubs. When that didn't work, shots were fired into the crowd, killing 4 and injuring 60. 2 months later, in May, unemployed war veterans traveled to Washington to demand jobs and early payment of their pensions. As their numbers grew to over 20,000 and pressure built to pass a bill to release the payments, police moved in,
There we go.
shooting and killing.
So I'm going to
2
take a
protesters.
second. I like to keep track of all of this because it only pops up every once in a while. These little snapshots of who's doing what. And so, what was the last time they did this? 300 turns ago. Turn 115. It told me everyone's military status. So this is the only way I can really keep track of it. So I'm going to write this down. I'm going to keep track of all this. Just keep listening to the documentary.
The army, who showed up in tanks and with bayonets drawn. They used tear gas to clear out the veterans and their families, then set fire to their tents. As people watched the blaze and billowing smoke in disbelief, there were no longer any illusions as to how volatile this situation had become. Washington looked like a war zone. Already taking heat for his handling of the economy, Hoover's decision to send in the army to clear the camps in Washington would be one more nail in his political coffin. On the campaign trail, he was met with outright open hostility from voters. At the White House, Hoover even received a letter saying, "Why don't you vote for FDR and make it unanimous?" By the time Election Day arrived, the writing was on the wall.
Then election night in New York City. Surging crowds everywhere. Uproarious cheering as the news comes in early. Roosevelt has swept the nation.
Roosevelt won the popular vote by about 7 million votes. He took the Electoral College in a landslide, 472 to 59. Political commentators couldn't resist rubbing it in. Time magazine called Hoover the President Reject. Inauguration Day wasn't until March, so Roosevelt was left to kick his heels for a few months. But in the meantime, Congress got the ball rolling on reform. They had some help on this front. The Association Against the Prohibition Amendment had looked into the legal issues and came up with a plan for repeal. Following the association's advice, Congress drafted a new amendment, the 21st to the Constitution, which would undo prohibition. By the time the new president took office, Congress had already approved the proposal. That was relatively easy compared to what would come next. 4 previous amendments had gotten this far down the road to repeal before, but only to fail. To succeed, the amendment needed to be ratified by 3/4 of the state legislatures. That meant convincing at least 36 of the 48 states to reverse course, and there were many states controlled by politicians who still supported prohibition, enough that ratification by the state legislatures was unlikely. But the Constitution has a back door. Instead of requiring only state legislatures to ratify, amendments can also be approved by specially elected state conventions. It was an option never before exercised, until now. With Congress dealing with the issue of repeal, Roosevelt devoted his March 4th inaugural address to bigger issues. He spoke in general terms about honesty and values, and of course, fear.
So first of all, let me assert my firm belief that the
So
only
the fact that I'm not in
we
second
have
is annoying me.
here
The fact that
is
Polynesia is
fear itself.
that much more than me, again, is making me a
Roosevelt would
little
go on to
nervous.
describe that fear as
Polynesia,
the nameless,
you have my
unreasoning,
attention.
Unjustified
You
terror
have
which
my
paralyzes needed efforts to convert retreat into advance. The previous 2 decades had been marked by America's struggles with the fast-paced and terrifying changes that came with becoming a modern country. In many ways, alcohol had been blamed for much of that anxiety. The moral panic over drink grew out of an increasing sense that alcohol, as it was being used in the cities, was leading to urban decay, crime, and racial degeneration. With repeal on the horizon, Roosevelt asked the American people to overcome that terror so that the nation could move bravely into the modern world. Even as the plan for repealing the 18th Amendment moved forward, Roosevelt decided things needed to speed up. At a March 15, 1933 press conference, Roosevelt called on Congress to pass the Cullen-Harrison Act. This proposed law would make it possible to buy and sell beer, as long as it wasn't too strong. This was possible because the 18th Amendment did not actually define what an alcoholic beverage was. It was the Volstead Act, which defined intoxicating liquor as any beverage containing more than 0.5% alcohol by volume. The Cullen-Harrison Act raised that level to 3.2%. Congress passed the bill, and the president signed it into law just 7 days later. On April 7th, 1933, beer was legal again. Prohibition was crumbling. A few minutes after midnight on April 7th, a truck rolled up to the White House sporting a sign that read, "President Roosevelt, the first real beer is yours." Hundreds of people gathered outside, cheered as the Secret Service accepted 2 cases of beer on behalf of the president. Roosevelt wasn't the only one to get a personal thank you from brewers that day. In front of a crowd of reporters, New York's former governor, presidential hopeful, and longtime anti-prohibition campaigner Al Smith got a special delivery of the song.
It's my privilege to deliver to you.
So this is startling. So the fact that Polynesia has more than me is annoying, and I'm gonna really have to start getting on with building up a bigger navy and a bigger army, and really start moving some units around. I am gonna need to conquer Arabia. The writing's on the wall. I'm gonna really need to conquer them. They're big enough that it's annoying. They have enough military that it's like if they wanted to declare war on me, it would be annoying. So what I need to do is go on the offensive and just eliminate them, and again conquer their territory and add it to my empire, and just get them out of contention of being a threat to me at all. This is very, very nervous that they are that big, with that big of a navy, and the fact I knew the Ottomans had a bigger army than me. I didn't know they had twice as big of an army as me. So I thought they were going to be more at 14. If I had to guess, if I had to make a guess before I saw this, I would guess the Ottomans were more at 14,000. I would guess that I was more at 10,000. And I would guess that Polynesia was more at 9 or 10,000. That we were about even. And that he was maybe for every 2, he was at 3. The 33% more. Not double me, and I didn't know they were significantly more than me. And the fact that Persia and Morocco are also basically as strong as me are also pretty annoying. Everyone else makes sense and just isn't really a threat to me. But yeah, Polynesia, they're killing me. The fact that they're that strong is killing me.
With a compliment to Anheuser-Busch, the first case of Budweiser beer to be delivered in the state of New York.
Because then you can see the overall score over here, which is kind of like, it doesn't really factor in your military strength, or like really what victory you are. It's basically just how successful your empire is, how much land you have, how many buildings you have, what your like industrial capacity is, how many world wonders you have. Does it say what it? Yeah, so your population, your city strength, how much land you have, how many wonders you have, your total technology. So it's like taking a bunch of different like rankings of your overall health of your empire into consideration. And that's kind of what I thought our military strength would be closer to, that I would have more closer to like 1,100 or 1,000, and he would have more closer to like 1,400 or 1,500. Yeah, I like to record that as well. Just give me a, overall guess of where everyone's military and strength is every once in a while. Hopefully factor in my decision making.
But for the first time since the Empire State was built, I got a real thrill when I saw the 6 big horses coming along with the wagon load of beer. The only regret I have is that it isn't all for me.
All across the country, breweries were getting back to business. The case of beer given to Al Smith that day might have only been 3.2% alcohol, but full repeal of Prohibition was just around the corner. American History Tellers is sponsored by NetSuite. Quick math. The less your business spends on operations, on multiple systems, on delivering your product or service, the more margin you have and the more money you keep. But with higher expenses on materials, employees, distribution, and borrowing, everything costs because there's /tellers
Include 92.
1933.
So another thing is, so if you don't have a strong military, but you're really high in this score, like a country like, it's a good example. Can't really find any right now. Like Mongolia has a pretty high score. Like if you see they're at like 750 right now, but their military is really weak overall. They only have like a 1,000 military score. That makes sense why everyone's going after them. Like that makes sense why Siam was so eager to go to war with them, because they're weak and they have a lot to gain. So like they're weak, and invading them, you can gain a lot from it. So you kind of, that's why I like to keep track of both these scores, to kind of keep my eye on like what's going on, who's in good positions overall, who's weak, who's strong, is it worth it to invade them? Like Arabia has like half of my overall score, right? So they have like value. Like these 4 cities, Mecca and Baghdad, like conquering these 2 cities alone is going to add significant value to my empire. Like if I conquered them, I would basically add at least 552, if not more, total score to my score. And their military's weak. It's not horrible, but it's not strong. So that's going to incentivize me to attack Arabia and add them to my empire. And I'm probably going to do that next. So I'm probably going to start building up a military to come invade and conquer all 4 of these cities, because their score is pretty high, but their military doesn't really match it. And so these computers are also kind of factoring that in. Like, is their military strong enough, and is it worth it to go conquer this country? And so with like a place like Mongolia, we just saw like a few turns ago, 3 turns ago, Siam is coming for Mongolia, because Mongolia has things of value. Like their empire is strong, and it would be worth it to kind of add parts of the empire to yours, conquer it for their resources or whatever, its strategic area, location. And their military is not necessarily strong enough to really defend it. So it's kind of worth the risk-reward calculation, And I'm, obviously more critical thinking, and I'm smart, I'm smart, guys. Trust me, I'm smart. I'm telling you I'm smart, therefore I'm smart. But, the computer is just seeing numbers. The computer is just crunching numbers and algorithms and stuff. So that's pretty much what it's seeing, is like, is it worth, numerically, is my attack right now going to be worth it, worth the cost benefit in the end? And I'm more like, maybe. You're my friend. I'll leave you alone. Hey, you're my gym bro. You're cool. I'll leave you alone. I'm not like crunching the numbers so much as these computers are, you know? These computer players or whatever. But yeah, we'll calculate this. We'll get back to it. And then, yeah, the writing's on the wall. I'm going to have to build an empire and attack Arabia. And then I'm going to have to rebuild an army and a navy. And my next opponent's probably going to be Polynesia, whether I like it or not. They're going to be causing me problems. If not attacking me outright, they're going to be causing me some problems going forward. And they feel bold enough to talk smack to the Ottomans. I mean, honestly, what would be great is if the Ottomans and the Polynesians went to war and harmed each other. And, you know, if I could divide and conquer those two against each other, that would be the best for me. If I can get those two distracted and weakening and harming each other, that would be the best case scenario. If that doesn't happen, I'm going to have to probably attack at some point. Either attack or defend myself against Polynesia. They're big and powerful. I didn't really realize they were as big and powerful as they are.
Los Angeles, near the river with your parents. The big Hollywood studios are less than 10 miles away, but your side of town feels about as far away from the glamour of show business as you can get. You're almost 22 years old, but you can't move out. There are no jobs around. Your dad used to work at the East Side Brewery, and he's been at you to try and get work there. You should apply for a job at the brewery, son. I asked John if he could get me in there, but they're full up. He says the applications came in like crazy as soon as the news broke. You're too young to remember legal beer, and you're excited to try it now that it's legal again. The only thing you've ever drunk from East Side is soda pop. But you've heard they've been quietly brewing for a few weeks now, and the first shipment is leaving the brewery by truck tonight. This gives you an idea. Hey, Dad, do you want to head over? Watch it leave? Yeah, you bet. You know, when we used to finish loading the trucks with lager, just a few hours later we'd be drinking the stuff. I'd love to see that first truck leave the dock. As you get closer to the brewery, you realize you're not the only ones to have come to watch. It's nearly midnight, but there are hundreds of people already there, all crowding around the first truck. Dad, look at this, so many people. Tomorrow, I'll take you for lunch over at the Belmont Grill downtown, son. It's a special day. Plus, they're promising the biggest glass of beer in all of LA for a nickel. Your father actually tears up a tiny bit, and his grin grows wide across his face. The truck is loaded with cases of beer printed with the slogan, "Put Eastside inside." And there's a glamorous blonde with a big bottle in her hand. Newspaper men are snapping photos. You recognize her from the movies. It's Jean Harlow. She smashes a bottle against the truck, christening the first shipment. There were scenes like this all over America. People were happy about being able to drink beer again, and they were especially pleased to see the breweries taking on new hires. When people think of the Great Depression, the images that come to mind are generally lines at soup kitchens, the ramshackle tent cities where the homeless camped, and the dusty, sun-parched fields farmers worked fruitlessly in the drought. These were shocking sights to the people living through what became known as the Dirty 30s. That's why the return of beer was such a cause for celebration. People really needed good news and a feeling that some progress was being made.
They need to avoid their pain.
And the New Deal gave many people a sense of hope, something they hadn't felt in a long time. Politicians were cheered up by something else, too, the promise of new tax revenue. The first 2 days of legal beer sales brought in an estimated $10 million to governments at the federal, state, and municipal levels. That's nearly $190 million in today's money. While the people cheered the return of legal beer, the amendment for full repeal was still being approved at conventions, one state at a time. 3 days after the country got its beer back, Michigan became the first state to ratify the 21st Amendment. Wisconsin came 2 weeks later. By summer's end, 20 states had ratified, with 13 more by the end of November. That was 3 shy of the 3/4 majority needed to make it official. But 8 states had sat the whole thing out. The Dakotas, Kansas, Oklahoma, Nebraska, Mississippi, Georgia, and Louisiana didn't organize a vote or hold a convention. There was some outright opposition, too. North Carolina did hold a ballot, but voted not to hold a convention. South Carolina delegates rejected repeal at a December 4th convention. But Ohio, Pennsylvania, and Utah had all their conventions scheduled for the very next day, December 5th. If all 3 approved the amendment, Prohibition would be over. Imagine it's December 5th. The the day of the Utah State Convention. You're a reporter covering the event at the State Capitol building in Salt Lake City. The grand old building is filled with the sound of excited chatter. Last month, Utahns overwhelmingly voted in support of ratifying the amendment, despite the fact that the president of the Mormon Church had said he thinks prohibition should stay. The vote on the amendment will be taken by a group of delegates elected to their posts in a statewide ballot last month, but they're loitering, just milling around. Hey, what are they waiting for? I heard they were checking to make sure Ohio and Pennsylvania hadn't delayed their vote. They want to make sure it's Utah that puts us over the top. Oh, that's going to annoy New York. Sure will. They've already had some angry phone calls. And the White House wants to issue a proclamation right away. Still, look, it took us more than a decade to get here. I don't think a few more hours will hurt. Suddenly, there's a commotion on the other side of the building.
Ohio and Pennsylvania have voted for the amendment. It's all down to Utah. We're going to bury prohibition.
At 3:32 p.m. local time, delegates make it official. Utah becomes the 36th state to ratify the amendment. President Roosevelt signs the official proclamation just 90 minutes later. The proclamation asks for two main things. First, that the American people exercise moderation. Second, that no state, in his words, authorize the return of the saloon either in its old form or in some modern guise.
The decisive vote of the 36th state against prohibition is happy news for the grain raisers of the United States and for many others throughout the land. However, everyone's not waiting until December 15th. The lid is off in many places, with the downfall of prohibition being celebrated in real old-time hilarity. Yes, and by the renewal of old acquaintances, hotels and nightclubs report a real pre-war spirit among those revelers. Why?
Across the country, beer, wine, and spirit makers rushed to meet demand. Winemakers in California had been busy for months getting ready in anticipation of repeal. One small town in the Sonoma region reportedly shipped wine worth $75,000, $1.4 million in today's dollars, in less than 3 days after repeal. As a thank you, the region's winemakers sent a case to San Francisco Mayor Angelo Rossi, who received it at an impromptu city parade celebrating repeal. In New York, people toasted the return of real whiskey with the New Deal cocktail. Whiskey, Amer Picon, a bitter French spirit, sugar, and a twist of orange. As for the illegal bars, the New York Daily News reported...
Dean Hunter Bear, thank you for tuning in. Love you, brother. Lift the iron. Get big and strong. I had went pull day 2 days ago. Push day yesterday. Did some core, some back, and a bunch of cardio today. Some stairs, some incline, some heavy. I've been doing heavy incline on the treadmill, like 4 miles an hour, 3.5 miles an hour on like really like almost as steep as it goes, like the 15 setting or the 13 setting. Just killing my legs, but getting in shape, getting swole. So make sure to get your electrolytes back in you, some sugar back in you afterwards. Drink a bunch of water during and after, and get some protein in you after. And get big and swole, my dude. Get big and swole, my dude. It's the year of the crush.
Were open for one last spree, selling their remaining booze at everything must-go prices. Crowds gathered in the rain outside the Roseland Ballroom at Broadway and 51st to kill off Old Man Prohibition, who swung from a rope off a flagpole outside the dance hall, hanged in effigy. Prohibition was dead.
Getting the smile and confidence you've been dreaming about, all from the comfort of your home, isn't a total mystery with Bite Clear Aligners. Just don't be surprised if all your friends start asking, what's your secret? Begin by ordering your at-home impression kit today for only $14.95. Bite Clear Aligners are doctor-directed and delivered to your door. Treatment costs thousands less than braces, plus they offer flexible financing, accept eligible insurance, and you can pay with your HSA FSA. Get 80% off your impression kit when you use code WONDERY at Byte.com. That's BYTE.com. Start your confidence journey today with Byte.
Say hello to a new era of mental health care. Cerebral is here to help you achieve your mental wellness goals with professional therapy and medication management support 100% online. You'll experience the all-new Cerebral Way, an innovative approach to mental wellness designed around you. You'll get a personalized treatment plan from a therapist, prescriber, or both in a safe and judgment-free space. Your Cerebral therapist or prescriber will outline a customized plan with clear milestones along the way so you can get to feeling your best. With Cerebral, you're not alone in your mental health journey. We're here to empower you to live a fulfilling life. So take that first step towards a brighter future and sign up today at Cerebral.com/podcast and use code WONDERY to get 15% off your first month. Offer only valid on monthly plans. Other exclusions may apply. Offer ends July 31st, 2024. See site for details.
Movies from the 1930s captured the enthusiasm for drink that followed the repeal of Prohibition. The 1934 film The Thin Man starred William Powell and Myrna Loy as Nick and Nora Charles, a fun-loving, hard-drinking detective couple. Nick had been drinking at the bar all day, teaching the bartenders how to do their job.
See, Nick, the important thing is the rhythm. You must always have rhythm in your shaking. Now, a Manhattan, you shake to foxtrot time. A Bronx, to two-step time. A dry martini, you always shake to waltz time.
Nora comes in and the pair sit down together.
Say, how many drinks have you had?
This will make 6 martinis.
All right. Will you bring me 5 more martinis? They'll line them right up here.
Yes, ma'am. In reality, few people in Depression-era America could afford to drink like Nick and Nora. And even those who could still had trouble getting their hands on it. The 21st Amendment, which repealed Prohibition, made it clear that it was up to states to decide on how to regulate alcohol. Those states where Prohibition had been least popular did not enact much regulation. New York, for example, set the drinking age at 18 for buying beer, wine, or liquor, a liberal choice. Mindful of the wine business, California legislators imposed radically low license fees on producers and retailers to encourage entrepreneurship. Illinois got liquor back in bars almost immediately and allowed privately run liquor stores to return. In contemplating new rules, states faced a dilemma. If liquor laws were too relaxed, there was a risk of allowing back the workplace accidents and domestic abuse that made Prohibition attractive in the first place. If a state went too far in the other direction, though, with restrictive alcohol control laws that made prices high and buying it inconvenient, people would go back to buying from bootleggers. That would be a threat not only to public health, but would make it impossible to collect alcohol taxes. And states were still under pressure from the groups who had supported Prohibition in the first place. Having lost the national battle, the Anti-Saloon League worked on convincing states and counties to stay dry or at least restrict access and advertising. On December 5th, 1933, the League's founder, Howard Hyde Russell, told CBS Radio, "This is no dry funeral, only a period of mistaken public opinion, warped and twisted by the conspiracy of a refuge of lies, of false propaganda, and political party duress. The question is, what shall dries do next? If we cannot get the whole loaf, we can accept a half loaf, a slice, crust, or crumb." The League got more than a crumb in many places. Shortly after repeal, 1/3 of the population still lived in a dry state or county. Texas, Tennessee, Oklahoma, and Kansas stayed dry for years. Mississippi wouldn't legalize alcohol until 1966. And even the states that became wet straight away faced a lot of decisions about just how to sell alcohol. They didn't want the return of the old saloon any more than Roosevelt did. Several states prohibited the sale of cocktails, shots, and mixed drinks in public drinking spaces because it was believed that hard liquor had been at the root of the saloon's problems. Bartenders were only allowed to serve beer and wine. These so-called liquor by the drink laws were fairly common, especially in southern states, and they stayed on the books for decades. South Carolina, for example, only modernized its laws in 1973 when it finally allowed bars to sell spirits and cocktails. But there was a catch, namely that bartenders had to use miniature airplane-type bottles to make it harder for people to request hefty drinks, poured from full-size liquor bottles. That stipulation would last until 2006.
So yeah, I'm just going to go ahead and declare war. Again, I'm just basically doing this just to get my Navy some experience, plunder some gold like this, damage them, weaken them, and make it so that other countries come and actually invade them and eliminate them, I'm not going to conquer these cities myself.
The truth is, we still live with the legacy of prohibition. If you live in a state that doesn't allow
Really just
happy
doing
hour,
this for the
or one that sells
HP,
liquor
yeah?
only from government-controlled
The XP,
monopoly
sorry.
liquor stores, or if you can't buy liquor on Sundays, well, you can thank the legacy of prohibition. The end of prohibition was not the total disaster opponents predicted. The 24-hour hard drinking saloon never made a nationwide comeback. All-day drinking didn't return either. Gone was the corpse reviver for breakfast and the eye-opener cocktails for lunch. But the end of prohibition also didn't prove the economic magic bullet the Wets had promised. The American whiskey industry took a while to get back on its feet, since bourbon and rye need to be aged before they're bottled. The wine industry took the longest to recover. Growers have been forced to give up on wine grapes altogether, replacing the European wine varietals with Concord grapes, table grapes that are totally unsuitable for winemaking. It would be another 40 or 50 years before these Prohibition-era vines would be torn out and replaced with wine-friendly varieties of grape. So repeal was not an economic panacea. America would even go into another recession in the 30s. But the idea of banning alcohol outright never gained the same popularity it had enjoyed a couple of decades earlier. In 1942, temperance campaigners would launch another big push for prohibition, but the idea failed to gain ground in the same way it had in the start of the century. Once powerful groups like the Women's Christian Temperance Union faded from view. It probably didn't help that in 1937, the head of the organization had praised Adolf Hitler for his supposed abstinence from alcohol. The union still exists, though, albeit in a much smaller membership. The Anti-Saloon League is still around, too.
Who would do
Now
that?
called the American
Who would
Council
do
on
such a thing?
Alcohol Problems. It devotes its energies to regulating alcohol advertising, although it has recently added opioid and marijuana use to its areas of concern. America's relationship with drink was, and continues to be, complicated. Outright prohibition did not solve the health problems that came with alcohol, so in the wake of legalization, concerned citizens tried other approaches. There are some attempts to treat alcoholism as a medical problem. Dr. Charles Towns treated patients with drug and alcohol dependencies with what became known as the belladonna cure at his Manhattan hospital. The cure was a cocktail of herbs and medicines, including deadly nightshade, to clear out their system. That led to its other name, purge and puke. One man who reportedly tried this method was Bill Wilson, a World War I veteran. Wilson was admitted to hospital several times in the early 30s after going on drinking binges. At the time, addiction was considered to be a moral failing, and he and others that sought help faced shame and stigma. To keep himself and others sober, 2 years after the end of Prohibition, Bill W. would found a new organization based on mutual aid, Alcoholics Anonymous. In the preface to the group's 1939 book, Alcoholics Anonymous, the story of how many thousands of men and women have recovered from alcoholism, Dr. William Silkworth calls alcoholism an illness which only a spiritual experience will conquer. The problems that Prohibition had tried to solve with government regulation were now being tackled at the individual, personal level. 19th century temperance campaigners had dreamt of a dry country, one where people were healthier and safer. But they were also part of a bigger reactionary movement that saw the changes in American society as a threat to family, community, and country. All too often, immigrants were blamed for those changes. Groups like the Anti-Saloon League had close relationships with nativist or white supremacist groups, including the Ku Klux Klan. Government enforcement of Prohibition targeted some of those same communities, whether it was bootleggers in Illinois or bartenders in New York. While the arrests and trials of famous rum runners and mafia bosses got the most attention, lower-level smugglers, small-time moonshiners, and backroom establishments were the hardest hit. Despite these arrests, the Bureau of Prohibition was never able to get a handle on the illegal alcohol industry. The sheer number of speakeasies and moonshiners, as well as widespread corruption, made it almost impossible. The banning of alcohol also had several unintended consequences. Prohibition didn't stop people from wanting to drink, but it did make it more dangerous. Those who continued to drink ran the risk of being poisoned from badly made moonshine or redistilled industrial alcohol. It's estimated that 1,000 people died every year as a result. Prohibition had been in effect for 13 years, 10 months, 19 days, 17 hours, and 32
Why am I
and a
at
half
war with you?
minutes.
Oh, because you're
To
friends with
many,
him.
it seemed much longer. One journalist at the time described it as a geologic epic. There was widespread relief to see that epic finally come to an end, even in the highest office. On the day that alcohol became legal once again, President Roosevelt reportedly toasted the event, saying what America needs now is a drink. From Wondery, this is episode 7 of Prohibition from American History Tellers. On the next episode, we conclude our series with a special interview segment with Lillian Cunningham, reporter and editor with the Washington Post.
Yeah, we're not
and
going to do
host of
that.
the podcast
We're going to listen
Presidential
to the
and
Great Depression
Constitutional.
one.
We'll discuss Taft, Wilson, Harding, Coolidge, and Hoover. American History Tellers is hosted, sound designed, and edited by me, Lindsey Graham, for Airship, with additional production assistance from Derek Behrens. This episode is written by Christine Sismondo, PhD. Executive producers are Hernan Lopez, Mark.
Great Depression. The Crash.
Imagine it's Tuesday, October 29th, 1929. You're working at your regular spot on the floor of the New York Stock Exchange, but today is anything but regular. The screams are so deafening that you can't even hear the trading bell. You're screaming as loud as anyone. Your hand stretches high in the air, and you strain for a buyer to see you. You need to move fast. The prices are tumbling. Every time you hear someone make a trade, prices seem to plunge lower. Even solid bets like U.S. Steel and Westinghouse are crumbling. You need to get out. Adult men shove and jostle like grade school kids straining to be first in line. They're shouting at the top of their lungs. Do their eyes burn as much as yours? You haven't slept all weekend. Traders clamor as Allied Chemical stocks plummet. Someone wails like he's just been gutted. You see a man sitting right on the trading room floor, holding his
I
head
did that
in
wrong,
agony.
didn't I?
The din
Stupid,
echoes
I
off
did
the
that
exchange's
wrong.
stone walls. You get ready to offer 1,000 shares of RCA.
Stupid.
Way too low a discount. Just
I've
as you
lost-
open your mouth,
lost
you're
that.
knocked to the ground. As you
That
scramble
was
back
so
to your
dumb.
feet, you see a portly trader in a gray vest, cursing at the man he just pushed into you. The trader's face reddens as he yells. His rolled-up sleeve tightens as he winds up for a punch. The other trader ducks, but you don't. The last thing you see is his fist. You come to, sprawled on the cool marble floor of the lobby. A drumbeat of pain pounds behind your eyes. Blood drips from your nose onto a trading slip.
Man, that
clutched
was
between your
stupid.
shaking fingers.
I thought I was doing something
For a second,
smart.
terror
It's
washes
really
over you.
stupid. Lost the
Slip
whole
is
social,
ruined.
2 social party
Then you realize
policies.
your worry is meaningless. People are rushing back and forth through the lobby,
I
picking
think.
up hundreds of similar trading slips. Traders have abandoned them. It's all worthless. Hey, are you okay? It's Jack, a trader from the House of Morgan. That was some punch you took. Yeah, I have stars in my eyes, but
Man,
I'll
that
be
was
fine.
stupid. I knew I should have just hit pause and thought about that for a
I
second.
gotta get back in there. The bottom's falling out, and we're gonna get something back here. Can't count on Whitney to bail us out again.
Oh well.
It's bad, isn't it, Jack?
Oh well.
Yep. But it'll stop soon, though, right? Sure. Sure. It's gotta turn around. American History Tellers is sponsored by Audible. Listen to a new bold take on George Orwell's classic 1984 on Audible. Experience like nothing you've now.
Impression kit to get 80.
I'm Lindsey Green. On our show, we'll take you to the events, the times, and the people that shaped America and Americans, our values, our struggles, and our dreams. We'll put you in the shoes of everyday citizens as history was being made, and we'll show you how the events of the times affected them, their families, and affects you now. Over the course of about a decade, the Great Depression upended American society. The collapse of the stock market in October 1929 was the first widely seen sign of the Great Depression. Only the onset of World War II would clearly mark its end. This gut-wrenching period devastated lives, transformed the global economy, and recast the direction of our country. Hindsight shows that
Hope I get
conditions
that
leading
back
to the Great
somehow.
Depression
Man, that
appeared
was
well before
stupid.
the
I just
stock
wasted
market collapsed.
2 policies.
Declining factory production and
At least
plunging
one
cotton
policy,
prices
right?
were early indicators of trouble, followed
So
by a
stupid.
torrent of lost fortunes, bank closures, and stock crashes that left the country staggering. Unemployment.
I guess I'll just explain it. So you get these social policies that give you significant bonuses and boosts. You get to a certain point of the game and you get to pick between one of the 3 policies. That's order, autocracy, and liberty or freedom or something. And at the beginning, I wanted to pick autocracy. I usually pick that anyways. But I saw that the Ottomans picked order. So I picked order kind of just so I could be on the same playing field with the Ottomans. But then ever since, everyone else has picked autocracy, which I think is what's making everyone mad at me. I think that's why Ottomans were my friend and why everyone is so mad at me, is because they're all autocratic and I was in the more order. And I got to switch. It takes a penalty. So see, I'm not getting any science or money or anything for like 2 turns. And to switch, it also costs you 1 social policy. And I had one, if you remember, I had one already that I had unlocked in the order. So now that I switched, now that I'm like switching to autocracy, I thought I was only going to lose 1 of those and still be able to pick another one because I had the ability to pick one there. So I could have just added a second one to unlock in the order. But then I switched to autocracy and lost 1 policy. And I thought I was going to be able to pick one right now. So the fact that I lost one, I thought I was going to lose the 1 that I already had. But I had 1 to pick. And I might have just lost it. So because I switched, I lost the 1 that I had unlocked, which is fine. But I thought I was going to be able to, like right now, pick one. And I can't. So I lost 1 free... it's not free, I earned it. I mean, I built up all these points to be able to choose to unlock one of these. And I thought I'd be able to unlock one of them. And I now can't. And if I would have just stayed with the order, my people would have been a little bit unhappy with me. But I would have been able to have 2 total unlocked. So dumb. So I went from two things unlocked to 0 unlocked. And now I don't have a chance to even pick anything for a while. It's very dumb. Very stupid. I knew I had a gut feeling too. I was like, just wait, just chill. Because what I could have done is picked that. What I could have done was pick that, unlock the second thing, chilled for a little bit, just like push pause on things for a little bit. And then at a later date, when it really needed to do it, I could have changed the ideology. And then I would have lost 1 and been able to pick a new one in this thing. So the fact that I didn't follow my gut there and just chill, hit pause for a second, really cost me. So kind of brutal. Not the end of the world, but not great, you know.
Imaginable levels. Bellies would ache with
It's not like I hurt myself really. I just don't have I lost a bit of an advantage I could have had there. It kind of sucks.
Promises would be broken.
But
millions of people
we play
would be
on.
driven to migrate,
We play on, y'all.
accelerating an environmental disaster that would stretch across state lines. It was a decade unlike any other. Reform-minded politicians would reshape American institutions, even as labor unrest, racial strife, and the dark shadow of nativism pushed back from all sides. In that decade, Americans suffered through shocking loss, to a recovery that would only be completed by the onset of a global conflict. But just a few years before, the country was enjoying a period of unbridled enthusiasm. The 1920s had roared mightily. Technological advances following the end of World War I had revolutionized factory lines and consumer goods. By some assessments, manufacturing grew by 70% from 1922 to 28. Meanwhile, more Americans than ever could afford to buy new cars, radios, and kitchen appliances. That was in part because the increased efficiency made these products more affordable, and wages, at least in some portions of society, had also risen. At the same time, confidence in the American economy was high. These optimistic sentiments defined the 1928 presidential election. It didn't matter that Calvin Coolidge, the man who presided over most of the Roaring Twenties, chose not to run again. Instead,
I am kind of holding out. I think after a couple turns, I might be able to pick that one again. But I might have just lost it forever.
1928, Coolidge handed the reins to his Secretary of Commerce, Herbert Hoover, who readily took up Coolidge's pro-business laissez-faire mantle. Hoover won the presidency handily. He beat his Democratic opponent, New York Governor Al Smith, by roughly 18 percentage points in the popular vote, and thoroughly trounced him in the Electoral College as well. Though other factors played into Hoover's victory, his promise to continue Coolidge's legacy carried him into the White House. Pushing him further was a dramatic claim he made when he accepted his party's nomination at his alma mater, Stanford University. "We in America today," Hoover stated, "are nearer to the final triumph over poverty than ever before in the history of any land." The then nominee also asserted that the poorhouse was vanishing. Hoover's campaign materials echoed these bold pronouncements, including a flyer that claimed Republican policy had led to a chicken for every pot and a call.
See, now all these people are liking me again. All these people that were talking smack because I'm now like with them, with their preferred ideology. Now that I am autocratic with my social policy, these guys are all turning around and becoming my friends. But what it could do is harm my relationship with the Ottomans. So now that all these guys are starting to like me more, that could be why they didn't like me and why the Ottomans did like me. And the fact now that I'm like not on the same page totally with the Ottomans, they could things could kind of get bad with us. Not bad, but they could start talking some smack and not being as friendly.
In every backyard. The realities, of course, were less rosy. While Hoover promised to eradicate poverty, manufacturing was already petering out in the U.S. Demand had been high, but began to shrink around the time of the election. Meanwhile, European nations couldn't make payments on huge debts they owed U.S. banks for money they borrowed to fight the World War a decade earlier. Germany defaulted on reparations it owed to Britain and France. This put the European allies' financial situation in even worse shape. To assist, the U.S. negotiated the amount Germany owed down, then pumped private investment into Germany. In turn, Germany used money from this investment to pay its reparations to the UK and France. In theory, those countries could then pay off their debts to the U.S. lenders. But this system relied on continued infusions of U.S. dollars into the German economy, infusions that would stop after the Depression began. While demand weakened in manufacturing centers and foreign borrowers struggled to pay their debts, crop prices plummeted. Farmers had sunk their life savings into homesteads. Then they took out loans for equipment and other costs. But now they couldn't sell enough of what they grew to pay back all that they had borrowed. Another recent innovation also heightened the crisis: consumer debt. Credit offers made living seem easy in the 1920s. And at the same time, the stock market's ever-dizzying heights were too much to ignore. People took out mortgages on their homes and businesses to afford a piece of the action. This influx of new investors was, for the most part, unsavvy. Their financial strategy was based on the assumption that the stock market would always keep rising. The most widely used barometer of this rise in the strength of the stock market is what's known as the Dow Jones Industrial Average. It's not necessarily the most precise measurement of the stock market, nor can you directly trace the strength or weakness of the economy to the Dow's performance. Nonetheless, it illustrates the relative growth or decline in value of its component company stocks. The Dow was first established in 1896 by Charles Dow, then the editor of the Wall Street Journal and the founder of the company that originally published that paper. The index measures the combined stock value of 30 publicly owned companies. It's not a true average, but a price-weighted total of one share of each of the 30 component stocks. The component companies that made up the Dow are generally understood to be among the strongest, most stable in the country. When the Depression began in late 1929, Dow components, the Apples and Walmarts of their day, included the Radio Corporation of America, or RCA, Sears Roebuck, and the American Sugar Refining Company. By September 3rd of 1929, the Dow reached just over 382 points. That figure's not significant today, even at its inflation-adjusted equivalent of more than $5,500. Nevertheless, it was an all-time record. The stock market's growth seemed unstoppable. In September, 1924, just 5 years earlier, the Dow had been worth only 100 points. In just half a decade, it had multiplied 3.5 times. There were certainly skeptics of the stock market. One was Roger Babson. With the help of MIT professor George Swain, Babson developed a market index of his own based on his understanding of Newtonian physics. If every action had its equal and opposite reaction, then a long period of economic growth would surely be followed by an equally long period of economic decline. Babson developed a market forecasting newsletter after a stock market crash in 1907. He built a fortune on the claim that these Babson reports, informed by the laws of gravity, could predict the stock market's performance. 2 days after the Dow's record high in September 1929, Babson gave a speech in which he predicted that a crash was coming. And when it did, 6 weeks later, Babson insisted it was proof his theories were sound. And Babson wasn't the only skeptic. Others simply struck more cautionary tones about investing. In 1926, for example, a columnist named M.S. Rukeyser wrote of the risks to amateur speculators who hoped to profit from the rising stock
No more
market.
defensive pact.
Writing for Collier's, Rukeyser sarcastically advised how to make money in Wall Street. The article led with a cartoon of a frazzled-haired man labeled Amateur, adrift in stormy waters above a dinghy named Ignorance. A massive wave labeled Wall Street crested over the boat, threatening to drown the amateur. Rukeyser's article was prescient, warning amateurs about the dangers of margin speculation, a force that promised huge returns for some, but was for most a costly charade. Lured by the promise of skyrocketing markets, many people who had never invested in securities were drawn to margin trading, borrowing money to make bigger stock purchases than he or she could actually afford. And banks and investment firms were all too eager to cater to these new borrowers. Unsophisticated investors were hopeful. The stock market kept climbing, so they reasoned they'd be able to pay lenders back with the gains and still reap profits. And it wasn't just consumers who were borrowing too much. Traditional investors were too. But what would they do if their stocks dropped and were suddenly worth less than what they had borrowed? And what happened to lenders when borrowers couldn't pay back their loans? What happened when the loans themselves were worthless? America was about to find out. American History Tellers is sponsored by NetSuite. Quick math. The less your business spends on operations, on one climbs because you profit with my field of... Well, that's when you really start to notice. So at 50, I'm Vital Organ Health. My first shipment is a visit Field of Dreaming shift at the diner you own on East Main Street, Spartansburg, South Carolina. You've just come back from your siesta. Even though your heritage is Greek, you like to use the Spanish word for the long afternoon breaks you take each day. You love this shift. When you're back in the restaurant, don't have to rush through breakfast orders. You can sit and talk with the customers in the evening. Lately, that talk's been all about the stock market. One of your regulars, Henry, has been peppering you with stock tips all month. Hey, George, you hear what happened on Wall Street today? What now, Henry? It went crazy. They traded more than 12 million shares. I heard the panic wiped out $5 billion with a B, $5 billion. Thought about pulling out myself before I lost everything. But my broker told me that Richard Whitney himself spent millions on all the big stocks. Henry's the one who told you about margins. It's a little annoying how confident he gets, because he doesn't seem like he's that much better off than anyone else in this small southern town. But then again, you realize that if he's as successful as he claims, he must be doing something right. Maybe if you hold on just a bit longer, you'll make enough money to pay off your loans here at the restaurant. You glance at a gleaming new cash register you just bought. See, I'm not worried. I know what Babson said, but some economics professor from Yale says it's just a temporary hiccup. I heard that J.P. Morgan himself had a meeting with other bankers to try and figure out how they could help. So it looks like it's under control. These bankers on Wall Street, you know, they have a lot more skin in the game than we do. They're not going to allow a crash like back in 07. But you're not so certain. George, it's Tony. It's your broker. You hear the news? I'm calling because you have to cover your margin. Well, don't you want to say hello before you ask me for money? I don't have time for that. I've got 12 other clients I gotta call. Wall Street is in a spin. Your RCA is not worth anything now. You gotta cover what you took out. Tony keeps chattering. You set the earpiece on the counter, half listening. You turn around and start grilling a burger for Henry. And so that means what you owe now is about $1,000. Your attention snaps back to the phone. You drop the spatula. Wait, $1,000? I don't have that sort of cash. We'll find it. Look, I'm not trying to squeeze you, but the bank's squeezing me. But I spent it. Besides, I thought you said RCA was going through the roof. You said through the roof. I thought you said I could use that profit to buy more GE stock and still cover my margin. I have debts here, Tony. What do you mean I owe more? You look at the light fixtures you just hung, the shiny new countertop, the fancy phone in your hand. How could you have been so dumb? And how could it have all changed so quickly? It was just last month when your RCA stock was worth $100 a share. You're still bickering with your broker when you start to smell something. It's Henry's burger, burning. Listen, give me a few days, or 48 hours, something. I'll figure it out. 24 hours. You better figure it out. In December 1938, George Mohalis spoke with an interviewer from the Federal Writers Project. The Greek-American restaurant owner was one of thousands of Americans who would share detailed accounts of their lives to interviewers sent throughout the United States to write about life in the country during the worst economic crisis the world had ever seen. The Federal Writers Project was just one of the federal programs that President Roosevelt would later put in place to try to get the country's economy back on track. Among other subjects, it documented the heartbreak of millions of ordinary Americans, like George Mohalis, who gambled on the optimism of a surging stock market despite their better judgment. As late as the fall of 1929, few cared to hear about the unpaid debts from the war, consumer borrowing that went unchecked, deflating commodities prices, or the fact that cars and dishwashers weren't selling quite as fast as they had earlier in the 20s. None of the new investors chasing the heady promises of wealth and glamour seemed eager to slow down as they drew further and further from margin accounts. Certainly no one stopped to ask whether banks could guarantee their deposits. Indeed, some were still celebrating the high times of the 20s even as the economy faltered. The press heralded America's business achievements, and the business class continued to vaunt investment, industry, and the theory, as Time magazine put it, that America's greatest achievement had been business. And in 1929, as today, the place to do business in America was the New York Stock Exchange. A truly American institution, the exchange had been founded only 5 years after the ratification of the U.S. Constitution. By the Roaring '20s, the exchange felt untouchable, as did the large banking houses who did business there. Many of the bankers behind these institutions were eager to stoke broad public enthusiasm in investing and spread the idea that anyone could make it on Wall Street. Perhaps none was more eager to tout the illusion than Charles Mitchell, chairman of the National City Bank, a company that would evolve later into today's Citigroup. Mitchell grew up in Massachusetts and attended Amherst College. After school, he moved to Chicago and worked for an electrical supply company for a few years. In the early 1900s, he became interested in finance and moved to New York. Mitchell opened his first investment house in 1911. 5 years later, National City hired him as vice president. There, Mitchell developed a new income stream for the bank, selling stocks and other securities to middle-class people. In 1921, National City elected Mitchell as its president. Over the next 8 years, he further popularized the ideas of stocks as a mass-market product. Before that, National City primarily focused on large companies. But now, everyday America's, and indeed the world's, thirst for easy money from securities meant easy profits for National City Bank. Mitchell and his colleagues on Wall Street ignored the Federal Reserve's warnings earlier in 1929 that they should rein in lending to investors. The Fed was wary of a repeat of the panic of 1907, when the New York Stock Exchange fell to half what it was the previous year. But rather than adhere to the warnings, Mitchell, through National City, offered $25 million more to seduce margin investors. Also enticing the public were so-called bucket shops, where instead of actually buying a stock, investors essentially placed bets on a particular stock's performance. At the time, they were largely unregulated and a magnet for unscrupulous characters and people looking to make a fast profit. At the same time, pools of well-informed investors were taking advantage of newcomers by talking up certain stocks beyond what they were worth. The chatter would drive the price of these stocks up, luring in more marks as the pools pulled out and sold off their shares. The stock's value would of course plunge, and novice investors were left with holdings they couldn't unload for a fraction of what they paid for them. Signs of trouble on the market grew gradually after its peak in early September. By the second to last week of October, mentions of a frightened market began appearing in newspapers, but these brief scares were coupled with optimistic recoveries. During one of these small panics, Mitchell demonstrated his influence, as New York Times reporters said at the time, by halting the slide merely by declaring that the decline had gone too far. It worked, but the result was fleeting. In the same piece, the Times also referred to Babson, who continued to urge investors to sell stocks, as he had 6 weeks earlier when predicting that a crash was on its way. Babson wasn't the only one fearful of more losses. Investors were too. And as they sold, prices fell yet further, and the cycle repeated. On October 24th, a Thursday, investors panicked again. Lenders started calling in the loans they made to margin investors. In turn, these investors sold whatever they could, hopefully fast enough to afford to pay back their loans. Prices plummeted as borrowers raced to take whatever value they could from the market. This sell-off only spooked more buyers, and the effects cascaded as everyone lost the value they'd counted upon. Then, at 1:30 in the afternoon, it looked like the crisis might be over. That's when Richard Whitney strode onto the exchange floor. Whitney was a broker at the famed trading house J.P. Morgan and the vice president of the New York Stock Exchange. Eager to demonstrate confidence in the exchange and the companies trading on its floor, Whitney loudly proclaimed that he would buy 25,000 shares of U.S. Steel at $205 per share. That commitment of more than $5 million, more than $74 million today, was matched by other and also overpriced offers for stocks. The gambit worked. By pumping millions into the stock exchange that afternoon, Whitney was able to temporarily staunch the exchange's losses. He was a market hero, but his reputation wouldn't hold for long. The record-breaking pace of trading kept Wall Street denizens in their offices for days on end as they frantically settled accounts. At the time, trades were recorded by hand on pieces of paper, so it was a mammoth undertaking to process the millions of trades that had taken place. Compounding the problem, traders had to wait hours to complete transactions as stock tickers struggled to keep up with the high volume of trading. These tickers were the narrow printouts of modified telegraph machines. Revolutionary upgrades when they were introduced in the 19th century, stock tickers enabled investors in far-flung corners of the U.S. to participate in New York stock markets, transmitting nearly 300 characters per second. As soon as trades were recorded, stock prices and trade volumes shot over telegraph cables to be printed out on narrow bands of white tape in banks, investment houses, and newspapers across the country. But the unprecedented millions of shares changing hands on Thursday, October 24th, 1929, delayed the ticker by nearly 4 hours. By the weekend, the streets were littered with bits of ticker tape and discarded trading slips. The market played catch-up all weekend. Newspaper accounts of the time detail how New York's financial district, normally pretty quiet on Sundays, was abuzz as messengers ran about, restaurants remained open beyond their normal hours, and traders skipped trips to the golf course. There were even sightseeing buses making special trips to Wall Street to witness all the activity. Compared to the previous few trading days, the next Monday was calm. But then, on the morning of Tuesday, the 29th, more than 16 million shares changed hands at the New York Stock Exchange. This new record trading volume wouldn't be broken for another 4 decades. And it wasn't just an immense number of shares moving from one set of investors to another. As panicked stockholders sold shares, the stocks dropped in value, triggering a downward spiral across the market. The day would become known as Black Tuesday. By market's close, investors had lost tens of billions of dollars. Trading on the floor of the New York Stock Exchange was dizzying enough. But if you were an investor in a distant city, keeping track of this activity was next to impossible. Again, the ticker fell behind the massive volume, running as far back as 2.5 hours. And again, brokers and traders had to work into the wee hours to settle their transactions. Indeed, the record volume was probably underestimated. many trades likely were never recorded, lost in the trading floor's chaos, or forgotten as exhausted traders fell asleep in bank lobbies, spilling trading slips from their overstuffed pockets. Confusion reigned on Black Tuesday. While the frantic trading progressed, many on Wall Street waited and wondered whether big shots like Mitchell or Whitney would come back out and halt trading, or make some other sort of reassuring statement. And Mitchell was one of those who made a showy purchase during the panic. He tried to help settle the crisis by buying between 30 and 35,000 shares of stock in his own bank, even though it was worth less than he paid for it. But unlike the previous Thursday, when bankers also made large purchases of stock, the rest of the market wasn't reassured. The panic continued, and trading on the New York Stock Exchange was suspended the next afternoon and closed for the rest of the week. Years later, Mitchell's attempt at stabilizing the market would come under Senate scrutiny, but at the moment, Wall Street was in a daze. A sense of shock pervaded the financial district. It was as if a bomb had detonated, but the worst was yet to come. As the market crashed on Black Tuesday, reports of pandemonium in New York and beyond spread. Stories hit front pages about investors drowning themselves in the Hudson River, shooting themselves in Kansas City country clubs, and dying of heart attacks as they watched their investments shrink. Vivid scenes of despair at plunging stock prices were actually less common than dramatic news reports made them seem. Popular legends of Black Tuesday involving washed-out investors leaping from buildings or stepping in front of speeding Packards on Wall Street were widely exaggerated. These rumors might have even contributed to the panic as investors sold, worrying they'd end up just as despondent. But they were mostly just rumors. But away from Wall Street, real despondency grew, and suicide rates climbed. Fewer people killed themselves in the months right after the crash than in the months preceding it. But by 1932, well into the Great Depression, the suicide rate in the U.S. had grown by more than 1/3 from where it had been 4 years prior. But at the end of October 1929, the crash's worst reverberations were still to be felt. In Chicago, the writer Studs Terkel was growing up at the Wells Grand, the small hotel his mother ran. Terkel would later become one of the chief chroniclers of Depression-era experiences. In his introduction to the book Hard Times, he reflected that the Wells Grand's 50 rooms had always been occupied through the 20s, and there was always a long waiting list if vacancies arose. But all that changed with the Depression. He wrote, "As for the crash itself, there's nothing I personally remember, other than the gradual, at first hardly noticeable, diminishing in the roster of our guests. It was as though they were carted away, unprotesting and unseen. At the entrance, we posted a placard, vacancy." As the economic crisis worsened, opportunities dwindled across the U.S., and living conditions worsened for millions of Americans. Out-of-work men began wandering the country by boxcar in search of any opportunity they could find, sometimes stealing food. Conditions were dire, hope dimmed. The numbers of the newly laid off and homeless grew, and for many, the only remaining semblance of society was the one they built themselves from scrap.
At Amica Insurance, we know it's more than a life policy for the one.
Fewer words, sounds
Night in 1930, flames licked the sky above a dirt lot next to Lake Michigan. As cold as the night is, the fire provides no warmth. 2 days ago, the Chicago Tribune named this place Hooverville. It's a dense clump of makeshift shacks, but it's the safest home you've had in this horrible year. You came to Hooverville after the factory you worked at shut down this summer. This is no simple encampment of tents dispersed willy-nilly. You have real streets here. They even have their own names, like Hard Times Avenue and Prosperity Road. But there's a real city just outside of Hooverville, and its police are trying to evict you and your neighbors. It's clear that Big Bill Thompson, Chicago's mayor, was embarrassed by the recent story in the Tribune. Watching workmen take a sledgehammer to your shanty, you turn to your neighbor Joe, disgusted. How can they do this? It's obscene. We weren't hurting nobody. Look, they're headed for the mayor's house now. In your peripheral vision, you notice the mayor. No, not Thompson, that crook. It's Donovan, Mike Donovan, your mayor. He might be a disabled rail brakeman, but at least Donovan isn't buddies with gangsters like Capone the way Thompson is. Donovan's all for the little guys here in Hooverville. That's why everyone agreed to make him mayor. When you were down on your luck, Donovan welcomed you right in. But now, Donovan's blue eyes stare unblinkingly at a tractor approaching the corner of Prosperity Road and Easy Street. It pauses for a moment, but then knocks down the house Donovan built from discarded wood, iron, and brick he scavenged on the lot. The mayor grits his teeth. Firelight glints off the wetness pooling in his eyes. Joe shouts at them, "Shouldn't be doing this. You guys could be next." As Joe yells, a police officer turns around and shouts at him to get back. Joe spits. "I'm no bum. I'm just a working man. This is our home. We built it ourselves. It matters to us. We matter." What a long year it's been. The market crash. Then you lost your job at the factory. Then soon you're home. You put your hand on Donovan's shoulder. "You did everything you could, Mayor. You made this place happen. Together we can build it again. Trust us. We've got your back." Within a few weeks of Black Tuesday, the Dow Jones Industrial Average lost nearly half its value from its high point in early September 1929. After a short, limited recovery into April 1930, it retreated again. The Dow would continue to shrink through July 1932, when it would fall to just a fifth of what it had been worth before the Depression began. And barely a year had passed from the stock market crash before shanty towns popped up around the United States. In mid-November 1930, the Chicago Tribune called one such community near Lake Michigan, Hooverville, a direct knock against current President Herbert Hoover, whose policy had failed to reverse the economic slide. Newspapers around the country reprinted the article. On a plot of publicly owned land at the foot of Randolph Street, just next to Grant Park, within sight of
That was
Chicago's
stupid.
skyline,
Man, I'm making such
the
stupid
Hooverville
decisions.
sprang up, as one newspaper described it, like one of those mushroom
Not like
mining
end of the
towns
world
of the bonanza
stupid,
days
but
of the far west. Desperate residents built their homes from discarded building materials.
I'm gonna lose that work
But a
right
mere
there.
3 days after the site made headlines in the
Wasn't paying
Tribune and
attention to
elsewhere,
barbarians.
Chicago police condemned Hooverville and moved in to tear it down. Municipal work crews first destroyed Hooverville's buildings with a tractor. Then they dismantled by hand and then eventually burned whatever was left. The political implications of Hooverville's were enormous, especially considering Hoover's 1928 campaign promise that poverty was on its way out the door. President Hoover had entered office promising chickens in every pot and the final eradication of poverty. But within a year of his inauguration, his name was a political joke. The worst stock market crash in history had happened under Hoover's watch. People were losing their jobs at frightening rates. By the time he ran for re-election in 1932, a quarter of the country was unemployed. The figure was even higher in some demographics. Half of all African Americans lacked jobs. Before the market crashed, cotton had been selling for about 18 cents a pound. 4 years later, it cost just 6. The South's most important crop was only worth a third of what it had been before the Depression. Other commodities like wheat and steel also lost value. The American economy had been in trouble well before Wall Street noticed, and it seems Hoover and his Secretary of the Treasury, Andrew Mellon, hadn't been paying attention either. Andrew Mellon had held the position as head of the Treasury since Warren Harding took office in 1921. Before then, Mellon had transformed his father's banking business into a financial and industrial empire, and he took his lessons from business into public office, becoming a standard bearer for the fiscally conservative, successfully pushing a series of tax cuts through Congress during the 1920s. After the crash, Mellon's hands-off, business-first positions didn't change. Instead, he urged Hoover not to intervene in the crisis and opposed a variety of stimulus measures. He argued that a laissez-faire approach would prompt Americans to pick themselves up by their bootstraps, and that enterprising citizens would lead the economy's recovery. This did not sit well with an increasingly despondent American public. By 1932, as Congress prepared impeachment proceedings against Mellon, he resigned and was appointed by Hoover as the country's ambassador to Great Britain. It was a time to act, so Hoover took to a new set of protectionist trade measures championed by Senator Reed Smoot of Utah and Representative Willis C. Hawley of Oregon. The two had been pushing for higher foreign tariffs since before the stock market crash. But now, after the crash, support for tariffs had grown, and the bill finally made it through Congress. But many economists and business leaders were against the measure. Even Wall Street bankers such as J.P. Morgan's Thomas Lamont opposed it. Hoover pushed on anyway, though, and the Smoot-Hawley Tariff Act became law in the summer of 1930. By then, the entire world's economy was reeling in the wake of the 1929 crash. The new tariffs, though, only worsened the pain other countries felt. And so, in retaliation, they enacted their own tariffs on U.S. goods, which in turn hit American businesses. And over the next 4 years, global trade fell, damaging the global economy and leaving even fewer markets open to American exporters. Consumers who lost money in the stock market crash drastically cut back on spending. Businesses collapsed, factories shut down, unemployment skyrocketed. Americans couldn't pay the banks back for loans they'd taken out to buy stocks on margin or for improvements to their businesses they made on credit. And meanwhile, with so many lenders insolvent, small banks that didn't have enough money coming in suddenly couldn't pay back their own creditors or give customer deposits back. And so even those who hadn't played the market still lost money they thought was safe in their banks. As the 1920s neared their end, the roar fell silent. But this was just the beginning. Millions of people would lose their homes as the Depression worsened. More Hoovervilles would appear, and among these communities, a movement
I only
stirred
have
that
2
would put the
oil.
country's veterans on a collision course with Washington, D.C. and President Hoover.
So like I said, probably a stream or 2 ago or whatever, oil is going to start being the game. You're going to have to start. I'm going to have to start George Bush and some people for oil. Gotta go get that Earl. Gotta get that Earl. And there is none anywhere near my empire. I've got 2. I can make 2, which will give me 10 total oil. But you want to get at least like 20 or 25. Because you're going to need oil to make like advanced ships, like battleships. And to get ships, and I'm gonna have to just buy that tile to get ships and planes. So if you want to like win wars later on in the game, you definitely need oil. It's like not even a question.
Next week on American History Tellers, anger erupts around the United States as the Depression sets in. Unemployment begins to tear at the country's racial divides, and an explosive confrontation looms as thousands of World War I veterans march on Washington. From Wondery, this is American History Tellers. I hope you've enjoyed this episode. If you're listening on a smartphone, tap or swipe over the cover art of this podcast. You'll find the episode notes, including some details you may have missed. And if you do like this show, one of the very best ways you can show your appreciation is to give us a 5-star rating and leave a review. American History Tellers is hosted, edited, and executive produced by me, Lindsey Graham, for Airship. Sound designed by Derek Behrens. This episode...
U.S.
Gotta go get that Earl. Gotta go get that Earl.
Imagine it's July 28th, 1932. You're breathing echoes behind your gas mask. This is your first deployment, and you're uneasy. You're not off in Europe fighting the Kaiser like your uncle did 15 years ago. You're in Washington, D.C. Smoke obscures most of your vision, But for a second, you catch sight of the Capitol dome. Ahead, a crowd of haggard men gathers inside a half-completed building on Pennsylvania Avenue. They all look tired and hungry. Someone yells down from the building's second floor, "Put your rifles down or we'll knock them down." The man leans on a crutch at the edge of the building's exposed second floor. One of his legs is amputated at the knee. An American flag stretches from one wall to the other. He begins yelling angrily as he hobbles down some stairs. "William Hushka. His name was Hushka. He marched all the way here from St. Louis, and for what? To get killed in his own country, when all he did was ask for what was rightfully his." He reaches the bottom of the stairs. "Your commander made it abundantly clear not to fire your gun unless somebody shoots at you first. It was bad enough," he said, "that MacArthur was ordering you to march on the veterans at all. So the Army needed to show more discipline than the police had earlier that morning. But it looks like that discipline's already slipping. Two of your fellow soldiers are torching a plywood structure as a man and a woman, both sobbing, carry a small child away. The hobbling man approaches. You grip your rifle tighter. "Stand back. Stand back. Stand back." He glances at your uniform. "You're giving me orders, Private? I was a sergeant. And a sergeant in a real war. I wasn't terrorizing my own people, Private." Something whistles overhead and lands 100 yards away with a rattle, exploding into plumes of milky gas. The veteran in front of you starts coughing. Gasping people scatter in every direction. The one-legged veteran holds a handkerchief over his mouth, coughing, but still intent on you. "You don't understand, do you? That we're just like you. We're wearing the same uniforms. We're all part of the same country. But that country's now turning on all of us." American History Tellers is sponsored by Audible. Listen to a new bold take.
We'll
on
finish
George
this
Orwell's
episode.
classic 1984.
And in like 30 minutes, I gotta go.
And you can pay with your HSA FSA.
And so for the next 30 minutes, again, we're going to keep building up the military. I need to get my economy a little bit better, in better shape.
Confidence journey today with Byte.
And
From Wondery, I'm Lindsey Graham, and this is
work on getting these barbarians out of my
Our
land.
history, your story. This is the second episode.
I need to get these barbarians, and then this city-state's annoying over here. That
After the stock market crash,
they've been friends all game with Indonesia, and so they've just been annoying. I mean, the good thing is that I can like keep kind of like stealing some resources from them by plundering their tiles, but they can kind of keep doing the same thing as plundering my land here. I don't necessarily want to come conquer them, but what I would really like is to just become their friend. But I might have to just like send an army over and conquer them. We'll see. If I get planes quick enough, so I'm going to get this technology, which gives me submarines and the ability to make offshore platforms. So I need that for sure. And then I'll start building, I'll get flight, and then I'll start really pumping out planes. And if I get planes, it'll be really easy to just kind of like I could just put some planes in these cities and just bomb the crap out of this and almost just walk into it.
financial calamity the world
So I might just hold off for a second, and when I get planes, conquer that
factories shut
city-state.
down, banks failed, people lost their savings and their jobs. Throughout the country, people moved into Hoovervilles. In these shanty towns named to mock President Herbert Hoover, unemployed and houseless Americans built homes from scrap metal and discarded building supplies. It was a tenuous, unhealthy, and dirty existence, but it was the only option for thousands of people, and the sight of huge lines, waiting for soup and a loaf of bread, quickly became one of the period's most enduring images. Nevertheless, President Hoover repeatedly refused to sign legislation meant to stimulate the economy or to provide direct financial relief to needy Americans. Instead, he continued to assert that the crisis was temporary and the government should keep its hands off the economy while business righted the ship. And even as public opinion begins souring toward the president, Hoover didn't adapt his position. Instead, he lost patience with his critics. In a letter to his Secretary of Commerce in June 1930, the president bemoaned labor coalitions were manipulating public opinion by imposing on a lot of ignorant people. He wanted his administration to push back as forcible as possible, to cite statistics about how his administration had already authorized public buildings, cooperated with state and local governments, and urged utilities, railroads, and other large businesses to help alleviate unemployment. We beg to call attention to the measures taken in this direction last December, Hoover stated, which you are apparently unfamiliar. It's a chilly afternoon in mid-October 1930. You stand on 54th Street, a few buildings away from the corner of Lexington, where you've been staked out for the past 4 nights. A breeze blows a few dead leaves past you. You shiver. You blow on your fingers to warm your hands, then take a deep breath. 2 men in dapper clothes turn down 54th Street from Lex. You catch their eye. Apples! Fresh, juicy apples! Straight from Washington. Just a nickel to keep the doctor away. The men take a long look, but pass without stopping. You realize they're more interested in your figure than the apples. As a young woman who used to work in an office, it's embarrassing enough to stand out here with that sign behind you. Big red letters, unemployed, buy apples, 5 cents each. You were the first woman in your family to work for herself. You started as a gal Friday in an important office and were picking up more responsibilities until the crash. But even after the crash, things didn't seem so bad. Work even picked up for a while. Your office was so busy sorting out clients' accounts in those first few months. But then it got quiet. Too quiet. They let you go in August. An older woman approaches from down the street. I'll take one. Great. Have your pick. She opens a small purse and takes out 2 quarters. It's so brave of you to do this for your family, sweetheart. Must not be easy for your husband to know you're out here. You're not married, and you don't have children, but she's got 50 cents in her hand, so you just smile. Take 2 if you want. Oh, no need, dear. You keep the change. You're struck by the woman's generosity, but it's tinged with guilt for not telling her the truth. But that's what it takes to survive, you think. At least for another day. You gotta do what you gotta do. In the fall of 1930, apple growers in Washington state grew more fruit than they were able to sell. Faced with the need to move the produce, Joseph Sicker came up with a solution that would also allow his International Apple Shippers Association to get some good press. Subsidized by a $10,000 donation from produce interests, Sicker arranged for unemployed people to buy a case of 72 apples for the price of $1.75. Vendors would then claim spots on New York street corners where they sell the apples at 5 cents apiece. A vendor who sold every apple in a carton could net $1.85 profit, same as about $28 today. Apple selling stirred mixed emotions. Vendors were pleased to have the work, but selling on the street was far less dignified than the bank and factory and retail jobs many of the vendors once held. There were thousands of apples that Sicker's company needed to move, and thousands of newly unemployed people took him up on the idea. At first, pushing apples was a successful escape from poverty, but by spring, there were simply too many vendors.
All right, where are you moving this
in a
army?
crowded marketplace.
So, here he comes. Here he comes. He's moving his army and his navy somewhere west. And I don't like that I'm the closest thing here to the west. So we'll see. I might need to try to strategically, if I can convince him to go to war with someone else, then maybe he could send that army to someone else. So I might try to do a deal with him where I try to make him go to war with someone else. Maybe Persia or Siam or Arabia or Morocco. He needs to, if he was smart, take these right here. These 4. But I don't know why he's not doing it.
Supply diminished, so the association eventually had to raise wholesale prices. Soon, it just didn't make sense to remain an apple vendor at all. While vending was a short-term fix for many, in the long run, resentment among the unemployed was growing. Soon, the pain penetrated the cultural zeitgeist. By 1932, the sight of beggars asking for spare change was common. That same year, Lee Schubert produced the third iteration of his musical revue, Americana. For the end of the show's first act, writer J.P. McAvoy wrote a satirical piece about breadlines. It climaxed with the song, Brother, Can You Spare a Dime?
Once I built a railroad, I made it run, made it race against time. Once I built a railroad, now it's done. Brother, can you spare a dime?
The song was written by musician Jay Corney and lyricist E.Y. Yip Harburg. The pair, so the story goes, wrote it after a panhandler asked them the titular question while they walked together through Central Park. Corney and Harburg had already been tapped to write a song for Americana, but they hadn't figured out the lyrics yet. But with Brother, Can You Spare a Dime, they not only had a hit lyric, but a stirring lament about the working men who built the country getting tossed aside. The song quickly became a popular anthem. Recordings of it by Bing Crosby and Rudy Vallée became huge hits. It was so popular that as President Hoover sought re-election in 1932, his allies had tried to ban radios from playing it. But the presidential election was still 2 years away. In the midterm election,
We'll see in 10 turns if I want to do that.
Democrats picked up 52 seats and a one-vote majority in the House of Representatives. They also picked up 8 seats in the Senate, though Republicans still controlled that body
That's pretty wild.
through Vice President Charles Curtis's ability to break ties. Still, it was obvious that Hoover was losing ground. In August of 1930, perhaps with the upcoming election on his mind, he established a new committee to focus on jobs, the President's Emergency Committee for Employment. 2 months later, the President announced the committee's members. Hoover named Colonel Arthur H. Woods as the chair. Born in Boston, Woods attended Harvard, and after college he briefly worked as a newspaper reporter in New York and at his father's lumber business in Mexico for a few years. Then, when he returned to New York, Woods maneuvered himself into a job as head detective and deputy commissioner of the police department, where he stayed off and on until 1917. Once the U.S. entered World War I, Woods left the police department to serve as a military propagandist. Soon afterward, he met Hoover, who was then President Warren G. Harding's Commerce Secretary. In Woods, Hoover found a bureaucrat who was savvy in public relations. Woods was also cozy with big business. He was married to financier J.P. Morgan's niece. He also was a lieutenant of John D. Rockefeller Jr.'s and ran many of his business operations. Woods quickly became the point person for everyone who had a scheme to get the country out of its employment mess. When he introduced the particulars of the commission to the country in a full-page piece for the New York Times, he underscored the administration's belief that direct relief, what some called handouts or charity, would be a last resort. The key, stressed Woods, had to be cooperation at all levels of society. He wrote, "Personally, I have no fears as to that end. We are going to win just as we always have when facing crises such as the one we're now passing through. With the government, the state and local authorities, businesses and industry, the splendid labor organizations, the great relief organizations, all working hand in hand, we cannot lose. It is simply a matter of cooperation by everybody concerned." That December, Hoover also selected a new labor secretary after his previous one was elected to the U.S. Senate. Hoover chose William N. Doak, a former railway worker and vice president of the Brotherhood of Railway Trainmen, for the position. Together, Woods and Doak would define the administration's policy to fight unemployment on a national level, while local leaders developed their own strategies. In Southern California, an ambitious and controversial plan was formed to get neighbors helping neighbors in a time of need. It would end up tearing thousands of families apart. American History Tellers is sponsored by Field of Greens. I turned 50 this past February, and at milestones like these, getting more first shipping. Just visit us on multiple systems, financial system, bringing accounting, financial management, inventory, HR, all into one platform and one source of truth. With NetSuite, you'll reduce IT costs because NetSuite lives in the cloud. No hardware required. You cut the cost of maintaining multiple systems because you've got one unified business management suite, and you improve efficiency by bringing all your major business processes into one platform, slashing manual tasks and errors. Over 37,000 companies have already made the move, so do the math. See how you'll profit with NetSuite this year. Now through April 15th, NetSuite is offering a one-of-a-kind flexible financing program. Head to netsuite.com/tellers. That's netsuite.com/tellers. netsuite.com/tellers. Imagine it's a sunny February afternoon in 1931 in a crowded plaza near downtown Los Angeles known as La Placita. Last month, a new employment committee started in the city, and you're here to do your part. You're looking for someone to help you paint your house. It's not a big job. Maybe it'll make a difference to someone. While you look around, the sound of mariachi music blends with the voices of people arguing about politics. Kids screech and giggle as they run around. Vendors tout tempting snacks with enthusiastic yells. But suddenly, the plaza quiets. Men, white men, surround the plaza. Some of them seem to have batons and guns. They're blocking the exits. There are hundreds of people here. All of them are being stopped as they attempt to exit.
Well, I can't bribe him to declare war on anyone.
You see a white family walk right past one of the men without him even taking a glance. But the next moment, he stops a Chinese couple. Then you, Bureau of Immigration. Are you a citizen? Yes, sir. Can you prove it? Excuse me? Prove it? Yes, can you prove you're a citizen? I am. I've lived in Los Angeles my entire life. Why should I believe you? You could be lying to me. If you don't have proof, you're just going to need to come with me. You try to argue, but he's having none of it, and you have nothing on you to prove your citizenship. Why would you? Sure, your parents are from Mexico, but they came here before you were born. You were born not just 2 miles away from the spot where you now stand. This is a mistake, but you don't know how you'll sort it out. Raids like the one in LA were the brainchild of a man named Charles P. Vizel. Vizel saw an opportunity when Herbert Hoover announced his President's Emergency Committee on Employment. At the beginning of 1931, the city of Los Angeles established the Citizens Committee on Coordination of Unemployment Relief. To lead the committee, city leaders tapped Vizel. Vizel took to the work quickly. Announcing the committee to the press, he urged every civic group, charity, business, and home in the city to find work that needed to be done. Whether a minor household repair or the installation of new equipment in a workshop, Vizel stressed it was crucial for local voters to find work their neighbors could do. It wasn't a coincidence that Vizel used the word voters. In fact, he made it clear that Angelenos should give preference to employing the city's residents and to give their first consideration to local people. What Vizel didn't announce as loudly was that shortly
Why is
after
that a bad
taking his
thing?
post, he reached out to Colonel Woods in D.C.
But why is that
with
a bad
plan
thing?
to target Los Angeles' significant Mexican immigrant community. It was this plan that led to a series of high-profile raids by immigration agents around Los Angeles in the first half of 1931. During the crackdown in La Placita, 400 people were stopped and questioned. Only a dozen or so were actually arrested and deported, but the raid accomplished what Vizel told Woods and others he wanted: to make the migrant community fear that raids could happen anywhere at any time. Targeting immigrants wasn't a new strategy. Early in the economic crisis, President Hoover urged his State Department to cut back on issuing visas to people it thought would later need public assistance. In reality, this kept out most immigrants, including Jewish refugees fleeing the rise of Nazism in Europe, whose assets had been seized by the German government. This restrictive immigration policy dovetailed with protectionist tariffs on foreign imports that Hoover championed. But even before Hoover's presidency, anti-immigrant sentiment was growing. This sentiment gained renewed fervor in the wake of the stock market crash, and it was stoked by the new addition to Hoover's administration, Labor Secretary William Doak. At this time, the Bureau of Immigration was part of the Department of Labor, and so Doak had the final authority on immigration enforcement in the country, and he made no secret of his anti-immigrant position. He believed that any job that employed immigrants should instead be given to unemployed U.S. citizens.
True.
2 days after the Los Angeles Times announced
Good.
Vizell's appointment as chair of the city's
That's a good
Unemployment
thing,
Relief
actually.
Committee, he wired Colonel Woods, recently appointed head of the President's Employment Commission, to find out how local law enforcement could help expel immigrants. Vizell knew about Secretary Doak's position, and he told
don't
Woods
like
that police
this
and
at all.
sheriff's deputies might be able to help overburdened federal immigration agents based in Los Angeles. Woods told Vizell to contact Doak directly. In a telegram he sent the labor secretary, Vizell described how an influx of agents from other cities might scare many thousand alien deportables out of this district. He called it the result desired. Vizell wasn't interested so much in the numbers of arrests or deportations from the raids. Instead, he wanted
I'm
to create
rerouting a bunch of
climate
troops,
fear
getting
for
them into the
immigrants
water
that would make
in
remaining
case I
Los
have to
Angeles
react to
untenable.
something.
To accomplish that,
Here.
he publicized
I think
the
he might be
anti-immigrant
coming for
drive
Nara.
through press releases and photos. In D.C., Doak approved the plan and instructed the Immigration Bureau to send a special investigator backed by
think he
several
might be
agents
coming
from
for me,
other
y'all.
parts of the country to support Vizell's effort. Later that January, newspapers began to carry the news that a deportation drive was coming. Vizell told the newspapers that the drive would remove an enormous number of illegal aliens. In follow-up stories, he urged illegal immigrants in the U.S. to leave peacefully so the immigration agents on their way to California wouldn't have to deport them. It was largely a theatrical threat, but it was effective. Soon special repatriation trains began running between Los Angeles and the border cities in Arizona and Texas. The Mexican government even helped offer pay for its citizens to return to the country. However, the mood shifted as newspapers reported that immigrants would be forcibly removed. Rafael de la Colina, Mexico's consul in Los Angeles, reached out to allies at the city's Chamber of Commerce to find out more about Vizell's plan. By April, Colina reported that as many as 10,000 Mexicans were leaving Southern California for Mexico every month.
Good. Why is that a bad
The
thing?
deportation scheme was meant to target unemployment, but the departure of so many people to Mexico started to adversely impact businesses in LA. A Merchants Association reported that businesses that relied on Mexican workers and consumers had lost 20 to 50% of their revenue. Labor shortages on farms also threatened citrus, walnut, and other crop harvests. And the government wasn't just forcing immigrants out, they were still keeping them from coming in. By spring 1931, the administration touted that it had blocked more than 100,000 potential immigrants from securing visas. Doak proudly claimed that these efforts were protecting American citizens struggling to find work, and he articulated his position in a statement to newspapers. Some may say to deport these people is inhuman, but my answer is that the government should protect its own citizens against illegal invaders. This I propose to do with every weapon in my power. Law is law, and I intend to enforce it as long as I hold my office. Migrants from all over the world were affected. Mexican immigrants drew the most scrutiny, but Chinese laborers, Japanese migrants, and arrested gangsters and criminals with connections to Italy and other European countries were all threatened with deportation. Federal agents started staking out the entrances to churches, dance halls, and shops where they expected to find immigrants. They would wait until an event ended, then demand proof from those leaving that they were legally allowed to be in the country. This unprecedented crackdown generated palpable terror. Neighborhoods that were normally lively and boisterous became ghost towns. People fearful of being swept up in raids avoided leaving their homes. But in late April 1931, challenges to the administration's immigration push started to appear.
This is not good, guys.
In one high-profile case,
This
Guido
right here.
Serio, an Italian communist, gave a speech
I
in
don't know where he's
Pennsylvania
sending it,
and was
but it's
arrested
not
on
in the
charges
direction
of
I like.
advocating violence in
It's
order
not in
to
any
be free.
direction that I like.
The ACLU took up Serio's case. His lawyer, William J. Donovan, a prominent Republican and an assistant attorney general for President Calvin Coolidge, claimed Serio's arrest was unconstitutional and deportation back to Italy, where he faced execution by the fascist government he opposed, was a death sentence. During the trial, he presented a commitment from the Soviet Union to pay for Serio to be sent there instead of Italy. The judge in the case recommended that solution, but Doak in D.C. refused, stalling in court for a year before finally relenting and allowing Serio to travel to the Soviet Union. Another case involved Lillian Larsch, a mother of 4 who had been born in the United States. But when she married a Canadian, as a woman, Larsh lost her citizenship. After her husband William died, she and her youngest daughter, who had been born in the U.S., were deported. If Lillian Larsh had been the foreigner and her husband the citizen, this deportation wouldn't have happened. Moreover, these gender-based rules had been revoked before Larsh's case arose, but Doak's office refused to apply the new rules to her. Larsh's case wasn't unique, but it generated enough public outrage that New York Congressman Samuel Dickstein used it to denounce the Labor Department's deportation mania as lawless and anachronistic. More criticism appeared all summer. Prominent Los Angelenos hinted at the coordination between Vizel, Woods, and Doak, and decried the campaign's precisely timed psychological strokes. But the most notable scrutiny came out of D.C. The Wickersham Commission, set by President Hoover to investigate law enforcement, found that when it came to immigration, there was poor administration and great disregard for the fundamental rights secured by the Constitution to all persons, including even aliens. The Commission's report described federal agents' use of coercion and questionable methods, and immigration proceedings that took place outside the normal legal system. In response, the Commission recommended better training of immigration agents and that an open, independent board of judges oversee immigration proceedings. But even before the report was made public, Doak was denouncing his detractors as un-American. He tried to quash the report and continued to defend his immigration and unemployment strategies, even as the economy continued to struggle. The Hoover administration continued to focus on perceived threats from foreigners inside and outside the country. But a new challenge came from the American citizens who had given to this country the most: veterans. American History Tellers is sponsored by Z-Biotics. Last week, I went to a big podcast conference with tons of meetings and a lot of happy hours. So the nights were late and the drinks were many. Sometimes you need to choose between a fun evening and a good morning. Or maybe not. If I had just remembered to pack my Z-Biotics pre-alcohol, that's to stocking up. Remember to head to
Being a new parent. Empathy.
Portland, Oregon, as you and your fellow veteran Walt trudge east. You've got nothing to do today. Again. And Walt wanted to see how the boys that couldn't afford a hotel were doing in the Gulch. Walking over the Burnside Bridge, you turn north at Grand. You think you're really going to go through with it, Walt? Marching all the way to Washington, demanding our bonuses? Well, why not? What other choice do we have? Wilma and I can't feed our kids on packing fruit only half the year, standing in shop windows at Meyer and Frank to demonstrate razors and cigarette rolling machines and whatever else. Besides, government owes us. We won that war for them. That we did. But I can't do it alone. To win this war, we're going to need to find an army of our own. You reach the edge of Sullivan's Gulch and walk a mile or so east of the Willamette River. Beneath you spreads a city of tents. Campfire smoke hangs between the canyon walls. Everything seems splattered with mud, including the faces you see as you approach, telling of both misery and brotherhood. It reminds you of the Argonne for a moment. You stop and turn to Walt. Here's your army. One of the darkest moments in the Great Depression began with tremendous hope. It might even have begun with one person's dream. Born in Eastern Oregon and raised in Idaho, Walter W. Waters thought he would be a teacher when he grew up. Instead, he left school, joined the Idaho National Guard, and served on the U.S.-Mexico border, assisting attempts to capture revolutionary Mexican General Pancho Villa after Villa's incursion to New Mexico. 5 weeks after he returned from the border, the U.S. entered the World War. Waters joined the army and shipped to France, where he fought as part of an artillery company. After his discharge, Waters tried a variety of occupations. First, he opened a general store. Then he started a Chevrolet dealership in Southern Oregon, and a second one in Indiana. There, he met and married Wilma Albertson. In 1928, Walt and Wilma moved to the Pacific Northwest, where they worked as itinerant fruit canners. Eventually, a stable job as supervisor opened up at a cannery in Wenatchee, Washington. Waters was successful enough in Wenatchee that he and Wilma bought a car and a house. Soon they had 2 children. They even saved some money. But then in December 1930, cannery closed. To survive, Waters dipped into his nest egg. When that ran out, he pawned his watch. Then Wilma pawned hers. I sold everything we had, and still there was no job, Waters told a newspaper reporter. So there's nothing left but to set up an organized movement to appeal to Uncle Sam for the bonus he owes us. Waters moved to Portland. There he found a room at the low-rent Earl Hotel, where he befriended a number of other tenants over games of pinochle. Their conversation frequently turned to the cash bonus veterans had been promised in 1924. Congress had overridden then-President Coolidge's veto to pass a bill granting veterans up to $1,000, nearly $15,000 in today's terms, for their service in the war. However, the government wouldn't pay the bonus until 1945. That may as well have been eternity for the veterans, and Waters repeatedly said as much. He and other veterans had suffered intense trauma fighting the war. Now they felt like they were simply being discarded by their country. Disabled and sickened by the machine guns and fetid conditions of the conflict's trench warfare, many returning veterans missed out on the rush of the Roaring Twenties. For them, employment opportunities were scant, even before the stock market crash. Wilma eventually came to Portland to join Walter after he found another cannery job, but that fizzled also, and the two struggled to make ends meet. Walter began talking about demanding his bonus be paid early. And in Washington, D.C., a Texas congressman named Wright Patman was working on a bill that, if passed, would grant veterans their bonuses early. He first introduced it in 1929, but it didn't make it out of committee. 2 years later, he tried again. That time it passed, but President Hoover vetoed it. As Waters faltered in Portland, he wondered whether Congressman Patman could be convinced to try it again. Waters began speaking to small groups of veterans about the bonus. Many agreed that it should be paid immediately. Their anger was raw, and Waters, a gifted public speaker, was able to stoke it. "Why not march on Washington?" one of his friends at the Earl Hotel joked. Instead of dismissing him, though, Waters realized this might be his only option. He started sharing this idea with other veterans he was meeting, and soon he had persuaded nearly 300 people to march with him all the way to the nation's capital. The group left Portland on May 12th. They called themselves the Bonus Expeditionary Force, or BEF. The name was a play on American Expeditionary Forces, their deployment during the World War. Carrying American flags, singing songs, bugling and hoisting posters, wearing medals and other decorations, they traveled nearly 300 miles a day. Some packed into old cars, other hopped rail boxcars, some hitchhiked. Occasionally, sympathetic truck drivers picked them up. Newspaper reporters quickly caught wind of their journey and spread news of the pilgrimage. Other veterans started expeditions of their own, causing the march to swell as different contingents met up. Everywhere the march went, support followed. Mothers of soldiers brought cups of coffee. Mayors organized food drives and hosted parades. In Indiana, after Baltimore and Ohio railroad officials refused to move trains at the border where the marchers were camped, Governor Harry Leslie ordered the National Guard to send trucks to bring the marchers across his state. And on May 29th, 1932, Memorial Day, or Decoration Day as it was known then, 16 truckloads of marchers arrived in Washington, D.C. What had begun as a few hundred Portlanders had grown into an army of thousands. They arrived in torn, soiled, and sometimes ill-fitting uniforms, worn over amputated limbs and emaciated bodies. As they marched down Pennsylvania Avenue, the veterans smiled and waved at onlookers. Waters had gone ahead of the group to smooth their arrival with the local police superintendent, Helen Glassford, and to meet with Congressman Patman. Superintendent Glassford told Waters the Army could only stay for 48 hours. After that, they may have to leave. Waters knew what to say in reply. "We will camp in Washington until the bonus is paid." Camp they did. The BEF settled in parks all the way from the Capitol to the White House along Pennsylvania Avenue. Some occupied vacant buildings. There were so many people that the BEF built a massive, sprawling tent city on a floodplain next to the Anacostia River. Dwarfing even the largest Hooverville, the camp was well organized and teeming with activity. It was filled with American flags, signs announcing various state regiments, and protest placards with slogans like, "Everyone benefited from the war but those who won it." And I voted for Hoover too. Remember November. Waters recognized that his message could be muddled if it wasn't properly managed. If the marchers wanted to convince Congress to take up Patman's bill again, they needed to be disciplined. So to tame the army, Waters and other leaders of the group established strict rules. No drinking, no panhandling, and crucially, no radicalism. They developed a military-style hierarchy to run the camp, topped by Waters and 2 other Portlanders, as well as a 4th man from Salt Lake City. They set up a headquarters and a mess, and they established cooking details to make meals for the army in huge cookpots. The Oregon delegation was split into 40-person contingents, led by 3 officers each. Buglers played taps at 11 each night, and reveille at 6 every morning. The military police force enforced the camp's rules. Meanwhile, back in Portland, Wilma Waters grew impatient waiting for her husband. It was clear from newspaper reports, phone calls, and letters that the march wouldn't be over quickly. With her cannery wages and the few bucks she'd earned by demonstrating cigarette rolling machines in department store windows, Wilma began her own journey. She started out hitchhiking across the United States and quickly discovered that she was far from alone. In addition to still more thousands of veterans crossing the country to join the Bonus Army, tens of thousands of veterans' wives, mothers, and children also converged on Washington. The encampment on the Anacostia grew to 43,000 people. They marched around the Capitol building and crowded its steps. Soon, the House of Representatives agreed to take up Patman's bill, passing it 211 to 176. It still needed Senate approval, though. After 2 days of debate, with crowds surrounding the Senate, the body rejected Patman's bill, 62 votes to 18. Marchers were stunned, but instead of exploding in rage, they dispersed back to their encampments. Hoover thought the bill's failure meant the end of the episode. He urged Congress to find the money to buy bus and train tickets to send the marchers back home. Congress did appropriate the money, but few veterans accepted the tickets. Instead, the BEF remained in its encampment. However, discontent grew. Food ran low and people started to get sick. Infighting began, and Waters was voted out and then back into leadership. He became angrier and more dictatorial. He also grew more combative with the police. And all the while, the BEF continued to march on the Capitol. Finally, on the morning of July 28th, Washington police surrounded the marchers with orders to evict them from abandoned buildings on the pretense that the Treasury Department, which owned the buildings, planned to reclaim them. When the veterans refused to vacate, police tried to forcefully evict them. Word spread among the thousands of veterans camped elsewhere, and soon they came to their fellow marchers' aid. A standoff began. Someone threw a brick, and the situation ignited. Police and veterans fought in the abandoned buildings and streets. The police swung batons. The bonus marchers armed themselves with bits of scrap iron and concrete. Suddenly, 6 gunshots rang out. William Hushka, a Lithuanian-born veteran who joined the march in St. Louis, was killed instantly. He would later be buried with full honors in Arlington National Cemetery. Another, Eric Carlson of Oakland, died later of his wounds. 2 police officers also reportedly died of injuries suffered in the fighting. The melee was justification enough for Herbert Hoover to order the military to evict the Bonus Army from its encampment. He summoned the Army Chief of Staff, a young General Douglas MacArthur, to clear their marchers. MacArthur, who would rise to prominence during World War II, commanded cavalry, tanks, and 1,000 foot soldiers wearing gas masks and carrying bayonet-tipped rifles. MacArthur's second in command was Dwight D. Eisenhower.
All right, I'm gonna one more turn, set some stuff up, I think,
George Patton.
and then we're gonna
Using
save and
tear
quit.
gas and sabers, troops pushed the Bonus Army veterans out of the encampments, crushing their makeshift houses and setting fire to them as they did. By nightfall, the encampment was in cinders, and the Bonus Army in disarray. Bernard Mayer, a 12-week-old baby, died after inhaling tear gas. In the weeks that followed, Walter
I really
Waters
don't
and
like
another
this, man.
Portlander, George Kleinholz, tried to transform the BEF into a political organization, but the Bonus Army was defeated that night.
What lands are
Waters
yours?
channeled the pain and resentment of a generation into a peaceful but
You're
angry
being
political
conquered,
movement.
bro.
Now there was a body count. But the veterans wouldn't be the only victims of the violence in Washington. A torrent of dissatisfied voters will direct
like
their
this
ire
at all.
at industrialists, at financiers, and at President Hoover. On the next episode of American History Tellers, as Hoover presides over the worst market crash in history, the 1932 election is the Democrats to lose. A New York governor distantly related to a past president sweeps into office promising a seismic shift in the size and scope of the federal government. And a flurry of new government programs begin, putting thousands back to work while reshaping the American political landscape.
All right, we're gonna do one more turn. Play some music, and one last turn here. So I'm gonna move this Navy. I think it was just a waste of time. I got a little. I missions accomplished over here. So I ended up making peace with them, forced them to give me this city. I immediately just traded the city for a little bit of value. He still has one city left. Indonesia does, and that's about to be taken. I got some experience. I got those kind of crucial upgrades to these ships, but now I'm going to heal them up and move them over to where like they will actually matter, where like the fighting is about to take place. I have this gut feeling a lot of fighting is about to take place. So I think the next time we play, the next stream, whether I like it or not, I have a feeling a lot of fighting's going to take place. They could just honestly be reinforcing these cities, like just sending these troops over to just kind of like put in their territory. But I kind of have a gut feeling that he's coming to attack Nara. And so what I'm going to try to do is move some units as quickly as I can through Prague's territory over here and make it a little more painful if they do that. But I honestly might not even get there in time. So we'll see how this goes. I'm going to send like 2 cannons and a guy. And I'm going to kind of, instead of just having these guys sit here, see, I'm going to get a little more strategic with where I have these guys laid out. I want my cannons closer to his city. So if he attacks me, I'll instantly have a little more firepower in the waters here, / the ability to actually fire upon his city directly. He is ahead of me in technology, which is not good. He has more advanced military units. So if we fight right now, he's got the advantage like 1-on-1. So what I need to do is like be coming at him like 2-to-1 or 3-to-1 until I can catch up and upgrade a little bit. So yeah. And I am just building units, trying to stay productive for the time being. So simultaneously, what I want to do is also go to war with Arabia. So it might be me going like on the offensive against Arabia right here. I'm probably just going to attack first Najran. Ife is their ally, so when we go to war here, we're going to have to go to war with Ife. And that's why I might move this Navy, heal them up, and send them over to basically take Ife. I'm going to have to basically just use only a Navy and conquer Ife. And I'll probably just add them to my empire. And then I'll send the Navy over to either attack Baghdad or help attack Nadran. I need to really get Nadran first and foremost. And then from there, kind of regroup. I'll probably attack Nadran, take it, take Ife, and then at that moment, probably like just literally press pause and regroup. And almost just play defense for a while. Take out as much of their Navy as I can, do as much damage as I can. Probably send some suicide forces in to, again, like what I was doing against Indonesia. Break up their roads, you know, raid and pillage as much of their land as possible. Kind of weaken them. And then almost like as I hit pause, I want to start sending military units over and really make a huge army here before I make a real big push here to conquer Damascus. So that's my next move here, is I'm going to go to war with Arabia, take Ife, take Nadran, like as quick as possible, and try to lose as little of my units as possible, and really quickly and efficiently take these two. And from there, kind of regroup and restage and really set up a long-term, really well thought out, really powerful invasion of Damascus and Mecca. Like I would hit Damascus, conquer it, and then hit Mecca and conquer it. And then Baghdad I can just kind of pause and I'll get to that eventually, kind of thing. But that's kind of my plan right now. I'm starting to send my military units over here, if you can see that. If you can see what I'm doing here with that. So I have 6. So if the war were to break out right now with Arabia, let's do a quick audit. I'd have a total of 3 cannons and 8 military pieces and a navy that's not close yet. It's on its way. So not great, but in about 10 turns, I'll have a sizable military and a navy over here. So I'll probably go to war. See, it says turn 393 right now. I'll probably be going to war around like 405, 410. Kind of my plan as of right now. But with all of that, I also do have to just keep in mind, as we're doing this, that I do have to keep in mind that Polynesia has a bigger military than me, a more advanced military than me, and they're moving them in this direction right now. That could be to move this way and attack me. That could be to move all the way up here into Nara and attack me. It could literally just be they're chilling. They're kicking it. They're just reinforcing these cities over here for now. But the fact that they have a big advanced military and navy and they're like moving them around me in the direction of me, it's not making me very comfortable, guys. I'm not gonna lie, I'm not comfortable. She don't want my love. The thing is, this is the jewel of the map right now. I said it like early on. Like my strategy from the start was to get this map, was to get this piece of the map. It's such a crucial for this. Like, I can stage an enormous army here and a big military. And basically, if I'm ever attacked, I can just send them out into any direction. Like, if Persia's down here, if you're looking at the map this way, if these red guys are like starting some smack, starting some stuff with me, I can just put these guys all in the water and just boom, very quickly and easily, like, send them to attack or send them to defend. So same thing with Polynesia. So, like, it's very easy if they were to start some stuff for me to, like, okay, game on, boom, let's go. I don't have to, like, take all of this time to go from my empire, my lands, put them in the ocean and slowly move them over, you know? So it's a very militarily strategic place on the map to own and control. That's why I was so eager to do it, like, right away. And then it turns out to be, just randomly, it has 2 things of oil. So it has 10 total oil on the island, which is going to be so crucial for me to own and control. With that, it makes it that much more valuable and that much more of a target now. So this guy actually probably is very incentivized, especially because he could kind of see this as almost a continuation of his land. So Polynesia is making me nervous because this is a very valuable piece of land. He might be trying to come for it. So I'm going to more strategically defend this right now. I'm going to continue to slowly kind of reinforce it and add more Navy units over here. And I need to really focus on upgrading my units and getting my military technology up. But really, too, at the same time, I need to build this secondary army of mine up and slam it into Arabia and conquer it as fast as possible. But I do need to go, guys. I will wrap this up. I'll save. We can hit the next turn next time. We'll save. We'll end the stream. It's been real. I might be back Monday. I have Monday off of work. I've had this whole week off of work because of rain. And then I have Monday and Tuesday off. I have something going on Tuesday. I'm out of town this weekend. I am going to Knoxville. I'm going to go camping in the Smokies. 2 different campsites this weekend. Do some hiking, do some camping. And I'm also going to 2 Tennessee baseball games. Going to go watch Tennessee, top-ranked Tennessee, number 3rd in the nation, Tennessee, my boys, my Tennessee Vols, number 3rd in the nation, take on the defending national champions, LSU. So I'm going to go into the game Friday night and the game Saturday night. And in between, I'm going to do a lot of hiking and camping, going to church Sunday, hiking and camping Sunday, hitting up Buc-ee's, where my Buc-ee's bros at, where all my Buc-ee's lovers at. We're going to hit Buc-ee's up a couple times. And do some hiking, do some camping. It's a long story, but I was gifted a bunch of camping materials, just a bunch of camping stuff. And I don't know. I just was gifted like tents and materials and stuff, tools and whatnot. And so I'm actually going to take all of this stuff out and like test it out. I'm going to like assemble all the tents and make sure that they're actually like all the pieces are there and that it's functional and clean and whatnot. And so I'm doing that. That's a big part of this, is going camping to specifically get ready for the rest of the camping that I'm going to be doing all summer with more like groups of people, with my mom who's coming out to visit, with friends, different Bible study groups. We're going camping and stuff. And so what I need to do is test out all my gear and equipment and really get everything organized and know what's good and what's bad so that I can efficiently and effectively go camping later on this summer. So this is almost like a test run, like a dry run to test out my setup and my equipment and everything. And yeah, so we're going to be doing that, doing some hiking along the way, some campfire reading, a couple baseball games, definitely hitting up Buc-ee's. You know you got to hit up Buc-ee's. You can't drive by a Buc-ee's and not stop, you know. So we're going to be doing that. I'll see you guys. I think I'm back Monday. I might just keep camping. If I can come back early, I have Monday off. So